Chapter 1 Unfamiliar Classmates. Konoha, Ninja School. Yayu looked at the leaves outside the window. I sighed in my heart, it's been 12 years, it's been 12 years since I came to this world. I didn't expect time to fly by so fast. Yayu is a time traveler who encountered the Nine Tails Rebellion as soon as she was born. His parents died in the Nine Tails Rebellion. 6 years later, he successfully entered the ninja school. No different from other students. After entering the ninja school, with ordinary grades and ordinary rankings, the only thing worthy of praise is that he looks pretty good. With average grades, he was a little transparent in the class. No one noticed. It's not like Uchiha Sasuke who always ranks first in every exam, nor like Uzumaki Naruto who always attracts people's attention. Yayu had no adventures and spent 12 years normally. He didn't show anything special for third generation and Danzo to notice. There was no such thing as inviting him to tea. Hook up the system, activated successfully, bound to host, Yayu. Yayu was stunned for a moment. System. On-hook system, at your service. Yayu frowned, thinking that he had been hit by genjutsu. He bit the back of his hand, and the severe pain let Yayu know that he had missed the genjutsu. System, you are 12 years late. Yayu said without any emotion. He has looked away for the past 12 years. Who knew the system would appear now? The on-hook system did not respond to Yayu's words. It's really a cold system. What Yayu doesn't know is that the on-hook system has no emotions and no intelligence. Seeing that the system did not reply to him, Yayu said nothing. Asked, I wonder what kind of functions you have. On-hook system, this system is an on-hook system. You only need to hang up for a certain period of time, and you can get rewards. Yayu smiled, it's quite simple. Then how do I use it? On-hook system, you are already using it, and the on-hook system is serving you. Yayu was a little surprised, have I already used it now? I wonder what the reward will be. With 12 years of experience, Yayu is already familiar with this world. He didn't care whether there was an on-hook system or not. If you don't have it, just go with the flow, and if you have it, live a little more chicly. It's just a little difference. Shift your attention away from your conscious space. Looking at Irika who was talking on the podium, Yayu thought, have I finally graduated? I don't know which class I will be assigned to. The graduation exam is about to take place. The graduation exam was about the art of cloning, although Yayu's grades have been average over the past 6 years. But graduation is not a problem, he has already mastered the 3-body technique. In other words, except for Naruto who was influenced by Nine Tails, all the students in the class had mastered the 3-body technique by this time. Irika on the stage shouted, now, the classmate whose name I read comes to the next door. First one, Uchiha Sasuke. Irika was the first to call out Sasuke. Since entering school, his grades have been among the best in the class. The name is also ranked first. Sasuke stood up with no expression on his face, put his hands in his pockets and walked towards the next door. Many female classmates in the class looked at Sasuke with enamored expressions. Sasuke is so handsome. Come on Sasuke. Sasuke, I love you. These female classmates are as obsessed with Sasuke as starstruck girls. Naruto in the audience looked at the cool Sasuke on the stage and gritted his teeth, damn it, Sasuke, UBD. What good is he? Shikamaru, who was sitting not far from Naruto, said feebly, Sasuke is number 1 in the class, and he is number 1 all year round. Shikamaru, I will definitely surpass him sooner or later. I want to become a Hokage man. Shikamaru rolled his eyes at Naruto and lay down on the table to sleep. In the class, only Shikamaru and Inyazuka Kaiba can play with Naruto. No one else was willing to get close to Naruto, including Yayu. Others were influenced by their own adults, while Yayu didn't want to get into trouble. Within a few minutes, Sasuke came back. very smooth. Even Irika wanted Sasuke to pass without taking the exam. As early as his first year in the ninja school, Sasuke mastered the three-body technique. In Irika's heart, Sasuke is the well-deserved strongest player of this generation. The subsequent exams were just as Yayu thought. Everyone except Naruto passed successfully. Later, Third Hokage appeared and gave a speech to the students who successfully graduated. Let a group of students who have unrealistic illusions about the profession of ninja become full of illusions about their upcoming ninja career. Naruto sat on the swing under the tree in despair, looking enviously at his classmates who had successfully graduated. After a while, Naruto disappeared under the tree. Yayu thought to himself, she must have been tricked out by Shoemu. Yayu did not intend to participate in Naruto stealing the scroll. When I came home from the ninja school, I passed by Ichiraku Ramen. Since I didn't want to cook by myself, I decided to make Ichiraku Ramen my dinner today. But as soon as he entered the Ichiraku Ramen shop, he saw Irika treating Naruto to ramen. After coming to this world for 12 years, Yayu has long forgotten many plots. He didn't know that Irika would treat Naruto to ramen at this time. Yayu was about to quit. I was stopped by the owner of Ichiraku Ramen restaurant. Yayu, what do you want to eat today? Yayu often eats ramen at Ichiraku Ramen, even more often than Naruto. Over the years, he has become familiar with hand fighting. The hand fight caught the attention of Irika and Naruto. Yayu had no choice but to go in. Hello Irika-sensei, Naruto, you're here to eat ramen too. Yayu's parents were both ninjas, and they left him enough money to live a normal life until adulthood. Usually Yayu would avoid the time when Naruto comes here to eat noodles. In these years, Yayu has never met Naruto here. When Irika saw it was Yayu, he smiled and said, Yayu, you performed well today. Naruto is not familiar with Yayu. Yayu's presence in the class is similar to that of Abarame Shino. Naruto didn't even recognize him and had no impression at all. After Yayu sat on the chair, he smiled slightly, it's all because of your good teaching. Yayu said worldly. Naruto looked at Yayu and frowned. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't remember who Yayu was. Yayu didn't care either. Naruto really couldn't remember, so he leaned next to Irika and asked softly, Irika-sensei, who is he? Is he my classmate? Irika, who was about to say something to Yayu, heard Naruto's words and was speechless by his words. He looked at Naruto with a slight twitch in his mouth. Naruto, this is classmate Yayu, don't you recognize him? Naruto smiled awkwardly, ha ha ha, I really have no impression of Mr. Irika. Naruto said honestly. Chapter 2 Lifting Chakra Restrictions. Irika awkwardly said to Yayu, Yayu, don't worry, Naruto just has a bad memory. After saying this, Irika felt that this reason was ridiculous. No matter how bad your memory is, it is impossible to remember all the classmates who were in the same class for 6 years. Contrary to Irika's expectation, Yayu was not angry. Smiled and said, it's okay, it's just that I'm not very good at socializing. Don't say that, it's just that Naruto has a bad memory. Irika said seriously. Naruto also noticed Yayu for the first time. Teacher Irika, did Yayu pass the graduation exam? Irika turned his head and said with a smile, of course, you are the only one in our class who failed. What have you been studying these years? Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment, Irika-sensei, I'm just not good at the clone technique. My seduction technique is very good. When he mentioned the art of seduction, Irika turned red with anger and said loudly, don't mention that nasty ninjutsu. Naruto shrank his head and muttered softly, but your nose bleeds just by looking at it. Shut up, stop talking. After being exposed, Irika's face turned red with embarrassment. Yayu didn't care. He smiled and said, Uncle, a bowl of tonkatsu ramen. Hands made ramen and asked with a smile, Yayu passed the ninja school exam and will become a ninja in the future. I'll add 2 eggs for you today. Xiaota has a good relationship with Yayu. Yayu smiled and said, "Thank you very much, uncle." At this time, Calamus put a bowl of beef in front of Yayu and said with a smile, "Brother Yayu, sister is also very happy." Because Yayu is good looking, and often comes to Ilaku ramen restaurant to eat, and is very polite. So Calamus had a good impression of him. After Irika and Naruto finished talking, Yayu almost finished eating. Because Irika and Naruto were here, Yayu ate much faster than usual. After eating, Yayu stood up and said, "Teacher Irika, Naruto, please take it easy, I'm leaving first." Irika was stunned. Unexpectedly, Yayu ate so quickly. Looking at Naruto, he understood something. But he doesn't blame Yayu. After all, Yayu's parents died in the Nine Tails disaster. It was normal for him not to like Naruto. Naruto didn't know anything and said goodbye to Yayu with a laugh. "Goodbye, Yayu, let's play together when you have time." Yayu smiled slightly and left without saying anything. Be polite yet distant. Naruto couldn't see it, but Irika could. He is much better than the others. At least he doesn't have such obvious dislike for Naruto in his eyes. What Irika didn't know was that Yayu was alienating Naruto just because he didn't want to cause trouble. Yayu returned home. Lie on the bed, close your eyes, and think about when the reward will arrive. Is the AFK system real? Wait until early morning. He was almost asleep when the sound of the on-hook system suddenly sounded in his mind. You have been idle for a day. Congratulations on lifting the chakra restriction. Yayu frowned, not knowing what this reward meant. Suddenly, Yayu felt a faint blue light emerge from his body. Yayu, who has already extracted chakra, knows that these blue lights are chakra. But he was very surprised because the concentration of these chakras was too high. It has actually materialized. It's such a rich chakra. The amount of this chakra is probably 100 times that of my original. This is my reward. The next moment, these chakras poured into Yayu's body crazily. At this moment, Yayu just felt comfortable all over. It was so comfortable that Yayu almost screamed. If he hadn't been biting the quilt, he might have misunderstood the neighbors that Yayu was doing something indescribable. It took a long time for Yayu to completely absorb the chakra. It's so shocking that I can actually absorb chakra from the outside world. Ninja's chakra is extracted from cells in the body. Yayu did this before. Yayu had always been worried that extracting chakra would cause physical weakness. In fact, he thought too much. This world is different from the world Yayu is familiar with. Many laws of the original world do not apply to this world. In this world, extracting chakra will not harm the body unless it is over-extracted. However, the amount of chakra extracted from the body will be greatly limited due to different physical constitutions. In short, people who come from a ninja family tend to have much better physiques than ordinary ninjas and have much more chakra. Yayu's previous chakra amount has always been very ordinary. Because his parents are both civilian ninjas themselves. The amount of chakra Yayu had before was incomparable to Sasuke's. The difference is about 10 times. There is a gap of tens of thousands of times compared to Naruto, and this does not include the situation of Nine Tails chakra. Only the amount of chakra brought by Naruto's Uzumaki clan bloodline is counted. And as he grows older, Naruto will have more and more chakra, and the gap between Yayu and him will only become wider and wider. In this world, bloodline is very important. Without bloodline, at best, it can only be like Kai, a flash in the pan. Now, Yayu feels that her chakra is 100 times stronger than before. Almost at Jainin level. And he can extract chakra from the outside world. This means he can extract chakra anytime and anywhere. This is something many ninjas cannot do. There is much more energy in nature than in Yayu's body. Now Yayu feels that energy from the outside world is pouring into his body. Extremely high quality. What Yayu doesn't know is that the chakra he absorbed from the outside world is natural energy. The quality is naturally much higher than ordinary chakra. In addition to being used for fighting, natural energy can also nourish the body. Yayu's body is not that good. It is also his body that limits him from absorbing more chakra. If he had Naruto's physical condition, his chakra amount would be more than 100 times that of Naruto. Now, Yayu only feels comfortable in her body. More comfortable than taking a hot bath. This system is so powerful, it gave me such a big surprise on the first day. It's a pity that now I don't know any ninjutsu except the 3 body techniques. Yayu's parents did not leave any ninjutsu scales. Yayu's parents are not high-level ninjas, both of them are ordinary chunin. Take your time, maybe there is an on-hook system, and it may appear in the future. The amount of chakra has increased 100 times, which is good. Now my chakra is much higher than Sasuke's. Sasuke also has a very large amount of chakra, much more than an ordinary student. It's just a lot less than Naruto. But compared to Naruto, everyone has less chakra. The Uchiha clan is also famous for its large amount of chakra, but it is a little inferior to the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan. After all, there is no enough chakra, and it is difficult to drive Sharingan. Not to mention driving Manjiki Sharingan. Chapter 3 An unforgettable scene. The next day Yayu came to school. As soon as I entered the classroom, I saw Naruto already arriving. Naruto already remembered Yayu yesterday. The difference between Yayu and Hineo is that he didn't wrap himself up. People didn't pay attention to him before, just because he didn't participate in many things and didn't play with his classmates. I went home right after class. When he saw Yayu, Naruto stood up and waved enthusiastically, "Yo, Yayu." Yayu was a little surprised, but still smiled and nodded. I found a random seat and sat down. Naruto's actions attracted the attention of many students in the class. Although he has always been the last person in the class, he has always been able to attract the attention of his classmates. Many people looked over to Yayu. Some female classmates were stunned when they saw Yayu. They didn't realize that there was such a good-looking boy in the class. He looks no worse than Sasuke. I didn't even know he existed before. What? Sasuke is the best, no one can compare to him, but he is indeed pretty good looking. Female classmates are arguing about who is better looking, Yayu or Sasuke. Many female classmates think Sasuke is better, but not because of his looks, but because of his overall strength. Some female classmates have already come to Yayu to take advantage of him. Such as Ino. She was originally a face controller. I like Sasuke just because Sasuke is handsome. Now that I find a male classmate who looks no worse than Sasuke, I will naturally not let him go. Ino came to Yayu's side and said with a flushed face, "Hello, I'm Yamanaka Ino, why haven't I seen you before?" Yayu frowned. He thought with self-doubt, did I really have no sense of existence before? Although I don't want to stand out, it seems too outrageous that I haven't seen it before, right? Yayu was speechless. He just doesn't want to cause trouble, he's not autistic. But he didn't expect that people in the class really had no impression of him. They had been in the same class for 6 years, and what they got in exchange for the whole 6 years was, "Why haven't I seen you before?" Looking at the shy and embarrassed Ino, Yayu could only smile and said, "I'm Yayu, nice to meet you." Yayu's teasing words made Ino very embarrassed. He said awkwardly, "I'm sorry, classmate Yayu." Yayu was just teasing Ino, so naturally he wouldn't really blame her. Besides, this matter itself is his own fault. It's okay, just treat it as the first time we met. Yayu smiled slightly. When Ino saw Yayu's smile, her heart beat wildly and she almost fainted. Girls in this world are a bit exaggerated. When your heart beats, you will really faint because your heartbeat speeds up. Just then, Shikamaru came over. He said lazily, "You usually focus on Sasuke, so it's normal that you didn't notice Yayu. Shikamaru came over and sat next to Yayu. Hello, I saw you leave right after class before, and I didn't get to know you well. I'm Shikamaru. Shikamaru held out his hand. Yayu didn't expect Shikamaru to keep paying attention to him. Well, I'm Yayu. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and shook it with Shikamaru. It's normal for Shikamaru to pay attention to him. After all, his mind must have noticed Yayu's existence. Even in terms of looks, only Suzuki can compare with him in the class. After chatting for a while, Suzuki came in. As soon as he arrived, all the girls in the class focused on him. Ah, Suzuki, so handsome. Many girls rushed towards Suzuki. Shikamaru lay on the table and said feebly, "Women are really troublesome." Who would have thought that just after he finished speaking, Ino on the side glared at Yayu. "Shikamaru, what did you say?" Shikamaru turned his head and realized that Ino did not rush towards Suzuki with the girls. I didn't say anything about you." Ino rolled her eyes at him, humph. Although Ino also glanced at Suzuki a few times, she looked more at Yayu. Suzuki had always attracted her attention before, so she didn't notice Yayu's existence. When I noticed Yayu, I realized that there was no one around Yayu. And his looks are no worse than Sasuke's. Of course she knows what to choose. Although Suzuki is nice, there are too many girls around him. And Sakura competes with her. In just a moment, Ino thought about the result. A choice was made. Naruto on the side saw Sakura crowding in front of Suzuki with a look of infatuation on her face. Gritting his teeth in anger. Damn it, all Sakura's eyes are for Suzuki. Suzuki, this BD, I will never give up Sakura to you. Naruto said as he walked towards Sasuke's position. Naruto's actions attracted the attention of many people. Even Yayu looked over. Naruto jumped on the table in front of Suzuki, squatting on the table and staring at Suzuki. Not to be outdone, Suzuki glared at Naruto. The girl next to her was furious when she saw Naruto's behavior. Idiot Naruto, stop staring at Suzuki like that. Naruto, come down quickly, how dare you stare at Suzuki like that? Yayu has been watching this scene, and he always feels that this scene is somewhat familiar. The memory is already a little blurry. But he always felt that something surprising would happen next. Sure enough, the next moment, the person in front of Naruto accidentally hit Naruto's butt with an elbow. Naruto lost his balance and rushed towards Suzuki. What happened next was a scene that made Yayu's eyes widen. The female classmate next to me was heartbroken when she saw this scene. Ah, BD Naruto, what are you doing? How dare you do this to Suzuki? Sasuke's first kiss is gone. A hole. Seeing this scene, Yayu was also shocked. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Well, the relationship between these two people is very good. Shikamaru next to him was also speechless and said, Naruto is an idiot. Ino also had the same expression as Yayu, it should be their first kiss, right? Ino would have been very angry before. But now she doesn't feel this way. She is different from Sakura, who really likes Suzuki. The reason why Ino likes Suzuki is not only because she wants to compete with Sakura, but also because she likes Sasuke's appearance. So she falls in love with others very quickly. Yayu feels that he will remember this scene between Naruto and Suzuki forever. He thought darkly in his heart, the reason why Naruto keeps chasing Suzuki later on is that they really have some special feelings, right? Thinking of this, Yayu felt uncomfortable all over. It's too outrageous. I'd better get rid of this idea quickly. It's terrifying to think about it. Both Suzuki and Naruto were retching from the scene just now. Suzuki looked at Naruto with disgust. Naruto, you idiot, what do you want to do? Naruto didn't show any weakness at all and said angrily, that's what I'm asking, you BD, what do you want to do? The two got into a quarrel when they disagreed. Sakura had no choice but to pull them away. To prevent them from quarreling again, he sat between them. From this moment on, Sakura becomes the link that balances the relationship between the two. Chapter 4 Classification. This scene was also seen by the Genin in the Hokage room. Everyone looked at the third-generation crystal ball with a blank stare. Sarutobi Asuma said, "This is Uchiha Sasuke, the first-place winner this time. Judging from his results, he is very good, no worse than Kakashi back then." Kakashi, who had been looking at the crystal ball without speaking, said lightly, "Maybe he is stronger than I was back then. I thought to myself, he is Uchiha after all." The Uchiha family holds great importance in Kakashi's heart. His friends and former subordinates are all from the Uchiha clan. He has also seen the power of the Uchiha clan. The third generation was also speechless when they saw this scene. I thought to myself, how come this boy Naruto always does such unexpected things, ugh. None of them noticed Yayu. Yayu's grades in recent years have been average, neither good nor bad. Even the third generation has no impression of him. This is normal, after all, Yayu's previous image was just a very ordinary student. There is nothing special about him, and he is not from a ninja family, so naturally no one pays attention to him. After waiting for a while, Irika walked in. Looking at the students below, under the nervous eyes of the students, he took out the list of classes. Ino, who was sitting next to Yayu, prayed in her heart, "We must be assigned to the same class as Yayu." But she didn't know that her future had been clearly arranged by the third Hokage and her parents. The combination of pig, deer, and butterfly cannot be taken apart. In other words, Konoha's 12 young heroes have been clearly arranged for a long time. There couldn't be anything wrong with anyone else. Sure enough, Irika read several groups of names, but there was no Yayu. When they arrived at Class 10, Irika said, "Class 10, Nara Shikamaru, Akim Ichichi, Yamanaka Ino." As Yayu expected. Even though he has completely forgotten many plots. I have lived in Konoha for more than 10 years. He also already knew the general situation of each family in Konoha. How can the pig, deer, and butterfly separate? Ino lay on the table and said feebly, "What? This class is not good at all. Yayu and I are not put in the same class." Shikamaru on the side said helplessly, Hey, can you not say it in front of us? We are also teammates after all." Ino snorted coldly. When I looked at Yayu, I found that he was very calm and seemed to have expected this result long ago. Frustrated, he said, "Yayu, I'm not in the same class as you." Yayu smiled and said, "Teachers must have their own considerations." Irika then said, "Class 11, Yamada Shu, Kagebami Yayu, Honiadako." Yayu thought to himself, "Sure enough, my classmates are 2 unknown students." Class 11 is composed of 3 students from civilian backgrounds. Yayu believes that their teacher must not be one of the famous Genin in Konoha. Probably just an ordinary Genin to bring it. It may not even be Genin, special Genin, or Chnin. 2 classmates whom Yayu had never heard of were filling the classroom looking for their teammates. Yamada Shu, a boy with a similar personality to Naruto, the weird thing is that he has a ponytail. Honiadako is a pretty good-looking girl, with long blonde hair that hangs down to her waist. She wears a set of pure white clothes on the upper body and a pure black skirt without any patterns on the lower body. Looks relatively quiet. Yayu usually didn't pay attention to these 2 people. And Yamada Shu and Motonoko didn't have much impression on him. But the 2 of them usually have a pretty good relationship. Yayu is a stranger to them. After the classes are divided, each instructor Genin comes to the classroom to take away his students. The first one to come was Asuma. As soon as he came in, he looked at the 3 Shikamaru and said, "Students of Class 10, I am your instructor Genin, follow me." When Ino left, she looked at Yayu and said reluctantly, "Yayu, my home is in a flower shop on the commercial street. I usually help in the flower shop. You must come and play with me. Yayu nodded slightly. If he doesn't agree, Ino probably won't be willing to leave. Shikamaru also said, Yayu, let's go first. Yayu smiled and said, well, you go first. After the three people left, Yamada and Motoko sat next to Yayu. Yamada has a cheerful personality. As soon as he sat down, he turned to Yayu and stretched out his hand and said with a smile, hello, Yayu, I am Yamada. We will be in the same class from now on. Please give me your advice. Yayu smiled and said, hello, classmate Shushu, I am Yayu. I will ask for your advice in the future. Classmate Yayu, I am Ben Yetianzi. Please give me your advice in the future. Honda Zi also extended his hand generously towards Yayu. Yayu shook his hand slightly and then let go. He smiled and said, classmate Tianzi, please give me your advice in the future. That's how the three of them got to know each other. When shaking hands with them, Yayu felt that the amount of chakra in their bodies was not too much. It's the level of an average genin. This is a characteristic of natural energy. It is particularly sensitive to energy. Not only chakra, it is also highly sensitive to energy and crises. Now Yayu has a preliminary understanding of his two partners. He doesn't hate his two partners, both of them have good personalities. Although Yamada's character is similar to Naruto's, he is not as out of the box as him. Just more cheerful. Honiadeko's personality is similar to Hinata's, but not as introverted. Just quieter. She doesn't look any worse than Hinata. But the clothes are much better than Hinata's. Yayu can tell that although Honda Zi is not from a ninja family, her family's conditions are definitely very good. The clothes she was wearing were worth a lot of money. Not surprisingly, Honda Ko is a little rich woman. Honda Zi and Yamada Shu are very curious about Yayu. They usually have no impression of Yayu. Yamada couldn't help but ask, Yayu, why don't I have any impression of you? Are you a transfer student? Honda Zi also looked at Yayu, she was also curious. Yayu was a little helpless. Except for Shikamaru, few people in this class seem to know him. We have obviously been in the same class for 6 years. Yayu still said patiently, I have been in the class for 6 years. The trees were stunned, you have been in the class for 6 years. He couldn't believe that in 6 years, he didn't have the slightest impression of Yayu. Hondako also covered her mouth. She was also shocked. Yayu smiled bitterly and said, maybe it's because I don't usually like to communicate with others. Yamada nodded and agreed with Yayu, indeed, I have no impression of you. It's so strange. But we will be companions from now on. And we will not let you be alone again. The trees smiled cheerfully. Yayu was a little surprised. It seems that it's not just the protagonists who have people like this. These supporting actors are actually pretty good, but they just don't have the strength to match them and can only be reduced to background. The unlucky ones even died in the 4th Ninja War, and the even more unlucky ones died in the line of duty before the 4th Ninja War. Chapter 5 Testing. And just when Yamada Shu and Motoko finished talking, another ninja in his 40s walked into the classroom and was too strong to look like a ninja. The fierce aura on his body immediately silenced the noisy classroom. The visitor walked to the podium and glanced around the classroom. The three of Yayu were soon locked in. Class 11, come out with me. Be concise and to the point. This ninja is the instructor of Yayu and the others. The ninja said and walked out of the classroom on his own. However, Yamada Shu and Honda Zi were frightened by this ninja. Why is our teacher such a cruel person? Yamada Trees complained. Hondako was also a little worried and said, it seems that we will be in trouble in the future. Yayu didn't care. I thought to myself, this man is very powerful and has a strong smell of blood on his body. It seems that he came from a department like EPUB before. But this is a good thing. Being able to enter Enbu also proves his strength. Not all Enbu are Jnin, Chnin can also enter, but those who can enter Enbu, even Chnin, are the best among Chnin. Let's go. If we don't follow him, we won't know where he's going. Yayu reminded the two of them. After Yayu and the others left, Naruto, who was sitting in the back, breathed a sigh of relief. I'm scared to death. Yayu is miserable. His instructor seems very difficult to deal with. A moment of silence for his future career as a ninja. Sakura, who was sitting aside, also said with lingering fear, "Who is that teacher? It feels like he wants to kill someone." Only Sasuke was thoughtful. That ninja has a similar aura to that man. He should come from Anbu. Compared to Naruto and Sakura, Sasuke has more knowledge. He felt a similar aura to his brother Uchiha Itachi from Yayu's 3 instructors. Yayu and the others came out of the classroom and caught up with their instructor, and followed them silently. Yamada and Motoya are afraid of the instructor's aura. Yayu, on the other hand, doesn't like to talk. The instructor didn't speak either. The 4 of them walked out of the ninja school in silence and came to a training ground in Konoha. There are many training grounds in Konoha, and they are all very large. The more famous one is naturally the Forest of Death, which is 20 kilometers in diameter. The 3 of them stood in front of the instructor. Except for Yayu, the bodies of Yamada and Honda were all trembling. The instructor glanced at the 3 of them, and then turned his attention to Yayu. Then Yayu felt a heavy force on his body. This feeling made him very uncomfortable. He knew where this feeling came from. But he had no intention of compromising. Even if the spirit is a little dazed. This is the pressure released from the instructor. Under the terrifying pressure, Yayu actually remained calm. It doesn't even seem to be affected at all. The instructor was shocked. Funny kid. The pressure to suppress Yayu did not work, which made the instructor very interested in Yayu. After all, Yayu is just a student who has just graduated from the ninja school. Under the pressure he released, he was actually so calm and calm. Not even Chnin can do it. Ha ha ha, kid, you really surprised me. I originally thought that the ones given to me were just a few young boys, but I didn't expect that there would be such an interesting guy like you. The instructor spoke. The faces of Yamada Trees and Motoya Teiko who were affected by the coercion just now have turned pale, their whole bodies are trembling, and their consciousness is blurred. After all, the instructor is a ninja from Anbu. His coercion was tinged with kern. Yayu raised his head, looked at the instructor and said, "Teacher, I don't think you should use such bloody methods on several ninja trainees." Although Yayu resisted the pressure of the instructor. But that doesn't mean he doesn't care. Just now, his spirit was in a trance for a moment. If it weren't for the reward from last night, his mental and physical fitness improved several times. Now he has already suffered a mental breakdown like Yamada and Honda. The instructor was stunned by Yayu's words. I was about to say something, but then I waved my hand helplessly. That's all, I just said I'm not suitable to be a teacher for you little devils. If you dared to talk to me like this before, I would at least give you a beating. Boy, your name is Yayu, right? It seems that the teacher at the ninja school had a very inaccurate evaluation of you. You are anything but ordinary. The instructor smiled and said. Without the pressure of the instructor, Yamada and Hanya felt better. I just looked at him with fear. They had never experienced anything so horrific. The 2 of them looked at Yayu at the same time. Under the terrifying pressure just now, Yayu could still remain calm. Yayu is also very scary. Before, they thought Yayu should be similar to them. Unexpectedly, the gap between them and Yayu was so big. The 2 of them didn't know that the instructor's pressure just now was mainly on Yayu. If you knew it, you would be even more shocked. Just the aftermath almost made them lose consciousness. Not to mention how powerful Yayu would be, who was mainly responsible for this pressure. Yayu did not deny what the instructor said. The explanation is a little more deliberate. The instructor didn't worry too much about this matter. On the contrary, I was very happy. Okay, let me introduce myself. My name is Kimoto Tong. You can just call me Tong teacher. I just gave you a small test. You performed pretty well, especially Yayu. Mu Bentong was very satisfied with Yayu's performance just now, and was even surprised. Okay, you should introduce yourselves. After hearing what Kimoto said, Yamada raised his hand first and said excitedly, Teacher, my name is Yamada. My favorite food is barbecue and my most hated food is green pepper. My dream is to become the world's best, the most powerful ninja, and then became the most powerful Hokage in Konoha. Yamada trees are very similar to Naruto. Even dreams look similar. But the dream of becoming a Hokage is probably the dream of most children in Konoha village. Kimoto smiled and said, then you have to work hard. After all, there are many powerful ninjas in the world. If you want to become the most powerful ninja, you need to work harder than others. Mu Bentong no longer had the aura of keeping strangers away from him just now. Seems very kind. Ben Yetianzi on the side still hasn't forgotten the fear that Kimoto Tong gave her just now. He said with a trembling tone, My name is Honda Zi. I am 12 years old this year. The voice was so quiet that it was almost inaudible. She was already cute, and now she is even more pitiful. Her waist-length blonde hair made her look extremely beautiful. Even Yayu was stunned for a moment. Such a beautiful girl has never appeared before. It seems that she died in some unknown mission. Yayu frowned. Honiadako and Yamada trees both left a good impression on him. Even though they had just met, Yayu already recognized them. I wonder if my appearance will change their future destiny. Yayu thought. After arriving at Yayu said calmly, My name is Jingwen Yayu, and my dream is to become an excellent ninja. Yayu told a very ordinary dream. After all, he really doesn't have any dreams. There was nothing before I got the system, and nothing changed after I got it. Chapter 6 Death Assessment. After the three of them introduced themselves, Kimoto smiled and said, Okay, that's it for today. We will gather here tomorrow morning and I will take you to pick up the mission. After speaking, he disappeared without giving the three people a chance to answer. Both Yamada and Motoya were stunned. Looking at the empty place, he looked confused. Yayu shook his head helplessly. It seems that this teacher is also unreliable. Yamada-san, Toyo-san, I'll see you tomorrow. Mu Bentong left, and Yayu naturally didn't want to stay. But just as he was about to leave, he was stopped by the Yamada tree. Yayu, wait a minute, today is our graduation day, and it is also our first day to form a team. Shouldn't we celebrate? Before Yayu could answer, Benitianzi agreed, Okay, let's go have barbecue. How about I treat you? Classmate Yayu, neither of us have gotten to know you well. Honiadako, who had recovered, blinked her beautiful eyes and looked at Yayu. It was difficult for Yayu to refuse. Well, then it will cost Toyo-san. Although I guessed that Honiadako was a young rich woman, I was still a little embarrassed to ask her to treat her. After all, the price of eating barbecue in Konoha village is not cheap, and it is not comparable to ramen. Yamada said with a smile, Yayu, don't feel embarrassed. Tianzi's father is a well-known rich man in Konoha village. Her monthly pocket money is the reward for a B-level mission. If you keep saying that, Shushu, I'll let you pay for it yourself. Honiadako seems to hate people saying she is rich. Yamada Shu smiled, Okay, I won't say anything anymore. How about Yayu, do you want to go? Yayu was a little surprised by Ben Yetian's family background. He had guessed that Honda Z's family background was very good before, but he didn't expect it to be so good. You must know that the reward for a B-level mission is 80,000 to 200,000 taels. Even based on the lowest standard of 80,000 riang, Teiko Motoya can eat more than 1,000 bowls of ordinary Ichiraku ramen with her monthly pocket money. Yayu's monthly living expenses are only 5,000 taels. And 5,000 taels can already make Yayu live a good life. Honiadeko's pocket money is at least 16 times Yayu's living expenses. Yayu's mouth twitched slightly, thinking, the gap between the rich and the poor is really big. Since someone invited him to have barbecue, Yayu would naturally not refuse. Yayu smiled and said, well, let's go. Come to the most famous barbecue restaurant in Konoha village, where ninjas often come to gather. Just as he entered the door, a voice came from inside the store. Classmate Yayu, here. Yayu looked in the direction of the sound. It turns out that Ino and the others are also here. Yayu looked at Benitianzi and asked her opinion. Hondako smiled and said, Yayu and Ino seem to have a good relationship. Yayu said calmly, we just met today. Yayu didn't know what Benitianzi meant by asking. But the Yamada trees nearby only felt a chill. Isn't this guy Tianzi jealous? Yayu doesn't understand Honda, but Yamada knows. Although Honda Z's character is very gentle, she is often yin and yang. After hearing Yayu's answer, Honda Zake smiled and said, then let's go over together. Yayu didn't feel anything, but the Yamada trees felt bad. I hope this roast can be eaten peacefully. But it's difficult. Yamada trees can already imagine what might happen later. The three of them came to Ino's side. Sure enough, Ino, Shikamaru, Chiji and their instructor Asuma were all there. When Yayu came to Ino's side, Benitianzi sat between him and Ino. Smiled and said, Ino, I didn't expect you to be here. Ino looked at Honiadako, and the relationship between the two was actually pretty good. When she was at the ninja school, she was one of the few female classmates in the class who was not obsessed with Suzuki. So Ino has no competition with her. In addition, although Hondako is not from a ninja family, he is also a wealthy family in Konoha. So the two usually have a good relationship. It's just that today Ino always felt that Hondako gave her a different feeling than usual. Both Yamada and Shikamaru saw this. Yayu sat next to the Yamada tree. Shikamaru on the side introduced, Yayu, this is our instructor, Sarutobi Asuma. Yayu, Yamanaka Shu, and Moto Tianzi stood up quickly, Teacher Asuma. Yayu and the three of them all know Asuma's identity. Even if his status as third Hokage's biological son is not taken into account, his status as elite Genin deserves to be taken seriously by the three of them. Elite Genin is a very powerful existence in the ninja village, and can even be used as a shadow in some small ninja villages. In Konoha, there are not many ninjas with the strength of elite Genin. No matter which village they are in, they are all the most powerful people. Seeing the three people being so solemn, Asuma waved his hand quickly. You're welcome, sit down, sit down. After the three of them sat down, Asuma looked helplessly at Shikamaru and the others, look at how sensible these classmates are. You should learn from them. It's just that Shikamaru and the other three didn't listen. After all, the three of them are from ninja families, so even if they respect Asuma, they won't be too polite. After all, the Inakacho family is not inferior to the Sarutobi family at all. Ino didn't pay any attention to Asuma, but looked at Yayu with burning eyes. Yayu, why did it end so quickly? Didn't your teacher assess you? Ino spoke to Yayu across Benitianzi, which made Benitianzi a little unhappy. It just didn't show. Everyone looked at Yayu. After all, they also wanted to know what was going on. Although they graduated and successfully became ninjas. But they all need to pass the assessment of instructing ninjas. If they fail, the instructor has the power to send them back to the ninja school to retake it. Yayu explained, our teacher's assessment is relatively simple, so it ends quickly. But Yayu didn't say anything, and Yamada Shu couldn't help but said, that's not true, our teacher's assessment was so terrible, Tianzi and I almost died. Yamada's heart was filled with fear when he thought about the assessment of the same tree. It was so terrifying. At that moment, he even felt as if he was dead. Yamada Shu's words made Shikamaru and others a little curious. Asuma frowned and asked, "Who is your teacher?" Because Asuma was in the classroom before Kimoto, he and Kimoto missed it. "It's the same teacher as Kimoto," Yamada Trees replied. Asuma was stunned for a moment, then frowned. He couldn't remember any other Jainin in Konoha with that name. Kimoto Ito? Why don't I remember that there is a ninja with this name in Konoha? Chapter 7 Asuma's attention. Yamada asked curiously, "Doesn't even Mr. Asuma know about it? Is our teacher unknown?" Yamada Trees are a bit lost. After all, he felt that Kimoto Tongai seemed to be very powerful and should be a very powerful ninja. Asuma sensed Yamada's mood and quickly said, "Probably not. As far as I know, all the instructors who lead a class of students are Jainin. Your teacher must be the same, but I don't know every ninja in Konoha village." When Yamada Shu heard this, he was not so disappointed. Although Yamada was very afraid of him because of the time when Momoto tested 3 people at the same time. "But I am also glad that my teacher is a powerful ninja. Only by following a powerful ninja can you become a powerful ninja faster. This is Yamada's idea." Shikamaru asked at this time, "How did you just say that your instructor's assessment almost killed you?" Shikamaru is very curious. "It's just an assessment, it shouldn't be so cruel, right?" Asuma also looked at the Yamada tree. He also disapproves of using excessively cruel methods against students. Not even Kakashi would put students in danger. Asuma is worried that Kimoto Tong will use cruel methods on his students. It's not that this kind of thing has never happened, it's just that it's forbidden in Konoha village. Yamada looked at Yayu and said, "Actually, there is no special assessment. It's just that our teachers seem to have used mental ninjutsu on us, which almost caused our spirits to collapse. If it weren't for Yayu, Tianzi, and I might really be dead." Now Yamada Shimu has thought that the previous pressure from Mu Bentong II was mainly aimed at Yayu. Otherwise, Mu Bentong would not look at Yayu differently. "I'm afraid that the coercion of Kimoto Tong at that time was mainly on Yayu, and he and Motoya Tianzi only suffered a small part." Yayu was putting a piece of barbecue into his mouth, and suddenly Asuma, Shikamaru, and Ino all looked at him. Yayu was stunned for a moment. "What's wrong?" When Yamada was talking to Asuma and Shikamaru just now, Yayu didn't listen at all. For him, the variety of grilled meats on the table is more attractive. Yayu has lived in this world for 12 years and has no friends. In addition to practicing, I usually eat all kinds of delicious food. Looking at the looks of several people, Yayu was confused. Asuma was even more confused. What he was confused about was that he had seen Yayu's information and he did not perform well in the ninja school. Why does Yamada seem to be a very powerful person in the mouth of the tree? Asuma thought for a while and asked Yamada, "Your teacher imposed mental ninjutsu on you, how do you feel?" Yamada Shu thought for a while and said, "I just feel like I'm in a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with countless ninjas rushing towards me, and I feel like I've been stabbed to death dozens of times. I can't escape that environment at all." After Yamada Shu said, Honda Zi also shrank with lingering fear. Mu Bentong's pressure has left a shadow on her. I probably will never forget it in this life. Based on the description of Yamada's trees, Asuma could probably guess what kind of ninjutsu Kimoto Tong used. He also roughly guessed the identity of Mu Bentong. No wonder I haven't heard his name. I think it came from Anbu. Anbu. Everyone except Yayu looked at Asuma in confusion. Asuma took a puff of cigarette and said slowly, "Yes, Anbu. Anbu is a department of our Konoha village. It is an organization that protects Konoha village in the dark. It has gathered a large number of powerful ninjas." This was the first time for several people to hear about this department. Even though Shikamaru and others were from well-known families, they didn't know about Anbu. In other words, they usually don't pay attention to this information. Shikamaru took a deep look at Yayu. He could feel Anbu's energy from Asuma's expression. Yayu could actually withstand that kind of ninja's mental suppression. The same goes for Asuma. He looked at Yayu, who was eating barbecue. None of them ate, except Yayu, who focused on food. The barbecue on the table seems to be more attractive than the topics that a few people are talking about. He knows best what kind of energy the ninjas coming out of Anbu have. The instructors for this year's class are all Jainin. In other words, Yayu's teacher is also Jainin. It's clear to Asuma how strong Anbu's Jainin is. Yayu could actually withstand such a ninja's mental suppression. Afterwards, he seemed to be fine, which is enough to show that Yayu is extraordinary. At this time, Yamada Shu, who did not notice the expressions of Shikamaru and Asuma, was completely shocked by what Asuma just said. Anbu, it sounds like teacher Momoto is very strong. As expected of a teacher. What Yamada cares about is whether Kimoto Tong can teach him the powerful ninjutsu and teach him to be a powerful ninja. And if you want to do these two things, you must have the same strength. Shikamaru looked at Asuma. Asuma shook his head. Shikamaru originally wanted to ask Yayu about the specific situation. But Asuma's attitude kept him silent. After that, Asuma didn't ask Yamada about their assessment. But Asuma kept this matter in mind and wanted to discuss it with Kakashi. A student who just graduated from a ninja school can actually withstand Anbu Jainin's genjutsu. Very bizarre. Moreover, Yayu's performance in the ninja school was mediocre before. How can it be so powerful? Is it just purely spiritual energy? All this requires him to investigate. Yayu didn't notice Asuma's thoughts. Even if you notice, you won't care. He didn't come off as too scary. It's just that his mental strength is a bit extraordinary. After a barbecue, Yayu and Inaludai, as well as Yamada Shu and Hunyi Tianzi, became more familiar. When going home in the evening, Yamada Shushu said to Yayu, "Yayu, the Tianzi family and I are not on the same road, you can send Tianzi home." After saying that, he ran away without giving Yayu a chance to refuse. Yayu was stunned. And Honda Z's fair face turned red. Yayu frowned. What's going on with that boy? Yayu thought there was something urgent at home. Honiadako lowered her head in shame and kicked her toes on the ground involuntarily. Nor spoke. Yayu turned to look at Honda Zi, smiled and said, "I'll take you back." After all, it was night, although Hondako had already graduated from the ninja school and was considered a ninja. But she is a girl after all, and she is a girl from a wealthy family. Who knows if someone will kidnap her? Honiadako nodded shyly. Honiadako has had a crush on Yayu ever since she saw Yayu resisting Kimoto Tong's pressure without any fear at the training ground. Plus Yayu herself is good looking. Children at this age are also starting to have feelings for the opposite S**x. Yayu did not regard Honda Zi as a peer. Instead, treat her like a child. After all, Yayu's mental age is that of an adult. Even if I felt that Hondako was beautiful for a moment, I only looked at her admiringly. What I was thinking about was how great it would be to have such a lovely sister. The two of them were walking on the brightly lit street. Honiadako and Yayu walked side by side. To outsiders, the two were really a golden couple. You can even see some people looking back at the two of them on the road. Both of them are very good looking. Some passers-by even thought the two were lovers. In this world, both men and women mature prematurely. There are many people who fall in love at this age. Coupled with the shy and slightly red face of Honiadako, it's hard not to misunderstand her. Chapter 8 Senju Clan? The two walked for a while, and Benitianzi plucked up the courage to talk to Yayu. "Yayu, what do you think of Ino?" Yayu was stunned for a moment and looked at Benitianzi, a little curious as to why she asked this question. "How about what?" Honiadako's face turned red as if she had a cold or a fever. But she still asked the question that mattered to her. Do you think she is beautiful? And she is a girl from the Yamanaka clan. You boys must like girls like this very much. In fact, Honiadeko's appearance is better than Ino's, and her personality is very quiet. Such a girl is more popular with boys. And Yayu didn't know what the purpose of Honda Z's question was. In fact, he always thought that the relationship between Yamada Shuki and Honiadako was unusual. The reason why I sent Honda Zi home today is because Yamada Shu needs to go home in an emergency. Yayu thought for a while and said, Ino's words are naturally quite beautiful. Honda Zi was a little anxious after hearing this. Turning to look at Yayu, he said, then, do you like her? Yayu was stunned for a moment and said, we are friends, of course we like him. I'm not talking about the love between friends. Do you like her? The love between a man and a woman? Honda asked nervously. That's definitely not the case. She and I just met today. Why do you ask that? Yayu looked at Benitianza curiously. After hearing Yayu's answer, Benitianza breathed a sigh of relief. Smiling, because I think she is special to you today than other boys. I can see that she seems to have a crush on you. Yayu smiled and said, you are overthinking it. Ino does that to all good-looking boys. Honda Zi was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect that Yayu would actually joke. Then he patted Yayu on the shoulder and said, so you think you are good-looking? Yayu smiled and said, don't I look good? Nice. Hondako smiled. The two looked at each other and laughed. Under the streetlight, the behavior of the two people at this time seemed to be unmistakable. At this moment, the relationship between the two really got closer. For Yayu, Benitianza is someone he can joke about. As for Honiadako, she saw another side of Yayu. It turned out that Yayu was not as unfriendly to strangers and difficult to get along with as he seemed on the surface. The two of them were chatting and laughing and soon arrived at the door of Honda's house. Looking at the high-rise courtyard in front of him, Yayu joked, it's really a wealthy family. It turns out that Guy Shu is right. Tianzi, your family is really rich. In the center of Konoha village, where every inch of land is at a premium, there is actually a large residence that resembles a manor. He is no longer rich. In addition to ninjas, there are actually many ordinary people in Konoha village. After all, ninjas don't produce. Other aspects of Konoha village still require ordinary people to maintain it. At the same time, some rich people or nobles from the Fire Country will also live in Konoha village for safety reasons. This is also the source of employment for so many low-level tasks in Konoha village. Of course, the biggest source of income for Konoha village is the military expenditure allocated by the Fire Nation. Hearing Yayu's words, Benitianza was a little worried that Yayu would alienate her because of her family's situation. She was so nervous that she even ignored her shyness, grabbed Yayu's hand and said, Yayu, you don't dislike me because of my family, do you? Yayu looked at Benitianza's hands. Those white and tender hands made Yayu feel dazed for a moment. But soon, Yayu said, why do you think so? It's a good thing that your teammate is a rich girl. Why do you dislike you because of this? Hearing Yayu's words, Benitianza breathed a sigh of relief. Yayu said, in the past, many people were reluctant to play with me when they heard that I was from the Benai family. The older I get, the more it becomes like this. They were all worried about hurting me. Ever since I entered the ninja school, only Shu was willing to play with me. Speaking of these, Benitianza was in a very low mood. Yayu patted her shoulder and said, from today on, you have an extra friend. After all, we will fight side by side in the future. I hope I can trust you with my back. Feeling Yayu's seriousness, Honda nodded excitedly, Yayu, I will never hold you back in the future. Hondako knows very well that her talent is not high. But Yayu seems to be very strong. She just hopes that she will work harder in the future and not become a drag on the team. Yayu smiled and said, "No, you and the trees are very good, so I will go back first." "It's too late. You go in quickly." Ben Yetianza nodded, already regarding Yayu as an important person in her heart. The mind of a child is like this. It is easy to like someone and hate someone easily. To this day, Yayu still regards Honda Zi as just a child. After Yayu left, Benitianza still stood in front of the gate until Yayu's back was no longer visible. "Is that your teammate in the same class?" Honiadako, who was staring blankly at the direction Yayu was leaving, suddenly heard a voice in his ear. It startled her. Turning around, she saw it was her mother. "Mom, why are you walking without making any sound? It scares me to death." Honiadako's mother's name is Senju, and Honiadako looks somewhat similar to her. He is about 1.7 meters tall, with waist-length blonde hair tied in a ponytail. Although he is nearly 40 years old, he looks like he is in his 20s. Her temperament is dignified and elegant, her appearance is very beautiful, and her appearance is extremely good. The most important thing is that her last name is Senju. Yayu would definitely be surprised if he were here. In his impression, he had never seen anyone with the surname Senju in Konoha. However, he does not think that the Senju clan has been exterminated. For such a powerful family and with such a high reputation in the village, it is absolutely impossible to exterminate the clan in just a few decades. And if the clan is exterminated, it will definitely be mentioned as often as the Uchiha clan. But Yayu had never heard of the Senju clan in Konoha village. So Yayu guessed that the Senju clan just integrated into the Leaf village. After all, Tsunade doesn't have the surname Senju. It is estimated that many members of the Senju clan have given up the surname Senju. The fact is what Yayu thought. Many of the Senju clan in Konoha village did give up the surname Senju. But that's only part of it. However, after Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama, it is true that the Senju clan did not have many talents as stunning as them. In addition to some who gave up their surnames and chose to integrate into Konoha village, there were many who still retained their surnames. They exist in every important department of Konoha. It's just that Yayu had little contact with other people in Konoha village before, so he didn't find out. This is normal. Yayu rarely comes into contact with people named Sarutobi. Over the years, he has met Sarutobi Asuma and 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. But during the 4th Ninja War, the Sarutobi clan came out in large numbers. In normal times, ninjas from these families basically don't show up on purpose. The characters who appear in the plot are basically characters related to the plot. The other ninjas are busy with their own things, so naturally they will not be seen in the plot. You must know that there are tens of thousands of ninjas in Konoha village, and tens of thousands of ordinary civilians. The area of Konoha village is so large that it doesn't look like a village at all. It is completely a large city. The training ground alone has a diameter of 20 kilometers. You can imagine how big Konoha village actually is. Honiadako's mother is a member of the Senju clan. Although she inherited the Senju surname, she is not a ninja. Chapter 9. He is a very mysterious person. Hanyi Tianzi looked at Yayu, who had disappeared long ago, feeling a little reluctant to leave. Senju Ming could see his daughter's thoughts. He smiled and said, "It seems that you treat this companion a little differently. What kind of person is he?" Hearing her mother's words, Honda Z's face turned red with embarrassment. Somewhat embarrassed, "What's the difference? What did Mom say?" Senju smiled slightly and said, "Haha, you were staring at the child just now, but I have never seen you looking at the trees like this." Hondako looked at the road where only the street lights were still on. Yuyu said, "I don't know him well either, after all, we just met him." Senju Ming was a little confused. "Did you just meet him? He is not from your class." Senju Ming thought Yayu was a transfer student. Konoha village does have students who have transferred from other small shinobi villages in the Land of Fire. There is not only one ninja village in the country of fire, Konoha village, but Konoha village is the largest and most powerful ninja village in the country of fire. In addition to Konoha village, there are many small ninja villages. Hondako shook her head. He is in our class, but I didn't notice him in the past 6 years, and I didn't know him. How is this possible? You have been in the same class for 6 years and you don't know each other? Have you never said a word to each other? Is the child very withdrawn? Senju Ming couldn't believe it. He had been in the same class for 6 years, and even if he wasn't familiar with him, he had at least spoken to him a few times. Honiadako turned to look at her mother and said with a smile, "No, you didn't have much presence in the class before, and his presence was even lower than mine." Senju Ming looked shocked. "It's really unbelievable. If my daughter hadn't said it, she would never have believed how a person's sense of existence could be so low." Thinking of something, Senju frowned slightly. Would that child be difficult to get along with? Senju Ming was a little worried about his daughter. In her opinion, students with such a low sense of presence are likely to be withdrawn and even difficult to get along with. She feared her daughter would be harmed. But Honyodeko shook his head and said seriously, "No, Yayu is easy to get along with. Although I don't know why he had no sense of existence before, his personality is quite good. When I saw my daughter talking about Yayu, her eyes were a little brighter than usual. She had a headache. Could this silly daughter of mine be emotionally moved?" Children in the Hokage world mature early. Although he has just graduated from the ninja school, he already knows what feelings are. In addition, Honiadeko's conditions are really good. Her father is a rich man in the land of fire, and her mother is a member of the Senju clan. Honiadako is still very beautiful. Although she is still young, she is already very beautiful. It's completely normal for some little boys to have a crush on her. Senju asked cautiously, "Then how do you feel about him? Are you the same as the trees?" Honiadako is not Naruto. She knows what her mother wants to ask. It's just that Hondako is very confused. She has only known Yayu for a day, and although she has a crush on him, she has not yet confirmed her feelings for him. It's just a good impression. After being silent for a while, she raised her head, thought for a while and said, "It's not the same. I regard trees as good friends, but I feel a little different about Yayu. But I've only known him for a day, and I don't know why I feel different about him." Senju frowned. What she was worried about happened. "Maybe it's because you're curious. After all, you didn't know him before, so you're curious about him, that's all." Senju Ming still doesn't want her daughter to be cheated by a boy casually. This concern is quite normal from a Senju name perspective. Her family is different from ordinary families. Although it is not a ninja family, it is a wealthy family, and she is from the Senju family. Their family is not inferior to many ninja families in Konoha. He even belongs to the powerful class. If Senju simply wants to make friends, whether it is Yamada or anyone else, Senju will support her. But if there are true feelings, then it is worth pondering what the other party's background is and what the other party's purpose is. Seeing her mother's nervous look, Hondako smiled and said, "Mom, are you worried that your daughter will like Yayu?" Senju's name was mentioned as a central issue, which was a bit embarrassing. But he still nodded. "You also know that our family is different from others. You are the only child in our family. In the future, you will inherit the Toyo family. Your partner must be carefully selected to prevent some accidents." Honiadako sighed deeply after listening to her mother's words. "Mom, why don't you and Dad give me another brother? I want to be more relaxed." How can this kid talk? Senju's face was slightly red. She really likes Honiadeko's father. At the beginning, she was in a free relationship with Honiadeko's father. The relationship between the two has always been very good. Hondako smiled and said, "Although I'm not sure if I really like Yayu, he does give me a different feeling from ordinary classmates. A bit mysterious, but when I'm with him, I feel very safe. Sen Zhuming sensed something was wrong and asked, mysterious? Do you mean he has a withdrawn personality? No, Yu always gives me the feeling that there is more to him than meets the eye. Senju frowned, this was her biggest concern. He hurriedly asked, do you think he has a plan against you? Hondako was stunned for a moment, then smiled slightly, he, Mom, if that's the case, do you think I will still have a good impression of him? Although Honda Zi has a quiet personality, similar to Hinata. But she is not as kind to everyone as Hinata. She has her own thoughts. If the other person approaches her because of her family, she will never like it, and may even be extremely disgusted. Senju nodded. She still believed this, even though her daughter seemed to be very weak and introverted. But he also has his own thoughts and ideas. Why is that? Why does he give you a very mysterious feeling? He is just a trainee ninja who has just graduated from the ninja school. Hondako shook her head and said, Mom, I think he is already much better than me and my classmates. Oh. Is he excellent? Why don't I see the third Hokage mention him? I have an impression of the best kids in this class, but I don't remember a kid named Yu. As one of the top families in Konoha, Senju Ming naturally knows this information, not to mention that there is also her precious daughter among this class of students. Chapter 10 Penultimate's Learning Ability. Hondako looked at her mother and said, that's why I said he is very mysterious. Before I was divided into classes, I didn't know he existed, and no one noticed him. Senju Ming asked, you said he is very strong, how did you tell that? Although he is not a ninja, he is still a member of the Senju clan. The Senju name can still be judged based on some information. Honiadako thought about today's assessment. Said, after we were divided into classes today, our instructor conducted an assessment on us. It's a mental ninjutsu. The trees and I almost didn't make it through, and our spirits almost collapsed. But Yu didn't seem to be affected at all. After the assessment, the instructor said that the spiritual ninjutsu he exerted was mainly on Yu, and all we felt was the aftermath of ninjutsu. Even so, Yu still doesn't feel any pressure. Even the instructor was shocked. And when we told teacher Asma, he found it incredible. Listening to his daughter's story, Senju frowned more and more. This is great news. Listen to what you say, then this child does have spiritual power beyond ordinary people. You must know that your teacher is Jainin from Anbu. Ninjas from Anbu have very strong spiritual power. Even he did not let the child feel any pressure. It only shows that the child has spiritual power that is different from ordinary people, and people with that kind of spiritual power often have extremely precise control over chakra, and may even have a very large chakra. Thinking of this, Senju's eyes narrowed slightly. This is a huge event. Although Senju is not a ninja, she has a lot of information about the Senju clan and she understands the principles of ninjutsu very well. In addition, the Senju clan members have very large amounts of chakra, so she knows very well that if a person has strong spiritual power, both the amount of chakra and the control of chakra will be very strong. Because resisting the mental ninjutsu exerted by Anbu Jainin not only requires precise control of chakra, but also requires huge chakra support and consumption. Otherwise, it will be like Sakura. Although the control of chakra is very precise, once the opponent's chakra exceeds her own, she will be unable to resist the genjutsu applied to herself. How could a person with very precise control over chakra and a huge amount of chakra remain unknown or even have no sense of existence for 6 years? This is so weird. And he is just a child, and he has not been exposed for 6 years. This child's thinking is a little different from ordinary people. Hondako, who was originally just a little curious about Yu, suddenly felt incredible after listening to her mother's analysis. He looked at her and asked, Mom, so Yu is really powerful? Senju Ming looked at his daughter and said seriously, it's not certain yet, but as long as nothing unexpected happens, his future should be extraordinary. Because even the best ninja graduates don't have the ability to remain calm against Anbu Janin's mental ninjutsu. Tianzi, it seems that the child is indeed very mysterious. Before you understand his details, you'd better keep a distance from him. Although Honda Zi was reluctant, she also knew that her mother was doing it for her own good. And listening to Sen Jiming's analysis, she also felt that Yayu was more powerful than she knew. No matter how much she likes Yayu, she still has to listen to her mother now. And Yayu didn't know that the assessment had caused a distance between the mother and daughter Senju. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. As early as today's assessment, he had been mentally prepared to reveal a little bit of his own strength. Back at home, Yayu did not exercise chakra before going to bed as usual. Instead, he lay directly on the bed and looked at the ceiling. Consciousness has entered the consciousness space. You have been idle for a day, your chakra has doubled, and your physical fitness has doubled. You gain the penultimate learning ability. As long as your body and chakra are sufficient, any ninjutsu can be learned at the speed of the current world's top geniuses. Yayu suddenly felt a numbness in his body, so comfortable that he almost screamed. The brain also becomes more alert than before. It seems that the ninjutsu knowledge that was confusing before is now not only remembered clearly, but also completely understood. It seems that as long as someone teaches him ninjutsu, he can learn it just by watching a demonstration, just like Uchiha Itachi. Come out of the consciousness space. Yayu looked at the ceiling in shock. Closing his eyes, he felt that his whole body was filled with chakra, and the rich and embodied chakra was swimming in the meridians of his body. That feeling is so exciting. The chakra has doubled. Now my chakra amount has reached the level of elite Jainin. Physical fitness should also reach the level of Taijutsu Jinin. This increase in strength is already extremely terrifying. You must know that very few ninjas specialize in Taijutsu. The level of Taijutsu Jinin is already reached by very few among Taijutsu ninjas. It's a pity that I still don't know ninjutsu, it's a bit embarrassing. I thought that I knew the three-body technique, but in actual combat I might not be as good as a Jinin. Yayu is now very eager to get a ninjutsu with practical value. After all, what he got was an idle system, and he must learn it first before hanging up. I haven't even learned how to play it, and I don't even know what to play. Now he is very proficient in the three-body technique. But in actual combat, it is difficult to survive just by relying on the three-body techniques. Not to mention that ninjas are also specialized killers. He will use any despicable and shameless means. If you only know one three-skin technique and want to deal with professional ninjas, you are courting death. Yayu is not so arrogant and thinks that he is strong enough to challenge Jainin. Even Jinin was not sure he could win. But tonight's harvest is already very good. With penultimate's learning ability, I should be able to learn some basic ninjutsu just by taking a look. After the mission is over tomorrow, let's go to the training ground to see if anyone is practicing ninjutsu. At least learn some basic offensive ninjutsu as a means of combat. I don't want to be a ninjutsu ninja. Although 8 Gates Dunjia is very strong. But let's not talk about whether Yayu has a chance to learn it. Even if he has a chance, he is not willing to learn it. The ending of 8 Gates Dunjia was too horrific, and he had no desire to learn. What's more, it is Kai's unique skill and he cannot easily teach it to others. The only ones who can learn 8 Gates Dunjia are Kai, Kakashi, and Xiao Li. Kakashi is Kai's close friend, Xiao Li is Kai's direct disciple. What is Yayu? Of course Yayu didn't want to go to school. Chapter 11 Kakashi, Terrifying Amount of Chakra. At this time, Kimoto Tong-ai, who was resting at home, suddenly opened his eyes and looked towards the balcony. He said coldly, "Captain, it seems you know about the child." Just as Kimoto Tong finished speaking, someone appeared on the balcony. "Same, I never thought you would be willing to be an instructor from Anbu," the visitor said calmly. Under the moonlight, this man's figure appeared. If the three of them were here, they would definitely shout Kakashi-sensei. The person who appeared on the balcony was the instructor of Class 7, Hitaki Kakashi. After hearing Kakashi's words, Kimoto walked to the balcony, leaned on the balcony, looked at the moonlight outside, and said faintly, "Didn't you come out too? After staying in the dark for too long, you really came out to bask in the Sunday." Kakashi looked at Kimoto. "It seems you are very satisfied with the child." Kakashi said. "I'm really satisfied with him. He's an outstanding little guy." Thinking of Yayu's performance during the day, Momoto Tongtong rarely smiled. Kakashi looked solemn. "You should know that he may not be as simple as you see," Kakashi reminded. Kimoto Tongai turned his head and looked at Kakashi, and then said after a long time, "It seems to me that he is just a kid who doesn't like to join in the fun. He can't be said to be anything simple. If he really has other thoughts, I won't be able to easily detect them. I think, Kakashi, you should be able to think clearly about this." Kakashi was stunned for a moment. Yes, if Yayu really has any bad thoughts, he will not be easily tempted by Mu Benteng. Even so, you should have some reservations about him. Kimoto Tongtong smiled. "Don't you still believe in my ability? I used to be in the interrogation department. I knew at first glance that the child just didn't like publicity. He is different from you. Even if you are the same age as him, I'm afraid you can still enjoy the praise of others." Kakashi was a little embarrassed. Even though Kakashi is so silent now, before Nohara Lin died, he was not the same character he is now. For a long time Kakashi asked, "No matter what, I will keep an eye on the child. If there is any accident, I will intervene." Kakashi didn't want to say this at first. After all, Yayu is a student of Kimoto Tong, and Kakashi's words have clearly stated that he will intervene. Most people would be unhappy when they hear this. It's just that the wood is the same but not angry. He said calmly, "Whatever, if that child really poses any threat to the village, I will destroy him myself. But before that, he is my student. I am very optimistic about him. I will train him to be a strong man who protects the village." Although Mu Benteng was very serious to Yayu and the others during the day. But for Yayu, he is very satisfied. Originally, he had not thought about leading the team well, but the appearance of Yayu gave him the idea of training Yayu to become a strong person. In Mu Benteng's opinion, Yayu is a genius, and he is also a genius with a very stable personality. Kakashi didn't say anything after knowing Kimoto Tong's plan. He knew very well the strength of Mu Benteng. Although among Anbu, it is not very strong. After all, he is from the Anbu interrogation force. But his mind is delicate and cautious. Compared with ordinary ninjas, Kimoto Tong is the person least likely to let Yayu become a person who harms the village. But he was also a little curious about Yayu. After leaving Kimoto Tong, Kakashi came to Yayu's home. For a person of Kakashi's status, it is too easy to investigate Yayu's information. Similarly, appeared on the balcony of Yayu's house. It's just that Yayu has fallen asleep at this time, and it is impossible for Yayu to notice Kakashi's presence at this time. Although the amount of chakra of Yayu is not much worse than that of Kakashi. But that's just the amount of chakra. In terms of actual combat experience and ninjutsu, he has no resistance at all in front of Kakashi. Yayu's current strength is at best close to that of Chunin. It is stronger than the average genin, and can deal with the ordinary Chunin for a while, at most. So it is naturally impossible for him to detect Kakashi's existence. Standing on the balcony, looking at Yayu who was sleeping in the room. After Kakashi looked at it for a while, he pulled up his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. The three Megatama rotated in the blood-red eyeballs. For a moment, Kakashi saw the chakra flowing on Yayu's body. But when he saw the chakra flowing on Yayu's body, he was frightened. How is this possible? Why is the chakra in this child so terrifying? Kakashi almost lost his balance and fell from the balcony railing. The surging amount of chakra on Yayu's body made Kakashi feel terrified. Is this terrifying amount of chakra really what a 12-year-old child should have? Although the amount of chakra in Naruto is much larger than that in Yayu, it is even hundreds of times larger than that in Yayu. But you must know that Naruto has the blood of the Uzumaki clan, plus the chakra of 9 tails. This is only 100 times more powerful than Yayu. Although the 9 tails chakra on Naruto is only a part of the 9 tails chakra leaked in the 8-sign seal. But it still makes Naruto's chakra reach hundreds of times that of Kakashi. Naruto is a special case. He has the blood of the Uzumaki clan, and only 9 tails Jinchuriki has so much chakra. For a normal ninja whose parents are not from a ninja family, it is impossible for Yayu to have that much chakra. Kakashi's expression became more and more solemn. His chakra amount is even 60% of mine, which is about 20 times that of Sasuke. The reason why Kakashi thought of Sasuke was because Sasuke's chakra amount was also different from that of ordinary ninjas. After all, Sasuke is from the Uchiha clan and is the reincarnation of Indra. The Uchiha clan itself has a large amount of chakra, second only to the Uzumaki clan and the Senju clan. Still the reincarnation of Indra, Sasuke has much more chakra than ordinary ninjas of the same age. Now he can even unleash the fire-style Great Fireball technique. This amount of chakra required for ninjutsu cannot be provided by ordinary genin. But even so, Yayu actually has much more chakra than Sasuke. It's not much more, it's about 20 times. Before meeting Yayu, Kakashi just thought that Yayu might just be a genius with a deep mind. Now, he feels that even if Yayu is just a genius, he is obviously a monster. His amount of chakra makes no sense at all. I have no idea why his chakra amount is so high. After taking a closer look, Kakashi was shocked again. No, not only the huge amount of chakra, but also the quality of this chakra is also different. The quality of this chakra is unusual, and the amount is different from ordinary chakra. What Kakashi doesn't know is that the chakra on Yayu's body is the chakra of condensed natural energy. It is not an ordinary chakra. If Jiraiya were here, he would recognize it immediately. This is the Sage Jutsu chakra. Because Yayu's chakra is the chakra formed by the condensation of natural energy, and the Sage Jutsu chakra is naturally formed in his body. And after forming the Sage Jutsu chakra, his body did not become strange. On the contrary, it nourished his body better and better, getting closer and closer to the immortal body. Chapter 12 Terrifying Reactions. The chakra on Yayu is Sage Jutsu chakra, so although the amount of chakra is only at the level of Elite Genin, the quality has surpassed Elite Genin. Kakashi frowned and suddenly remembered something. Why does the chakra on this child look a bit like Master Jiraiya's chakra? No, it's chakra when Lord Jiraiya enters a certain state. Kakashi had seen Jiraiya enter Sage mode. Now the chakra on Yayu gives Kakashi the same feeling as when Jiraiya entered Sage mode. There are really many secrets hidden in this child. At this time Kakashi was a little confused. Logically speaking, he should report Yayu's situation to third generation. But having experienced many things in the past and having stayed in Anbu for so many years, Kakashi knew very well that once Yayu's incident was reported to the third generation, regardless of whether Yayu poses a threat to the village or not, his life will not be easy in the future. It might even become a laboratory specimen. Thinking of this, Kakashi calmed down. I hope you don't pose any threat to Konoha. Kakashi finally decided to conceal Yayu's situation. In Konoha, apart from the Hyuga clan, only Kakashi can see through Yayu's special chakra. As long as he doesn't tell, even if Asuma tells third generation will not know about Yayu's special chakra. After deciding not to say anything, Kakashi disappeared from the balcony of Yayu's house. Yayu didn't know it yet, but he was almost reported to third generation by Kakashi. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Originally, he was reborn. He didn't care how he would go next. He might not even care about being used as a test subject by the village. If you can resist, resist. If you can't resist, then there is no need to care. Yayu's mentality was particularly calm at this time. There is no big pursuit, and there is no mess. Just living a very ordinary life. By the next morning, arriving at the training ground early, Yayu didn't feel that Ben Yetianzi was different from yesterday. Now she seems a little alienated from Yayu. The Yamada trees are the same as yesterday. He leaned close to Yayu and asked in a low voice, Yayu, did you and Tianzi say anything when you went back yesterday? Yamada trees asked 8 trigrams very. Yayu said calmly, what do you want to hear? Yamada said with a strange smile on his face, you should know what I want to hear. Then it must be nothing. What are you thinking about? Yayu felt a little speechless. He and Honda had just met, how could they say anything intimate? Of course, even if he did, he wouldn't be able to tell the Yamada tree. Yamada Shushu was a little disappointed, can't you see that Tianzi has a crush on you? You didn't see such a good opportunity yesterday. You let me down so much. You don't think Tianzi is ugly, do you? Yamada Shu's words left Yayu speechless. What are you talking about? Did something really happen at your home yesterday? Yayu is very suspicious that the Yamada trees yesterday may have been intentional. There's nothing wrong with his family at all. Yamada looked at Yayu with disappointment. Don't ask, I'm very disappointed in you. You didn't see such a good opportunity. Although Tianzi is not from a wealthy ninja family, he is still a wealthy family from the land of fire. She is beautiful, has a gentle personality, and she also has a crush on you. If I were you, I would definitely confess my love yesterday. Yamada put his forehead on the tree and shook his head, seeming very disappointed. But Yayu's head was full of black lines. What are you thinking about? Are you really 12 years old? Although I know that children in this world mature prematurely, they are not so premature. Yayu wondered if the Yamada trees were already in their 20s. Otherwise, why would you think about it so much? Even Yayu has never thought about so many things. Yamada raised his hands as if not talking to me. Disappointed, so disappointed. Yayu, I'm so disappointed in you. Yamada looked like an adult, which made Yayu's lips twitch slightly. You should focus on your cultivation. If you were so serious about your cultivation, you wouldn't still be as strong as you are now. The strength of Yamada trees is average among this graduates. Of course the same goes for Yayu. But Yayu's current strength is far above that of Yamada trees. And Honda Zi stood aside, listening to the conversation between the two, her face red as if she was bleeding. It's hard to say it. After all, Yamada Shu and Yayu spoke very quietly. It was obvious that he didn't want her to hear it. She didn't know if Yayu had any thoughts, but she was really close to confessing her love to Yayu last night. It's just that I didn't have the courage to say it out at that time. Although she now obeys her mother's words and distances herself from Yayu, she still has a good impression of Yayu. While the three of them were talking, Yayu suddenly noticed something. Buzz buzz, ding ding ding. With a few intertwined sounds of gold and iron, Yayu stood in front of the Yamada trees and Honiadako, holding a kunao in his hand. There were several kunao and shurikens stuck on the ground on his left and right sides. Yayu frowned and looked into the distance. Teacher, you are going too far. We are just ninjas who have just graduated. Yayu was a little unhappy. The attack just now was impossible for Genin to defend against. If Yayu hadn't taken action just now, with the strength of Yamada Shu and Honda Zi, he would have been turned into a hedgehog. From the confused looks on their faces now, we know what will happen to them if Yayu doesn't take action. Yayu was very unhappy that Kimoto almost caused injuries or even death to Yamada and Moto. After Yayu finished speaking, Mu Bentung walked out from under a tree in the distance. He clapped his hands and said, "Yes, I guessed it right. This level of attack poses no threat to you." Mu Bentung didn't care about Yayu's accusation just now. At this time, Yamada Shu and Honda Zi reacted. They were attacked by Kimoto Tong just now. He looked at the kunao and shuriken at their feet. Both of them felt cold in their hearts. If Yayu hadn't taken action or blocked it just now, the two of them might have died before they even figured out what was going on. The two of them looked at Kimoto Tong II. Since yesterday, they were very afraid of Kimoto Tong II. The aura on his body, the pressure from yesterday, and today's surprise attack made both of them feel the intensity of the same method. The two looked at Yayu's back. At this time, the two felt that Yayu's back was so tall, blocking them like a mountain. But Yayu's mood was not so good. In his opinion, Mu Bentung's behavior did not take their lives seriously. Seeing Yayu's angry face, Mu Bentung slowly walked over and said, "Don't be so angry. I'm just testing your reflexes. I won't put my students in danger. It's just that Yayu doesn't accept this argument at all. But now that all three of them are fine, he can't say anything." But Yayu didn't know that his action of resisting the kunao and shuriken shot by Kimoto Tong just now shocked Kimoto Tong. Chapter 13, The First Mission. Although the ninja tool throwing technique is taught in ninja schools, it is still a basic skill. However, when ordinary ninjas first graduate, they do not have the ability to throw ninja tools in actual combat. In addition to Kakashi, geniuses like Uchiha Itachi have the practical ability to use ninja tools at the age of 6 or 7. But just now Kimoto Tong used all his strength to fire kunao and shurikens. It would be difficult for ordinary ninjas, Chunin and below, to resist. But Yayu not only resisted, but also reacted. You can even clearly see the flight path of the kunao and shuriken he threw. It proves that Yayu is not only physically strong and well coordinated, but his perception and eyesight are also different from ordinary people. At least Momoto Tong II couldn't achieve the same level at Yayu's age. Yayu didn't know what Mu Bentung was thinking. Just unhappy with him. But it was just dissatisfaction, and Yayu didn't want to do anything. With his current strength, he can't do much. Kimoto walked up to the three of them. Said, "I will take you to pick up the mission today." Honda and Yamada, who were shocked just now, suddenly became excited when they heard that they were going to take on the mission. Completely forgetting how scared the two of them were just now. "Really, teacher, can we take over the mission now?" Kimoto nodded expressionlessly, "Of course, but during this period you can only take on tasks below sea level. I will also train you when performing tasks. You have to be mentally prepared. My training is very harsh." Kimoto Tong suddenly said with a cold tone. He looked at Yayu and raised the corner of his mouth slightly, "But I think you should be looking forward to it." Yayu looked at Mu Bentung and frowned. "Same teacher, you are only leading 3 students who have just graduated from the ninja school. The test like just now is very unnecessary." Kimoto Tong patted Yayu on the shoulder. "You still care. Maybe it won't be easy for the two of them in the future, but it should be a good thing for you." Yayu knew what Mu Bentung meant. He was really looking forward to what Kimoto Tong could teach him about ninjutsu. It's just that it's really not very friendly to Yamada Trees and Honiadako. After all, the two people's talents are indeed average. If Mu Bentung is too harsh on them, they will really feel uncomfortable. Seeing that Yayu didn't speak, Kimoto smiled and said, "Let's go to the Hokage building to pick up the mission." Yamada Shu and Motoko didn't notice the conversation between Kimoto Tong and Yayu. They were still happy to officially take over the task. And just after the 4 people left, they were on a tree at the training ground. Kakashi, who was supposed to take Team 7 to pick up the mission, stood on the tree, holding a novel in hand. My attention is no longer on the book. He had been paying attention to Mu Bentung's probing of Yayu just now. He was also surprised by Yayu's performance. Even though Yayu and others had left, Kakashi still murmured to himself, "Not only does he have a huge amount of chakra, but his body's reflexes are far more sensitive than ordinary ninjas, and his eyesight is comparable to mine with a Sharingan." Kakashi felt that even an ordinary Chunin couldn't react to the kunao and shuriken that Kimoto fired at the same time just now. Even if you know it, you can't react. You can't detect the flight path of the ninja tool, and you can't stop it. And this kind of reflexes and eyesight are no longer something ordinary ninjas can have. Even Kakashi suspected that Yayu's eyesight just now was comparable to him using Sharingan. I don't know if this guy can learn my Chidori either. Kakashi thought of Yayu's eyesight and agility comparable to Sharingan. Chidori that suits him very well indeed. It's just that Chidori is an A-level forbidden technique after all. Not to mention that Yayu had nothing to do with him and was not his disciple. Even if he really wanted to teach Yayu, he probably wouldn't dare to teach him. The forbidden technique is not only powerful and lethal, but the most important thing is that it causes great harm to the user and is very dangerous. So even if Kakashi is willing to teach Yayu, Kakashi has to consider the dangers involved. The reason why Kakashi teaches Sasuke is not only because Sasuke is his student, but also because Sasuke has a Sharingan. Even if he had Sharingan, it took him a month of special training to learn it. Looking at Yayu's retreating back, Kakashi murmured to himself, if you really don't have any bad intentions for the village, you are indeed a person worth cultivating. If they are well cultivated, they may be the next fourth generation. Kakashi was much less wary of Yayu at this time. The reason for this change was that just now he saw Yayu being angry because Mu Bentung hurt his teammates. When Yayu was angry just now, his emotions were real. He knows that Yayu is a person who cherishes his teammates, at least he is willing to believe in such a person. Yayu reminded him of his former self. No, he didn't do it as well as Yayu. After all, he had been depressed for a long time back then. I really envy the same guy. He was so lucky to have picked up such a good seedling. In Kakashi's view, as long as Yayu does not fall halfway, his achievements in the future will not be inferior to Kakashi's own. Kakashi just feels a headache when he thinks of his three problem students. Although Sasuke and Naruto have great potential. One is the Uchiha clan, who also opened Sharingan. One is Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, who also has the blood of the Uzumaki clan. But these two people are not so easy to lead. Even the purpose of third generation giving these two people to him was to use Sasuke's Sharingan to contain Naruto. It's just that both Sasuke and Naruto have weird personalities. In comparison, he felt that maybe Yayu might be better taught. At least Yayu seems to be much more mature in thinking. Shaking his head, Kakashi disappeared from the training ground. Soon, the four of Yayu arrived at the Hokage building. Third generation didn't see anything special about Yayu. Neither Asuma nor Kakashi nor Kimoto told third generation about Yayu. Exit the Hokage building. A few people met Team 7 who was also going to take over the mission. Seeing Yayu, Naruto happily greeted, "Hey, Yayu, what mission did you take on?" Naruto ran to Yayu familiarly and asked with a smile. "It's just a D-level mission. After all, this is my first time taking on a mission. It is impossible to receive a difficult task." Naruto didn't understand this. He smiled and said, "D-level mission, we will definitely receive a C-level mission this time." Yayu didn't say anything, just said, "Then I wish you good luck." And Kakashi's eyes have always been on Yayu. He was very satisfied with Yayu's performance. In his opinion, Yayu is definitely his most desired student. Mainly because their personalities are quite similar. Sasuke, who was standing next to Kakashi, looked at Yayu with doubts. He was not too impressed by Yayu. He didn't even remember that he and Yayu were in the same class. The same goes for Sakura. But when she saw Yayu, she was still stunned. He was calm on the surface, but he was thinking in his heart, he looks no worse than Sasuke. Who is he? He seems to be familiar with Naruto. How could such a person have such a good relationship with Naruto? Chapter 14 Practice Treading Water. In Sakura's mind, Naruto's popularity was not good. Kimoto Tongai just glanced at Kakashi, nodded slightly as a greeting, and left with the three of them. Kakashi's gaze left Kimoto Tong speechless. I thought to myself, is Kakashi targeting Yayu? He thought Kakashi was targeting Yayu because he hid his strength. If he knew that Kakashi was envious of him, Kimoto Tongai would probably be wary. After all, everyone wants good students. After Yayu and the four left, Sakura looked at Kakashi doubtfully. Teacher Kakashi, who is that person? Sakura could tell that Kakashi had been staring at Yayu just now. She thought Kakashi and Yayu were familiar with each other. Kakashi turned around and said calmly, he's a very interesting guy. Okay, let's go in. Kakashi didn't want to explain too much to Sakura. Sasuke felt a little pressure from Yayu from the beginning. This was something he had never felt before. Before, Sasuke had always been number one in his class at the ninja school, and he had never looked down on anyone else. It is even more impossible for classmates to put pressure on him. Unexpectedly, just from the moment of contact, he felt that Yayu would become his opponent in the future. Kakashi didn't say anything, but Naruto smiled and said to Sakura, that's class 11. The one who's just a little bit younger than me is named Yayu, and he's my friend. Although they had just met, Naruto still regarded Yayu as his friend. He didn't seem to notice Yayu's alienation from him. Hearing Naruto's words, Sakura gave him a roll of her eyes. Idiot Naruto, you are too shameless. In Sakura's heart, Yayu's appearance is comparable to Sasuke's. If it weren't for Sasuke's special status in her heart, she would probably think that Yayu's appearance is better than Sasuke's. On the other side, Yayu and others arrived at the back mountain of Konoha. Looking at the large waterfall in front of them, the faces of Yamada and Motoya were downcast. Teacher, why do we receive this kind of task? And the garbage is under the waterfall, how should we pick it up? The task of these people is to clean up the garbage from the lake in the mountains behind Konoha. After all, they are just newcomers, so naturally they will not receive combat missions. But the upper reaches of the lake in front of you is a large waterfall with a height of 40 to 50 meters. Moreover, the current is very fast and the impact is very strong. It is a headache to think about cleaning up the garbage under the waterfall. Kimoto said without expression, today I will teach you how to use chakra to step on the lake without falling. After hearing Kimoto Tong's words, Yamada and Shu, who had originally looked bitter, instantly regained their vitality. Really, sensei, what are you going to teach us ninjutsu? Yayu looked at Mu Bentung and saw that he was also looking at him. Treading water? It is indeed a very basic, but very useful ninjutsu. Although it is basic, Yayu does not know how to do it. Because his talent was very average, he didn't practice before. Now Yayu is looking forward to it. When Mu Bentung saw Yayu showing interest, he smiled slightly and said, follow me to the lake and I will show you. Several people came to the water's edge, and the water flow was very calm far away from the waterfall. This is a great place to practice. Kimoto Tong stretched out his feet and stepped slowly on the water. Watch, when your feet step on the water, control the chakra in your body to attach to the soles of your feet. Pay attention to controlling the amount of chakras so that the chakra can support your body. It cannot be too much or too little. You still need to practice and master this amount. Saying that, Kimoto Tongai was already standing on the water. It was like stepping on the ground, very stable and did not fall into the water. This scene stunned both Yamada and Honda. Wow! Teacher, you actually stood on the water without falling. This is too awesome. Neither of them came from a ninja family and had never seen this kind of ninjutsu. Yayu was a little surprised to see him standing steadily on the water. It still feels different to imagine it and actually see it. Yamada couldn't help but try it first. Walking to the lakeside, I carefully condensed the chakra under my feet, even though I had just demonstrated it and explained the principles. But Yamada was still a little nervous when he tried it himself. Nervously, he stepped on the water. Just when he was about to use his strength, he missed the mark and fell into the water. It's so difficult, teacher, how did you do it so easily? Standing up from the water and wiping his hair, Yamada looked at Kimoto with a look of embarrassment. Hondako, who originally wanted to try it, became frightened when she saw the appearance of the Yamada tree. Is it difficult? I think the teacher made it very simple, and the principle doesn't seem difficult either. Hondako asked, looking at the Yamada trees. Yamada walked from the water to the shore and smiled bitterly. It's impossible. The principle seems very simple, but it is very difficult to master the appropriate amount of chakra. Kimoto Tongai nodded, yes, although you haven't learned it, you also know the true core of ninjutsu. The most important thing is to master the appropriate amount of chakra. You need to control the chakra more accurately. I can't help you with this. You need to train and explore on your own. Yamada Shu nodded, it's too difficult, I guess it will take a long time to master it. Yamada trees feel that it is too difficult to achieve. Just now I didn't even feel that my body could stand on the water for even a moment, just like when I didn't condense the chakra. Teacher, how long did it take you to master this ninjutsu before? Yamada Shu was curious about how long it took for Kikimoto to master it. Because the wood is the same as Jainin, and those who can do Jainin are all geniuses since childhood. Because Jainin is already the top fighting force in a village. Even in the 5 major ninja villages. There are not many Jainin in the 5 great ninja villages, and each of them is a leader in various fields. Kimoto said calmly, 2 days. 2 days. Even if you, teacher, need 2 days, then we may need more than 10 days. Although the ninja talent is average, Yamada trees still understand the theory of ninjutsu very well. It is also very clear that his talent must be far inferior to Mu Bentung. Honiadako originally wanted to give it a try, but after hearing Yamada Shu's words, she took her foot back. Her talents are similar to Yamada trees. Teacher, what should I do with that garbage? Honiadako pointed to the garbage under the waterfall. Looking at the terrifying impact of the waterfall, she felt timid. The water flow with a drop of tens of meters can kill people. Kimoto Tongai shook his head and said, it's up to you to find a solution. This is also the purpose of this mission. If you can't handle such a simple thing well, you will be killed when facing powerful enemies in the future. Chapter 15 The Terrifying Talent. Kimoto's cold voice startled both Yamada and Moto. Yayu looked at the two of them and shook his head, teacher, please don't scare them. Mu Bentung, who was standing on the water, looked at Yayu and smiled, why, don't you give it a try? Kimoto Tong wanted to know if Yayu had learned it. Yamada Shu and Hunyi Tianzi also looked at Yayu. Both of them already knew that Yayu was a little better than them. They are also looking forward to whether Yayu can learn this ninjutsu. Yayu was stunned for a moment. In fact, he fully understood it as soon as Kimoto Tong finished explaining the principle. Even the amount of chakra required has been calculated. But he didn't know if he could really do it. Yayu is also curious about whether he has mastered it. Kimoto Tong said, try it. Yayu nodded. Go to the water and activate the chakra in your body. In an instant, chakra flows through the meridians in the body. Eyes slightly focused, Yayu stepped on the water. Pa! The originally calm water surface was dented by Yayu's kick. Just when the three of them thought Yayu was about to fall into the water, the puddle he stepped on rose up again. He held Yayu's body on it. Then Yayu stepped on the water with both feet, without any sign of falling into the water. I'll go, Yayu, have you studied before? Yamada Shu looked at Yayu and was stunned. Yayu actually succeeded the first time, which made him wonder if Yayu had learned it before. Benitian's eyes were shining with an indescribable light. Kimoto Tongai was also stunned. You learned it. Yayu was also a little surprised. Although he knew that his physical fitness had improved, his chakra amount had also increased a lot. But I didn't expect it to be successful the first time. At this moment, Yayu finally understood how terrifying the penultimate learning ability given by the system was. You know, even a genius like Suzuki spent a day learning to climb a tree, which is similar to treading water. And it was scarred from practice. Although he was surprised, Yayu quickly regained his composure. I don't know how I learned it. Listening to Yayu's words, coupled with his innocent expression, the corners of the mouths of the three people twitched slightly. If it wasn't inappropriate, they would all want to beat Yayu into a pig's head. But what the three people didn't know was that what Yayu said was true. The moment Kimoto Tong finished explaining the principle, his brain deconstructed all the details of this ninjutsu. All variables and sums are calculated. All that's left is to output the chakra according to the results in your mind. And his chakra control is terrifying. So I learned it right away. Mu Bentong came back to his senses. Although he was shocked, he still calmed down his heart. Thinking in his heart, genius is incomprehensible to him. But if Kakashi knew what he was thinking, he would definitely say, no, this is not a genius, this is a monster. Back then, Kakashi spent a whole day practicing treading water. Even though he was only 6 years old at the time. But you must know that Kakashi is from the Hokage clan, has a family tradition since he was a child, and has been practicing since he was a child. Yayu has only started practicing now. Yayu also knew the three-body technique before. Yayu's talent is beyond comprehension. No matter how talented a person is. Practicing ninjutsu, which requires precise chakra control, will never be able to master it in one go. Kimoto said tremblingly, have you really never learned it before? Yayu shook his head, I have learned Sanchenjutsu in school before, and this is the only ninjutsu I have mastered. Then it seems that your previous experience in the ninja school has delayed your development. This sentence is not entirely sincere. He really felt that the few years in the ninja school had delayed Yayu's development. It's just that if you don't show your talent in the ninja school, your talent will not be discovered. Kimoto Tong smiled bitterly. Yamada and Moto nodded in agreement, yes, Yayu was too unknown when she was in school. If you show your talent in school, I'm afraid even Suzuki won't be your match. Yayu waved his hand, I don't want to cause trouble, haven't you seen how many people Suzuki has to deal with every day? Listening to Yayu's words, Mu Bentong asked, is this why you don't want to show your talent? Yayu nodded, yes, why do you want to cause trouble for yourself? I will stay in the ninja school for 6 years. Of course, this is a lie. The real reason is that Yayu's talent was very average before and he really didn't have much talent. But even if he had great talent before, he would do what he said and would not show his talent in the ninja school. It's not that he's worried that third generation and Danzo will be detrimental to him. But I don't want to get into trouble. This is also Yayu's true words, so he is very sincere when he speaks. Even Mu Bentong believed it. But he didn't expect that the reason why Yayu hid his talent in the ninja school was so simple. Both Yamada and Motoko felt Yayu was outrageous. If they had Yayu's talent, they would have become bullies in the ninja school. It is difficult for children to refuse to show off their differences in front of their classmates. Mu Bentong shook his head, smiling bitterly that he had guessed so much before, but he didn't expect that the real reason why Yayu hid his talent was so simple. He really believed it. Because Yayu said it too sincerely. He used to be in charge of interrogations in Anbu. He could tell that Yayu wasn't lying. After knowing Yayu's thoughts, Mu Bentong really let go of his vigilance towards Yayu. He really regarded him as his student. Okay, now that you have learned how, go to a place with water and see if you can walk. Kimoto Tong wanted to know where Yayu's limits were. Yamada Shu and Ben Yetianzi also looked at Yayu expectantly. Although they didn't learn it. But they are also happy to see that Yayu can become stronger so that he can be hugged when performing tasks in the future. Yayu nodded and slowly walked towards the water. The moment Yayu approached the place with running water, various data appeared in his brain. These data are all data from different locations calculated instantly by Yayu's brain. And his body is also outputting the same chakra at the same time. The three people standing on the shore watched Yayu walk to the flowing water and still stand firmly on the water. They were all stunned. Even Mu Benteng looked at Yayu with wide eyes in disbelief. This guy is a monster. Although Yamada and Motoko didn't know how outrageous Yayu was at this time, they still felt his terror. Teacher. Is it more difficult to stand on the water in places with currents than in places without currents? The corner of Kimoto's mouth twitched slightly. Nonsense, think about whether chakra is needed in places with water flow. Chakra is dynamic. It can be said that standing on the water surface with current is 10 times more difficult than the water surface without current. Even for me, it took me about 10 days to barely stand on the surface of flowing water. This guy is a monster. Mu Benteng looked solemn. He felt that he would not be able to teach Yayu for a long time. Even such a difficult ninjutsu Yayu can be mastered so quickly, and learning other ninjutsu will only become easier. Because treading water requires very precise control of chakra. It's even more difficult than learning a sea-level ninjutsu. One can imagine Yayu's horror. Chapter 16 Complete 5 Attributes Chakra. Yayu did not stop in the middle of the lake. Instead, he walked towards the bottom of the waterfall. He also wanted to test his limits. But Kimoto Tong was shocked when he saw Yayu walking towards the bottom of the waterfall. He hurriedly stopped. Yayu, that's enough. Don't go any further. It's too dangerous. But Yayu didn't stop. The closer he got to the waterfall, the sound of the waterfall hitting the lake and the splashing water made his heart beat faster. But he still had the courage to test his limits. Mu Benteng saw that Yayu did not stop, but was getting closer and closer to the bottom of the waterfall. He was so anxious that he ran towards Yayu. But he stopped when he was still a few meters away from Yayu. Because he saw Yayu's serious look. He knew Yayu's purpose. Although he was worried, he still respected Yayu's will. Boom, boom, boom. Listening to the roar of the waterfall hitting the water, the splashing water even wet Yayu's clothes. But he still walked towards the place where the waterfall hit with an expressionless face. At this time, his body was rising and falling with the rough waves. But he still stepped firmly on the water. Beneath his feet, the chakra clung to the surface of the water. When he was only 5 or 6 meters away from where the waterfall fell, Yayu stopped. It wasn't that he fell into the water, but that the water splashing in the waterfall was too big. The water spray kept hitting his body, making it difficult for him to move forward. But Yayu also tested his limits. Haha, even if I walk into the center of the waterfall, I won't fall into the water, but I will be smashed into the water by the waterfall. Yayu knew very well that although he could stand firm on the rough water, the terrifying current of the waterfall would knock him completely into the water. The waterfall is so powerful. Now he can't resist it with his physical body. After all, it is just to test the limits of treading water, not to risk one's life. Yayu doesn't want to explain here. After taking a few steps back, Yayu turned to look at Mu Benteng, who was alert and ready to rush to save people at any time. At this moment, Yayu truly recognized his teacher. Although his character is very cold, Yayu can feel that he is worried about himself. Yayu smiled. Teacher, it seems that I have mastered it. Kimoto Tong-i breathed a sigh of relief. Walking towards him, looking at the clothes that were already wet, Mu Benteng patted his shoulder. You are too brave. Even if you want to test your limits, it is too risky. You are still a newcomer, and the power of this waterfall is something you cannot bear yet. Yayu didn't speak, just smiled. The two returned to the shore. Yamada Shu and Honda Zi were stunned. At this time, the two people still had Yayu walking towards the center of the turbulent waterfall. At that time, Yayu was like a god. The two of them didn't expect that the gap between them and Yayu would be so big. Mom, Yayu is definitely not a person who cannot be trusted. At this moment, Benitianza had already denied her mother's words to alienate her from Yayu. Yamada Trees even admired Yayu. The scene just now was so shocking that he couldn't believe that Yayu, like him, was a newcomer who had just graduated from the ninja school. Yayu, how on earth did you do that? It really scared me to death just now. I just didn't expect you to be able to stand firmly on the water in that situation. Yayu didn't speak, just smiled. Because Yayu has mastered the ninjutsu of treading water, the subsequent work of cleaning up the lake garbage is much easier. Even if it is garbage next to the waterfall, Yayu can use kunao to tie a wire to hook it out. In the ninja school, in addition to the three-body technique, Yayu also practiced the ninja tool throwing technique very well. After unlocking the chakra restrictions and gaining the learning ability of penultimate, I was able to play with ninja toys to perfection. I'm afraid that even the same ninja tool throwing technique may not have Yayu Grandmaster. After working hard all afternoon, I finally cleaned up the garbage in the lake. The three of them sat under a tree on the shore to rest. Yamada and Moto were sweating profusely from exhaustion, but Yayu didn't feel tired except that her clothes were wet. He might be able to complete today's task faster by himself. It's just that the task must be done by three of them to achieve the goal. Whether the task is completed is not very important. What is important is that several people in Yayu can get exercise. It's very tiring. This kind of task is relatively simple and there is no danger. You won't really feel the difficulty of being a ninja until you receive a combat mission. Okay, it's getting dark soon. After we go to hand in the mission, I'll treat you to a barbecue. Yamada, who was still out of breath from exhaustion, immediately jumped up when he heard the barbecue. Long live the teacher, let's go eat barbecue. Eating barbecue is considered a relatively high expense even for ninjas. If you eat too much, you can even drain a Jainin's wallet. Of course, none of the three Yayu can eat as well as Chiji. Yayu also stood up and said with a smile, "Teacher, it's rare for you to be so generous." Honda Zi also stood up after Yayu. "Well, I used to think that the teacher was a difficult person to get along with." Kimoto Tong didn't say anything. In the past, Kimoto Tong was indeed a difficult person to get along with, very serious. Just because the three of them were the first batch of students he took, and he was particularly satisfied with Yayu, and even wanted to accept Yayu as his direct disciple. Naturally, three people are treated differently from others. After handing in the task and finishing the barbecue, Yayu went home to rest. Lying on the bed, Yayu sank his consciousness into the conscious space. Your control over the chakra is doubled. You get chakra of 5 attributes today. Hearing the reward, Yayu almost jumped out of bed. I'll go, chakra with 5 attributes. This reward is too generous. In this case, wouldn't I have all the chakra attributes? There are only 2 chakra attributes of yin and yang. But even if there is no chakra with those 2 attributes, it is already very rare to have a chakra with 5 attributes. In the entire ninja world, there are very few ninjas with full attribute chakra. Otherwise, Kakuzu wouldn't have killed so many ninjas, wasn't it just to obtain the 5 attribute chakra? Unexpectedly, he got it all at once. How could Yayu not be excited? Yayu didn't know what his chakra attribute was before, but it doesn't matter now. He now has all 5 attributes of chakra. This means that in the future, he will be able to learn except ninjutsu, which requires the use of both yin and yang attributes. At this time, Yayu was even more excited than to gain the ability to remove chakra restrictions. After all, the full attribute chakra is the standard equipment for the protagonists of the 4 Ninja World Wars. Although Naruto's chakra attribute is wind attribute, in the end he and Sasuke both have full attribute chakra. At this level, it is not impossible to obtain both yin and yang chakra attributes in the future. This hang-up system is really scary. It's called on-hook. I didn't expect it to have more than just on-hook functions. Yayu also didn't expect that the on-hook system could provide him with so many abilities. Chapter 17 Kakashi wants to teach Yayu himself. Wooden in the same home. Kakashi appeared on his balcony again. Kimoto Tong looked at the figure appearing on the balcony and shook his head. Kakashi, it's not like my house doesn't have a door. Kakashi didn't pay attention to Kimoto Tong's complaints. Looking at the moonlight outside, he asked calmly, "It seems that you are very satisfied with that boy. I have never seen you attending a dinner party before." Kimoto Tong came to the balcony. "It seems that you are also paying attention to that boy. But you should also know that he is my student." Kimoto looked at Kakashi. Kakashi smiled. "Why are you so nervous? Are you still worried that I will snatch him away?" "I do worry, after all, that kid is much better than I expected." "I suppose you were the one in the woods during the day." Kimoto discovered the existence of Kakashi today. After all, Kimoto Tong was once Anbu's genin. Although he was in the interrogation department, his perceptual ability was his strong point. Use shadow clone to teach students. If your students find out, I'm afraid they will be sad. What's more, none of your students are simple. Kakashi didn't pay attention to Kimoto Tong's teasing. "Haha, that boy has changed you a lot. You wouldn't have talked like this before." Kakashi sighed. "Yes, that boy let me know that if I don't teach him well, I will regret it for the rest of my life." Momoto Tong I did not deny it. Kakashi was a little surprised. He didn't expect that Kimoto Tong would admit it so frankly, nor did he expect that Yayu's status would be so high in his heart. "But when I think about it today, Yayu walks towards the waterfall without any fear, even if he may be hit by the waterfall at any time and falls into the water without any fear." Kakashi admitted that he envied Kimoto Tong. "That guy's talent is much better than mine." Kakashi smiled bitterly. Kakashi was once Konoha's super genius. He graduated from the ninja school at the age of 5, was promoted to Chunin at the age of 6, and became a genin at the age of 12. Later, he became famous as Sharingan Kakashi in the ninja world. He is a well-deserved genius in the ninja world. Even Uchiha Itachi is slightly inferior. It's still not as good as you. You already became genin when you were 12 years old, and now he is just a newcomer." Kimoto Tong said. "Come on, if he had my resources, I'm afraid he would have become a genin by now. The 6 years in the ninja school have delayed him." Kakashi said. Kakashi always felt that Yayu's ability to hide his talent in the ninja school was unwise. But when I think about how Yayu has no vanity at such a young age and can hide her talent so well. Even he couldn't do it. He didn't have to do that back then. What are you going to teach him? Are you going to teach him ninjutsu now?" Kakashi looked at Kimoto. Kimoto Tong was silent for a while. "I haven't decided yet. In fact, I think my ninjutsu is not suitable for him. Most of my ninjutsu are related to interrogations, and I don't want him to enter Enbu in the future." Kimoto Tong I sighed, although he wanted to teach Yayu many powerful fighting-type ninjutsu. But he really doesn't know how to do it. In addition to some basic attribute ninjutsu, he doesn't know the powerful combat-type ninjutsu. I really don't know what else I can teach him after teaching him the basics of ninjutsu. Kakashi looked at Kimoto Tong's troubled look, was silent for a while and said, "If you are willing, I can help you." Kimoto Tong I was surprised and looked at Kakashi with surprise. "You help me? Aren't you afraid that Hokage will have any objections? After all, 3rd generation gave Sasuke and Naruto to Kakashi just so that he could teach them well. If Kakashi is distracted by Yayu, 3rd generation will definitely have objections. Then just don't let him know. During this period, we will basically be performing tasks in the village. With that child's talent, I am confident that he will have Janin's ninjutsu strength before he can go out on missions." Kimoto looked at Kakashi in disbelief. Although he knew that Kakashi might be very optimistic about Yayu. "But I didn't expect that he could do this for Yayu. You know, Kakashi also has a nickname called Copy Ninja. With Sharingan, Kakashi masters thousands of ninjutsu. It's just that he still wishes he could teach Yayu ninjutsu. But when I think about it, except for a few B-level ninjutsu, all the A-level ninjutsu are related to interrogation. Yayu learned it, but it was of no use. What do you want? Mu Benteng knows very well that there is no free banquet in the world. My request is very simple. When we go out to perform tasks in the future, I sometimes need to second him. Kimoto Tong was stunned for a moment. You don't want to take him out on a dangerous mission, do you? Kakashi nodded. You should know very well that strong people cannot be raised in a greenhouse. When I was 12 years old, I went on missions with the fourth generation. He is him and you are you. You were trained in the beginning. No matter how talented he is just a newcomer who just graduated from the ninja school. None of the tasks you performed were below B level. I don't want my students to take risks with you. Kimoto Tong I was very excited. Kakashi is really unreliable. The missions Kakashi mentioned were naturally not the missions he went out with Naruto and the others. It was a task that Kakashi took on himself. Kakashi is Konoha's elite Genin, and one of the strongest. The missions he took on would be dangerous even for ordinary Genin following him. Although Yayu's talent is strong, he still doesn't know how to do ninjutsu and has not even participated in a real battle. How could Kimoto Tong I be willing to let him go on an adventure with Kakashi? But Kakashi also has his own considerations. You should know very well that letting him see real dangers early will be good for his future growth. In fact, he should have been let out a long time ago. It's even a little late now. Mu Benteng was still unwilling. I won't agree. I hope to wait until he has enough strength step by step before I can let him out with confidence. Kakashi shook his head. You are wrong to think so. He is different from ordinary people. Step by step will only make him mediocre. Are you going to make him an ordinary ninja? But I don't want him to die in front of me. Kimoto said with wide eyes. He really regards Yayu as his student. Even if his actions will make Yayu mediocre in the future, he does not want Yayu and Kakashi to carry out fatal tasks. Chapter 18 Attacked. Tong Yang, please calm down. I'll be able to protect him as long as I'm here. Kakashi was helpless. It was the first time he saw Kimoto Tong being so excited. He can understand it too. Mu Benteng really regarded Yayu as his disciple. You? How many of your colleagues died with you? Although the ninjas of Anbu should have awakened one day, I don't want him to enter Anbu. I just want him to become a ninja who protects the village and live freely under the sun. Kakashi was silent. Kimoto Tong's words reminded him of Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin. This has been his problem for so many years. He is different from others. I brought him with me to let him grow. I don't really want to treat him as a teammate on a mission. If there is really a very dangerous mission, I won't take him with me, so that's okay. Kakashi has taken a step back. But Kimoto Tong still shook his head. Impossible, don't think about it, I will never let him go out and take risks without the ability to protect himself. Yi, you have really changed a lot. You were not like this before. Kimoto looked at Kakashi. Have you not changed? You are completely different now from when you were in Anbu. After saying that, both of them were silent. Yes, both of them had changed. Because Yayu. Because both of them knew that with Yayu's talent, as long as he was taught well, he would definitely become a powerful force protecting the village in the future. It's just that the two people have different opinions on teaching methods. Yayu has no idea about all this. Of course I won't take him out on a mission if he doesn't have enough ability to protect himself. How about we make an agreement? When he has the strength to defeat you, I will take him out. Kakashi looked at Kimoto Tong and said seriously. Kimoto Tong thought for a while and nodded. The reason why he agreed was because Kimoto Tong was not a fighting ninja. When it comes to fighting, he is only at the level of an ordinary Jainin. But as long as he defeats him, it will at least prove that Yayu has the strength of Jainin. If the conversation between the two was heard by others, they would definitely think that they were talking nonsense. After all, Kimoto Tong is also a Jainin, and Yayu is just a newcomer who has just graduated from the ninja school. Let alone whether Yayu can defeat Kimoto Tong, whether Yayu can become Jainin is still unknown. After all, Jainin is the best ninja in any ninja village. Not everyone can be that person. As long as you become a Jainin, regardless of whether you are a fighting ninja or not, your basic strength will be at the level of a normal Jainin. And the ninja who can become Jainin is only 1 in 1,000. Even among the 5 major ninja villages, the number of Jainin is less than 100. In other words, what Kakashi meant was to give Yayu the strength to defeat Jainin in less than a year. This is simply a fantasy. Normal people would think it is a fantasy. But Kakashi and Kimoto, who understand Yayu's talent, think it's normal. Both felt that Yayu could possess Jainin's strength when he could go out on missions. The general newcomer team in Konoha village can leave the village to perform tasks after performing tasks in the village for 3 months. After completing another D-level mission the next day, Yayu mastered the tree climbing ninjutsu. Because of the pressure given by Yayu, both Yamada and Motoya worked very hard. It's just that the two people's talents are average, so they are still unable to master several ninjutsu of the same sect of Kimoto. On the way home at night, Yayu suddenly stopped on a street. With a strong sense of perception, he looked at the deserted streets with a solemn expression. Although he didn't see a single person, Yayu always felt that it would be very dangerous if he walked over. Just when Yayu was about to turn around and take a detour, dozens of kunao and shurikens suddenly flew towards him. The sound of kunao and shuriken breaking through the wind made Yayu secretly say something bad. Buzz! Ding ding ding! In an instant, he saw dozens of kunao shurikens about to hit him. Yayu's eyes narrowed slightly, and in the blink of an eye, his figure disappeared from where he was. Dozens of kunao shurikens shot into the air and hit the wall more than 10 meters away. Sparks suddenly flew out, and the kunao and shuriken were stuck on the wall with powerful force. With such terrifying force, if it were to hit a human body, it would instantly penetrate the flesh and blood. Yayu, who had teleported a few meters away, turned around and saw the place where the kunao and shuriken were shot, and took a breath. Hey, if you get hit, you're dead. But Yayu didn't know that the person who shot the kunao and shuriken on the tree dozens of meters away was even more surprised. This kind of speed has reached the level of the teleportation technique. This kid's brain is pretty good. Just now, Yayu condensed chakra under his feet in an instant, and ran several meters away in an instant. The principle is exactly the same as the instant body technique. But Yayu has never learned the teleportation technique at all. One can imagine how powerful Yayu's chakra control and physical strength are. After coming back to his senses, Yayu looked in the direction of the attacker. There was no one around at this time, so Yayu pulled out his kunao and made a fighting stance. You can't stay here for long. You have to find an opportunity to escape. Judging from the attack just now, this person's strength is far superior to mine. In an instant, Yayu analyzed the gap between ourselves and the enemy. It's just that Yayu didn't dare to turn around at this time. Once he turned around at this time, he would be assassinated from behind by the attacker. Yayu had no intention of entangling with the attacker. He didn't know any ninjutsu, and he wasn't even very good at taijutsu. It is absolutely impossible to compete with an attacker just by relying on the few basic ninjutsu you have learned. Yayu knew this from the beginning. Just how to run, you have to think about it. For a while, the surroundings fell into calm again. Only the evening breeze blew. There are even no street lights in this place, and the dark surroundings make people feel chilly. Yayu's eyes kept staring in the direction of the attacker. He has sensed the approximate location of the attacker, and now he does not dare to act rashly. Suddenly, Yayu felt the fluctuation of chakra behind him. So fast. Yayu was stunned, and the attacker appeared behind him almost instantly. He didn't even react. In just a moment, Yayu came back to his senses. This time he didn't teleport out again. He knew very well that the attacker was faster than him. Teleporting out again is just courting death. At this moment, Yayu turned around and whipped him over. Bang! There was a muffled sound, and the figure behind him was instantly kicked and turned into a white smoke. Too bad it's a doppelganger. Yayu secretly said it was not good. Earth-style Marg technique. Yayu suddenly felt his feet go weak. The street under his feet instantly turned into a swamp, and the swamp's adhesion was very strong, and Yayu was quickly pulled down into the swamp. At this time, half of his body had fallen into the swamp. And the body keeps falling. Chapter 19. What is Kakashi's purpose? In almost 3 seconds, only Yayu's head was still on the ground. However, the secret attacker did not appear. Sure enough, when the swamp submerged Yayu's head, a line of white smoke appeared. Yayu in the swamp also turned into a piece of wood. Haha, a substitute technique. You really use the ninjutsu you learned so well. It turns out that Yayu used the substitution technique to escape the attacker's earth style just now. At this time, Yayu's true body had appeared more than 10 meters away. It's just that he's not relaxed at all. He looked in the direction of the attacker with a solemn expression. This guy is too strong. I am no match for him now. Who is he? I shouldn't have any enemies. I don't even know many people in the village. Who wants to harm me? Yayu was very annoyed. The ninjutsu just now clearly wanted to push him to death. No matter what kind of hatred or resentment, he couldn't remember that he had ever offended such a strong person. Just as Yayu was brainstorming about who attacked him, a figure walked out of the dark woods. Yes, it seems that you already have the strength of Chunin. Seeing this person, Yayu looked even more nervous. It was too dark here, and the person had his face covered, so he couldn't recognize who he was. But this person gave him a very strong feeling, many times more powerful than his teacher. If this guy really wanted to kill me, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to stand here now. But what is his purpose? This is a village. Does this guy really dare to kill someone in the street? Although ninjas often perform assassination missions, this is a village and there is order. Even ninjas don't dare to hurt people at will. Moreover, this person is so powerful that it would be impossible for him to kill himself. Yayu knew very well that this person could kill him instantly. While Yayu was thinking, this man had already arrived in front of Yayu. It seems I haven't offended you, right? Yayu still didn't take action. He wanted to know who this person was. The attacker glanced at Yayu and said calmly, "Follow me." After saying that, he turned around and walked away. At this moment, Yayu wanted to turn around and run away. But when he thought about the gap between the two sides, he still gave up. He probably didn't want to kill me, otherwise I wouldn't have survived just now. But what is his purpose? Unable to figure it out, Yayu hesitated for a moment and then followed. There is no way, he is no match for the opponent, this person can kill him instantly. There is no point in resisting. And Yayu also wants to know who this person is and what his purpose is. In the dark night, the two of them, one behind the other, more than 10 meters apart, gradually walked to the back mountain of Konoha. When entering the back mountain, Yayu originally didn't want to follow him, but he finally followed him. He could tell that this man probably wouldn't kill him. The two came to the lake that Yayu and the others had cleaned yesterday. Under the moonlight, the man's white hair made Yayu's eyes narrow. Isn't this guy Hotaki Kakashi? Yayu looked at this person carefully, and the more he looked like him. No, I don't think I have offended him. Could it be that the same teacher offended him when we were in Anbu? So now he wants to teach me a lesson to get back at the teacher. After guessing that this person was Kakashi, Yayu felt that it must be because Kimoto Tongtong had offended Kakashi in Anbu, so Kakashi took revenge on him and warned Kimoto Tongtong. But since this person might be Kakashi, Yayu is sure that he will not be in danger. And this person is really Kakashi. During the day, he took Naruto and Sasuke on missions. In fact, it was Naruto and Sasuke who completed the mission, and he was reading a novel on the side. Kakashi is a fan of Jiraiya's books. Walking to the lake, Kakashi took off his mask. Yayu breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it's really Kakashi. After confirming that it was Kakashi, Yayu didn't say anything. He wanted to know what grudges Kakashi had with his teacher. Those few attacks by Kakashi just now, if replaced by ordinary genin, would have turned into corpses. Yayu doesn't blame Kakashi. He knows that since it is Kakashi, he is taking revenge on himself because of his teacher. Then he must know his approximate strength. Otherwise, given his character, he would definitely not take action casually. Kakashi is not a bad person. Yayu actually has some 8 trigrams and wants to know what grudge his teacher has between Anbu and Kakashi. For a long time, neither of them spoke. The scene was awkward for a while. After a long while, Kakashi finally spoke first. "Jingwen Yayu, your performance was pretty good just now." Yayu said nothing. "I just watched Kakashi quietly standing by the lake pretending to be serious." And Kakashi was a little embarrassed when he didn't get the response he wanted. But he was elite Jonin after all, so he quickly adjusted his mood. "Are you confused now as to why I attacked you?" Yayu nodded. "I don't think Mr. Kakashi is just bored and teasing me." Kakashi was a little embarrassed. Yayu was not curious about his purpose at all. On the contrary, he no longer had the panic when he responded to his attack just now, but was very calm. Even calmer than him. Not even Sasuke would be like this. Sasuke's usual deepness is entirely due to his tsundere. But Yayu's calmness is really because he seems to have everything under control. In fact, Yayu didn't know anything. The reason why he was so calm was just because this person was Kakashi, so he would definitely not be in any danger. Knowing Kakashi made Yayu very relieved at this time. And he felt that the reason why Kakashi attacked him must be because of his teacher. After all, Yayu had no interaction with Kakashi before. But my teacher used to be Anbu's ninja, so Kakashi must have had some trouble with Kimoto Tong before. Kakashi was a little disappointed not seeing what he wanted to see. But he did not forget his purpose. Kakashi turned around. Under the moonlight, his silver-white hair was very eye-catching. "The average Chunin couldn't block my attack just now, which means you are already stronger than the average Chunin. That's it. If I increase the intensity, you will lose." Yayu nodded. "Yes, Mr. Kakashi is Jonin. I can feel that you can actually defeat me from the beginning. In front of you, I have no power to resist at all. I'm still very clear about this." Yayu had no doubts. He even knew very well that if Kakashi really wanted to take him down, he would have no chance to fight back. Although there is only one level difference between Chunin and Jonin. But the strength is really different. During the mission in the Land of Waves, the two Chunin were just 2 clowns in front of Kakashi, and they were killed instantly after taking advantage of them. Yayu doesn't think he can try to challenge Kakashi just because Kakashi boasts that he has Chunin's strength. Chapter 20 Me. Become a Jonin in half a year? Kakashi smiled slightly and nodded. Yes, there is also a clear self-understanding. As he said that, Kakashi looked at Yayu and his expression became serious. "Your teacher and I used to be colleagues, did you know?" Yayu didn't speak, so he could naturally guess it. Kakashi did not continue to ask Yayu, but told Yayu that he and Kimoto had made the same decision. "Well, what do you think?" Although 2 people can decide Yayu's life, Kakashi still wants to ask Yayu what he thinks. Yayu thought for a while. I think I don't have the choice to refuse. No, I want to know what you think. Your thoughts are important. Kakashi said. I don't have any ideas. It would be good to have one more teacher. Yayu said lightly. Kakashi was a little confused. Don't you feel happy? After all, you know your teacher's experience, and you should also know how rare it is to have Anbujanin as your teacher. I know, just having one more teacher doesn't make me happy. Yayu's words made Kakashi confused. He thought Yayu didn't like him. I think my strength should be able to teach you a lot. Yayu nodded. I believe that, after all, you are teacher Kakashi, and I can know how powerful you are from many rumors. In this regard, Yayu really didn't rely on the memory of his previous life. Kakashi is indeed very famous in Konoha, except for relatively slow people like Naruto. Anyone who is a normal ninja has heard of Kakashi's reputation. Kakashi was even more confused. Since Yayu knew how powerful he was, why did he act so bland? Kakashi-sensei, for me, being able to be a ninja safely is the most important thing. I don't have the pursuit of becoming a strong person. This is Yayu's true words, but also lies. Yayu really thinks so. He has no competitive spirit in the first place, and all he strives for is to live stably in this world. The lie is because he has a system and he knows that he can become a strong person even if no one teaches him. It just takes more time and is more troublesome. Kakashi was speechless. Yayu's idea was too unambitious. But when he thinks about himself, what qualifications does he have to say Yayu? Don't you have any dreams? Kakashi couldn't help but ask. Yayu smiled. My dream is to spend a stable career as a ninja. You should also know how short the career life of a ninja is. Yayu's words made Kakashi even more speechless. This is true, but Yayu is different, at least in Kakashi's opinion. He is a genius that he values, someone he wants to train to become the most important force in protecting Konoha. How can you be so hopeless? Don't you have anything you want to protect? Kakashi still refused to give up. He wanted Yayu to at least have something to strive for. It is impossible for a ninja without his own ideals to achieve anything. At least Kakashi is right based on his own experience. Yayu thought for a while and said, of course there is, and with enough strength, I naturally want to protect my precious things. Kakashi finally smiled. Then why did you say such decadent words just now? Yayu shook his head. Mr. Kakashi, I don't think what I just said is decadent. I said I wanted to spend a stable ninja career, and I didn't say I didn't want to work hard. If you want a stable life, you need to become stronger, but as long as you can protect the most precious things, that is enough. There is no need to become stronger endlessly. As for whether I can do it, I don't care, as long as I do it, that's enough. Kakashi smiled helplessly. How could you say such old-fashioned words at such a young age? Okay, I don't want to introduce myself to you anymore. I think you should also know something about me. After all, you are not Naruto and the others. Sasuke and Naruto really don't know much about Kakashi. Forget it, Naruto. Kakashi used to be colleagues with Uchiha Itachi, and Sasuke was actually very unfamiliar with him. Kakashi felt helpless. Sometimes he even wondered if Uchiha Itachi hadn't told Sasuke about him before. Kakashi was right, Uchiha Itachi did not tell Sasuke about him. After all, Uchiha Itachi rarely told Sasuke about Anbu. It's even more impossible to reveal Kakashi's affairs. Kakashi walked up to Yayu. Under the moonlight, Kakashi, who was 1.8 meters tall, was actually only one head taller than Yayu. Yayu, who is only 12 years old, is already over 1.6 meters tall. Among the little ghosts who are less than 1.5 meters tall, he is relatively tall. Compared with his aloofness in front of outsiders, Kakashi did not act very aloof in front of Yayu. He patted Yayu on the shoulder and said seriously, "From today on, I am also your teacher, and I hope that you can have the strength of Jainin within a year or even half a year. When you have the strength of Jainin, I will take you alone to carry out some tasks." Yayu, who was originally expressionless, was stunned for a moment. "Take me on a mission. Achieving Jainin's strength in half a year." Yayu's mouth twitched slightly. "How overestimating you are of me. Who can achieve Jainin's strength within half a year? And you should also know what kind of ninja you are. The tasks you perform are simply not accessible to ordinary ninjas." Although Yayu feels that his strength will improve quickly after having a system, he is not so arrogant that he can reach Jainin's level within half a year. You must know that although there is only one level difference between Jnin and Jainin, Special Jainin is not Jainin at all in Yayu's opinion. So there is only one level difference between Jnin and Jainin. But the difference in combat effectiveness is the difference between clouds and mud. Under normal circumstances, one Jainin can crush a group of Jnin. And as long as he doesn't cheat, Jnin will face Jainin, and he will be massacred. And it doesn't mean that ninjutsu's strength reaches Jainin's, it means he has Jainin's strength. Relevant combat experience is also required. This is also the aspect that Yayu pays most attention to. Ninjutsu can be practiced, but combat experience requires him to actually accumulate combat experience. Yayu knows very well how Tsutsuki Kagaya was sealed by Nezuo in the end. Essentially, Tsutsuki Kagaya's combat experience is too poor. He is definitely much stronger than Nezuo in terms of strength, but he was stupid after being sealed for thousands of years, and being sealed twice in the end was an embarrassment to the final boss. In fact, the Tsutsuki clan all have this problem. Basically they are crushed by sheer force. It's okay to encounter opponents who are several levels behind. It's really nice to crush them directly. But if you encounter an opponent who is only one level behind, or even the same level and has rich combat experience, there is a high probability that you will be defeated. Yayu knows very well that his actual combat experience is still 0. It will take a long time to achieve Jainin's strength. In fact, Yayu thinks so because he has too high demands on himself. He had already shown strength far beyond the average Jnin in response to Kakashi's attack before. The reason why he feels there is a big gap between himself and Kakashi is not because of actual combat experience, but because the gap between his current pure strength and Kakashi is too big. It's just that Yayu mistook this gap as the gap in actual combat experience between him and Kakashi. After receiving the penultimate talent of learning ninjutsu, Yayu's actual combat level is actually much better than ordinary people. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have the strength to surpass the average Jnin just by relying on the few basic ninjutsu he has just learned. Chapter 21 Kakashi is shocked. Seeing Yayu's reaction, Kakashi was a little surprised. "You are really different from others. When other children hear these words, they will only think that they are powerful and that I think highly of him. But you don't look proud at all." Kakashi didn't expect Yayu to behave so maturely. Yayu frowned. "It's wrong to think that you are very powerful. I know my abilities very well. It's impossible to possess Jainin's strength within half a year, and it's even more impossible to go out on a mission with you. I still want to live well." Kakashi smiled, "But Tong Tong and I both think you have this ability. Then you must all think too highly of me. I don't have that ability." Yayu shook his head and said, "Okay, if you have this ability, you have to give it a try to find out." Kakashi didn't dwell on the issue. He really believed that Yayu had the ability to become Jainin in half a year. After saying that, Kakashi took out a piece of white paper from his ninja bag. Passed it to Yayu. "This is a chakra test strip, which can test the properties of your chakra." Looking at the chakra test strip handed over by Kakashi, Yayu hesitated for a moment and took it. But Kakashi didn't notice. In fact, Yayu doesn't want Kakashi to know that he has 5 attributes of chakra. In the ninja world, there are not many chakras with 5 attributes, and they are even extremely rare. In Konoha, the only ones Yayu knew about were Kakashi and the 3rd generation. Input your chakra into it and you will know. Give it a try. Yayu's eyes narrowed slightly, and the chakra in his body instantly poured into the chakra test paper in his hand. Kakashi stared closely at the chakra test strip in Yayu's hand. He was curious to know how many chakra properties Yayu possesses. Most people only have one kind, and it is rare to have two kinds. Many Jainin originally only had one chakra attribute, and the extra one was acquired through acquired training. However, the chakra attributes acquired through training are naturally much worse than those born with it. Kakashi hopes that Yayu will have the chakra with the attribute of thunder. This way he can teach Chidori to Yayu. At the moment Yayu entered chakra into the chakra test paper. The chakra test paper was split into two halves instantly, and then water stains appeared on one side of the chakra test paper that was split into two halves, making the test paper wet. The other half crumpled into a ball, and then a ball of fire burned a hole in one part, while the other part was shattered into powder like gravel. Kakashi was stunned. No words came out of my mouth. Yayu was also a little surprised. Although he had long known that he had 5 attributes of chakra. But this is the first time to actually verify it. After reacting, Kakashi looked at Yayu in shock. You actually have 5 attributes of chakra. This is really surprising. For how many years has it been, there hasn't been a ninja with 5 chakra attributes in Konoha. Yayu, you are really destined to become a great ninja like the 4th Hokage. And Yayu looked at Kakashi with an excited look on his face. They were all speechless. Although having 5 chakra attributes is indeed a bit shocking. But Kakashi himself possesses 5 chakra attributes, so there's nothing to be excited about. And Kakashi actually compared himself to the 4th Hokage. Although Yayu feels that he will be stronger than 4th Hokage in the future, 4th Hokage is still a person who is difficult to reach for him now. Teacher Kakashi, are you exaggerating? Is it difficult to see my chakra attribute? Yayu showed no knowledge of the properties of chakra. This kind of knowledge is not something that a genin can understand. Although he had learned about chakra attributes in ninja school, he had never learned about chakra test strips, let alone used them. Yayu's words brought Kakashi back to reality. Kakashi smiled. You don't know, you have 5 chakra attributes, which means you have all chakra attributes. Please tell me whether this should be exciting. Now Kakashi doesn't know much about the 2 attributes of yin and yang. And Kakashi thought that Yayu would be as excited as him when he heard that he had chakra with all attributes. Who knew that Yayu didn't show any excitement at all? He just nodded calmly and said, that's pretty good. Can I learn ninjutsu with all attributes? Kakashi was speechless. You don't seem surprised at all. Yayu's face was calm and showed no signs of excitement at all. What's so surprising about this? I only care about whether I can learn ninjutsu with all attributes. Kakashi shook his head. You are really different from other children of the same age. But forget it, you are right. You have 5 attributes of chakra, which means you can learn ninjutsu with 5 attributes of chakra. Do you know how many people have the 5 attributes of chakra? Looking at your excited look just now, I don't know much. Kakashi nodded. Yes, very few, that's why I was so excited just now. Now in Konoha, as far as I know, the only ninja with 5 chakra attributes, besides you and me, is the 3rd Hokage. Yayu smiled. So you also have 5 chakra attributes, but it's right to think about it. After all, you have the title of Copy Ninja. If you don't have the corresponding chakra attribute, it would be difficult to copy your opponent's ninjutsu. Kakashi nodded. Yes, although having a Sharingan can copy a lot of ninjutsu. But not all ninjutsu can be copied. If the copier itself does not have the corresponding chakra attribute, it cannot be copied. And there are some forbidden techniques and blood inheritance limits that cannot be copied. Physical skills are also difficult to replicate. Kakashi valued Yayu very much at this time and actually explained Sharingan's characteristics to him clearly. Although this is not much of a secret. But the average ninja really doesn't know that. It is even more impossible for genin like Yayu to know. One can imagine how much Kakashi trusts Yayu at this time. Yayu knows everything Kakashi said. So he wasn't surprised. Kakashi patted Yayu on the shoulder happily. Starting from today, I will use the most rigorous training to let you master the ninjutsu you need to master in the shortest possible time. You have to be mentally prepared. Yayu nodded, I don't care. But the best I can do is do the best I can. Kakashi smiled, he was very happy now. Yayu's own conditions are really good. It is simply an extremely precious piece of jade. And it's the kind of material that with a little carving can turn into a piece of beautiful jade. Chapter 22 Chakra Devils. Kakashi was very happy, but Yayu asked Kakashi, Teacher Kakashi, do you really have time to teach me? You are still Naruto's instructor. Kakashi waved his hand, don't worry, I will try my best to coordinate the time arrangements of both parties. Yayu didn't want to think about what Kakashi would do. That's good. We made an agreement today. Starting from tomorrow, you will come here every night and I will wait for you here. Unless something happens to me, you will come here every day. Can you promise? Kakashi looked at Yayu. Yayu nodded, of course I have no problem. Anyway, Yayu has nothing to do every day. Plus he doesn't have many friends. The two chatted for a while and then separated. Yayu only felt a little magical on the way back. I thought to myself, Kakashi actually came to teach me. Does this count as being in the good graces of teacher Kimoto? Yayu felt that if Kimoto Tongai and Kakashi were not colleagues, he would never be able to teach him. It's just that he guessed wrong. He didn't know how much his talent shocked Kakashi. The main reason why Kakashi is willing to take over Team 7 is the request of third generation. After all, Kakashi was once a disciple of the fourth Hokage, and also served as the captain of the unit directly under Enbu of the fourth generation. Even when Naruto's mother, Uzumaki Kushina, was pregnant with Naruto, he served as his bodyguard. In addition, Naruto still has 9 tails sealed in his body, so Kakashi, currently the strongest Genin in Konoha, seems to be the best choice. And there is also Uchiha Sasuke in the team. Although the third Hokage was indecisive about the destruction of the Uchiha clan, it had a great responsibility for the massacre of the Uchiha clan. But third generation also wants to train Sasuke, and Kakashi is also good at the development of Sharingan. Therefore, Kakashi became the instructor of Class 7. Although he did not reject it, it was not his choice. But he really likes Yayu. Yayu's talent is very similar to his back then, or even stronger. The difference between Yayu and him is that Yayu is more peaceful than him. Although Kakashi was not proud on the surface, he was always proud on the inside. After all, he is indeed much better than his classmates at the same time. Graduating from the ninja school at the age of 5, Shinin at the age of 6, and Jainin at the age of 12. This experience is extremely rare in the entire ninja world. And he felt that Yayu's talent was still above his. One can imagine how much expectations he has for Yayu. The more talented a ninja is, if he is not taught well, he will have serious problems. Kakashi lowered his face and discussed with Kimoto to teach Yayu personally. In addition to really liking Yayu, he also hoped to teach Yayu by himself to prevent him from having problems in the future. After Kakashi and Yayu separated, they came to Mubentung. Kimoto looked at Kakashi, who appeared on his balcony, and shook his head helplessly. I said you can't just walk through the door. Kakashi leaned on the balcony. He and I have made an agreement. His talent is far stronger than what you and I have seen before. Kimoto Tong was stunned for a moment. Then he smiled with relief. I'm not very surprised. Kakashi also smiled. I don't think you would have thought of it. Oh. Kimoto looked at Kakashi. Kakashi looked at the woods outside and said. I tested his current strength. His performance surprised me. I'm afraid that ordinary Chunin is no longer his opponent. He just learned to use chakra with you during the day-to-day. When he fought against me, he used it very skillfully and very well. He now has the strength of Chunin, and he is still a stronger Chunin. Now he only lacks the lethality ninjutsu. As long as he masters the lethality ninjutsu, his strength may soon catch up with you. Kakashi sighed. Even now he still hasn't come back to his senses. Yayu's talent is too high, beyond his expectation. Kimoto Tongtong smiled, this kid. Although it was unexpected, Mu Bentung still felt very gratified. After all, he really regarded Yayu as his direct disciple. If he hadn't been good at fighting, he would never have handed Yayu over to Kakashi. Kakashi continued, there's one more thing you'd never expect. Yayu has 5 attributes of chakra. The smile on Kimoto's face, which had looked pleased just now, froze. What? He has full attribute chakra. Kimoto Tong was shocked. Just now Kakashi said that Yayu has Chunin strength. Although he was surprised, it was not unimaginable. But with full attribute chakra, this situation is too special. Generally speaking, chakra with all attributes is basically born with the bloodline. The rarity of a chakra with all attributes is even much less than that of some ninjas with blood inheritance limits. Currently, Konoha only has Kakashi and 3rd Hokage. It can even be said that having a full attribute chakra itself can be regarded as a blood inheritance limit. Momoto's eyes narrowed slightly. You didn't tell anyone else about this, right? Kakashi shook his head. I know very well how sensitive this is, so naturally I won't tell anyone. Having a chakra with all attributes is a good thing, but because it is so rare, it is easy to be targeted. Kakashi and Kimoto both belonged to Anbya before they were the same. It is clear that Konoha not only has sunlight on the surface, but also darkness buried under the roots. In addition, Yayu is just a commoner and has no family protection. Who knows if someone will capture him for human experimentation? Kimoto Tongai breathed a sigh of relief. You should also pay attention when teaching him. It is best for him to only use ninjutsu with 2 attributes. Kakashi nodded, I will tell him. On this issue, Kakashi and Kimoto are of the same mind. That is, until Yayu has the power to protect himself, he must not let others know that he has full attributes of chakra. After Yayu returned home, lying on the bed, his consciousness sank into the consciousness space. Soon, a voice appeared in my mind. If you hang up for a day, your chakra will double, your physical strength will increase by 1%, and your speed will double. After coming back to his senses, Yayu felt very comfortable all over. After thinking about it carefully, Yayu raised the corner of his mouth slightly. The growth of chakra has been terrible. Now this chakra is too abundant, and it is even almost the same as Kakashi's. Is the speed doubled because I roughly learned the teleportation technique? The difficulty of the general teleportation technique is very low, and the principle is also very simple. It is to attach chakra to the sole of the foot to increase the speed of body movement. Therefore, the difficulty of learning the general teleportation technique is level D. That is, anyone who is a genin can learn it. Chapter 23 Kakashi's Treat. What surprised Yayu the most was the growth of chakra. Now his chakra amount is close to Kakashi. You must know that Kakashi's chakra amount is very high among genin. The reason why he appears to be lacking chakra in battle. Because he does not have the bloodline of the Uchiha clan, his body is incompatible with the Sharingan, and the Sharingan cannot be turned off, which consumes a lot of chakra. Without the consumption of Sharingan, Kakashi's chakra would definitely not be inferior to that of an average shadow-level powerhouse. When he was 12 years old, he was able to release the B-level ninjutsu earth-style Teriabai at will, and the range was tens of meters, which was very large. One can imagine how much chakra he would have if he didn't have Sharingan. And now Yayu actually has a chakra close to Kakashi level. What the growth of chakra brings is that Yayu's spiritual energy and physical strength are greatly enhanced. After all, someone else's chakra is extracted from the body. Yayu's chakra is extracted from nature. Therefore, the more chakra, the better it nourishes Yayu's body. After all, the chakra in Yayu's body is transformed by natural energy. To withstand so much chakra requires physical fitness to keep up. I don't know if it's just starting now, so the chakra is growing very fast. After that, there will be a lot of chakra, so the growth rate shouldn't be so fast. Yayu feels that chakra is growing so fast now because his foundation is still too poor, resulting in chakra's base being very small. But Yayu didn't even think about it. His current chakra amount was almost the same as Kakashi's in his 20s. And he was only 12 years old. You know, even Naruto, excluding Nine Tails chakra, is about the same as Kakashi. And this is because 4th Hokage's 8-sign seal has been converting the chakra leaked by Nine Tails into Naruto's own chakra. One can imagine how terrifying Yayu's chakra power has become. On the second day, after Yayu and Kimoto completed a D-level mission, Kakashi was waiting for him at the training ground early. Kakashi was seen standing on a tree in the training ground holding a book. Mu Bentung was speechless. I said you were too anxious. Do you think I won't let Yayu go? Although it is already known that Kakashi will also teach Yayu in the future. But he didn't expect Kakashi to be so anxious. They had just completed their mission and were waiting at the training ground. At this time, Yamada Shu and Honda Zi have gone home. Kimoto stayed with Yayu, originally wanting to teach him some ninjutsu. Although he is not good at fighting, some interrogation ninjutsu can be quite useful if he learns it. Who knew Kakashi didn't give him this chance at all? Yayu stood next to Mu Bentung and looked at Kakashi on the tree, feeling a little embarrassed. Although I knew that Kimoto Tongai had already agreed. But now that two teachers appeared at the same time, he still felt like he had betrayed Mu Bentung. Kakashi put away the novel in his hand. Jump down from the tree. It's just that I didn't take the mission today, I just have time. Let's go, Yayu. Kakashi walked up to Yayu. Yayu looked at Mu Bentung. Kakashi said calmly, your teacher agreed, don't worry. Although Kimoto Tongai was a little helpless, he still wanted to teach Yayu a ninjutsu. But Kakashi is here, so he can only let Yayu go. He patted Yayu on the shoulder, study hard. Although this guy looks lazy, he is really strong. In Konoha, except for the 3rd Hokage, he is already the strongest ninja. Since neither Tsunade nor Jiraiya was in Konoha, there was no problem with Kimoto's words. After saying that, Kimoto Tong turned around and disappeared. He was afraid of staying here any longer and couldn't help but keep Yayu. Looking at the place where Kimoto Tong disappeared, Yayu sighed. Teacher Tong admires Mr. Kakashi very much. Kakashi smiled lightly, he also hopes that you can gain strong strength as soon as possible and grow into a pillar protecting the village. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kakashi came to preach. Yayu was not disgusted and nodded, I probably won't let him down. Teacher Kakashi, didn't you take the mission today? Kakashi nodded, well, we just completed a task. I let them rest for a while. Okay, before I practice, I'll take you to eat first. It's not good to practice when you're hungry. Yayu looked at Kakashi in surprise. Teacher Kakashi, you don't want me to treat you to dinner, do you? Yayu knows very well that Kakashi is stingy. Kakashi was stunned for a moment and looked at Yayu with a surprised look on his face. Somewhat embarrassing. It seems that Yayu knows about his stinginess. But he really didn't think about asking Yayu to treat him. Why do you think so? Let's go, of course it's my treat. Yayu's mouth twitched slightly, I hope so. Treating guests is nothing, but Yayu also lives on the inheritance left by her parents. He has just completed a D-level mission and doesn't have much money. But since Kakashi wants to teach him ninjutsu, he should treat him as a treat. Kakashi was helpless, am I this kind of person in your eyes? Yayu walked away with a smile on his face. Soon, the two came to Ichiraku ramen shop. Seeing Kakashi appear, the bosses Shouta and Chongpu smiled and said, "Hey, Kakashi." Kakashi is quite famous in Konoha. But after seeing Yayu, I was a little surprised. After all, Yayu had no interaction with Kakashi before. "Yayu, what do you want to eat today?" Chongpu didn't think too much. When he saw Yayu come in, he leaned against the console and asked with a smile. Yayu smiled and said, "Give me a bowl of tonkatsu ramen." Kakashi sat next to Yayu. "Is one bowl enough?" Yayu nodded. Because Yayu does not extract chakra from the body, there is no need to rely on food to replenish body energy. Kakashi was a little skeptical. There will be brutal training later, and a bowl of ramen won't be enough. No, one bowl is enough. Yayu is very clear about his situation. But Kakashi still talked to his hand and said, "Give him 2 more bowls, 3 bowls of tonkatsu ramen, and give me 3 bowls of beef ramen." Kakashi knew very well how much the training would consume, but he felt that Yayu didn't know. Although Yayu had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, there's no way he can say he doesn't draw energy from his body to sustain his chakra. The interaction between Kakashi and Yayu made the people on the side slap their faces with shock. He could see that Kakashi treated Yayu differently than others, almost like a father to his child. But the two of them had nothing to do with each other before. He really couldn't figure it out. However, Handa also knew that he couldn't ask about ninja matters. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to operate here for decades without going bankrupt. Chapter 24 2 Options. Soon, 6 bowls of hot ramen were served. Yayu turned to look at Kakashi. Kakashi asked in confusion, "What are you looking at me for? Eat quickly." Yayu said nothing. Soon Kakashi knew what Yayu was thinking. He was speechless. "You are so boring too, right?" He knew that Yayu wanted to see his true face under the mask. Yayu smiled and said, "Curious." Although Kakashi is certainly handsome, he really wants to know how handsome he is, so handsome that Tate and Iris can see him with peach blossoms in their eyes. Kakashi shook his head and could only slowly take off his mask, revealing his true face. Yayu was stunned for a moment when he saw Kakashi's true face. "Teacher Kakashi, Kakashi, no wonder you are wearing a mask, otherwise those girls from Konoha would definitely block your door." Kakashi is indeed handsome, and Yayu knows very well how harmful Kakashi's appearance is to girls. Sure enough, when they saw Kakashi's true face, Tate and Iris were filled with peach blossoms. Kakashi shook his head and ate the ramen. "Eat quickly." Yayu stopped talking and started eating. But just halfway through eating, a few more people came in. Yayu didn't pay attention at first, but when the visitor saw Kakashi, he immediately roared, scaring Yayu so much that he almost took out his kunai and prepared to fight. "Yo, Kakashi, I didn't expect you to be here." Yayu looked at the visitor and had a headache. The same goes for Kakashi. Looking at the man in front of him who was wearing a green tights and showing his shining white teeth when he spoke, he said helplessly, "Kai." The person coming was none other than Metkai. Behind him are his 3 students, Hyaga Niji, Rock Lee, and Tenten. As soon as he came in, Niji's eyes never left Yayu. What Yayu didn't know was that Niji noticed him as soon as he came in. Because Yayu gave him a strong sense of threat. He always felt that the person in front of him could threaten him. This was something he had never experienced among his peers. Kai sat familiarly next to Kakashi, and Niji and the other 3 also sat next to Yayu. After sitting down, Kai also noticed Yayu's presence. Looking at Kakashi, Kai was a little surprised. "Kakashi, is this your student?" Because Kai had been performing tasks outside before, he didn't know who Kakashi's students were. Kakashi paused, nodded, and said, "Yes." Kai didn't notice Kakashi's expression. When he heard that Yayu was Kakashi's student, he immediately smiled and said, Kakashi, your student looks very energetic. Do you want to learn taijutsu from me? Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly. No need, I can teach myself. Kai laughed heartily. Of course he was just talking. Of course, if Yayu really wants to learn from him, he will teach him. There are very few taijutsu ninjas in the ninja world, so he would be happy to have one more. Moreover, he is also a student of Kakashi. If Yayu learns from Kai, wouldn't it mean that he has defeated Kakashi in this aspect? Kakashi is very happy to win. Tian, who was sitting next to Yayu, looked at Yayu curiously. Hello, my name is Tian, and you are Mr. Kakashi's student. Hello, my name is Yayu. Seeing Tian greeting Yayu, Xiao Li and Ningji also came over. My name is Rock Li, and I am a student of Teacher Kai. I am determined to defeat the genius ninja. After speaking, Xiao Li revealed a flash of white fang. He looked exactly like Kai, and Yayu looked a little embarrassed. Niji on the side said calmly, my name is Hyaga Niji, I think you are a little different. Niji said bluntly. Yayu gave him a very unusual feeling. Yayu didn't say anything, just laughed and said, yeah. Kakashi on the side saw Nishi's solemn look and said quickly, Kai, stop talking nonsense and order something quickly. The store manager has been standing there for a long time. Kai started ordering without thinking too much. Kakashi looked at Yayu, eat quickly. Yayu knew what Kakashi was worried about. Niji has Byakugan. If he uses Byakugan to explore Yayu's body, he will definitely find the unusually large amount of chakra in Yayu's body. Yayu nodded and quickly finished the 3 bowls of ramen. After eating, Kakashi pulled Yayu out of the Ichiraku ramen shop. Kai didn't notice. But Niji was interested in Yayu. Yayu gave him a completely different feeling from other peers. He couldn't fault that sense of real threat. After coming out of Ichiraku ramen shop, Kakashi and Yayu were walking on the street. Kakashi said, Niji noticed you just now, did you feel it? Yayu nodded. His attention has always been on me, which is a bit strange. Kakashi sighed, Ningji was the number 1 ninja in the last year, and he also had Byakugan. In the past year, his strength has reached the level of Chunin. Already have ninja intuition. Yayu nodded, I have indeed heard about him. When he was in the ninja school, he was very famous. Yayu studied in the same school as Ninkai for 5 years. Because Niji is 1 year older than Yayu. Ninja school lasts for 6 years. It's just that Yayu's qualifications were mediocre before, and Yayu deliberately kept his sense of existence very low. So Niji didn't pay much attention to him. Kakashi looked at Yayu, it will be very troublesome if he knows that you have a huge chakra in your body. That guy Kai has a big mouth and can't hide things from you. This is why Kai begged 3rd generation to enter Enbu, but 3rd generation refused. He is suitable for performing straightforward tasks, and generally he will not be allowed to perform tasks involving confidentiality. Yayu nodded, I can feel it. But you were so anxious to come out just now. I'm afraid it would be difficult for Niji not to pay attention. Kakashi said helplessly, I can't help it. If I stay for a while, I'm worried that Niji will really roll his eyes. Yayu smiled, actually, it doesn't matter even if he knows. I think with Niji's character, he shouldn't say anything casually. Kakashi nodded, it's really impossible with his character, but just in case, it's better to be careful. Soon, the two came to the back mountain of Konoha. Next to the lake under the waterfall. Kakashi stood in front of Yayu and said seriously, I have 2 plans, and I want you to choose which one. Yayu looked at Kakashi, say. The first plan is that I will directly teach you a difficult ninjutsu to improve your current strength to a very high level. The second option is that I will teach you the basics of ninjutsu first, and then gradually increase the difficulty of ninjutsu. After saying that, Kakashi looked at Yayu silently. Yayu thought for a while, raised his head and said calmly, I choose the first option. Yayu thought Kakashi would be unhappy. Unexpectedly, Kakashi was not angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "As expected, you will definitely choose the first option. Actually, I also hope you choose the first option. After all, you are different from ordinary people. If you were the same as ordinary people, it would be detrimental to you." Chapter 25 You'll understand after listening to it once. Kakashi patted Yayu on the shoulder. "Turn around and walk to the lake. Do you think I can have a certain reputation in the ninja world just by relying on my Sharingan?" Yayu walked next to Kakashi. Looking at the lake, he said, "In addition to Sharingan, there should be a very lethal ninjutsu to cooperate with. After all, you are J-nin, there is no way you don't have the best ninjutsu in the world." Kakashi looked at Yayu and smiled, "Yes, I once developed a ninjutsu. Without Sharingan, it was a very dangerous ninjutsu. With Sharingan, that ninjutsu became a very lethal ninjutsu. Thinking about when Chidori was first developed, without Sharingan's cooperation, it would indeed be an extremely dangerous ninjutsu. Because if you are not careful, you will be killed by your opponent." Kakashi sighed. "If it weren't for my former friend who transplanted this Sharingan to me, I wouldn't be where I am today. Although Sharingan does consume a large amount of Kakashi's chakra, but it does raise Kakashi's ceiling. Kakashi's practical talent makes up for Sharingan's consumption of chakra. As long as the consumption of chakra is carefully calculated, Kakashi's Sharingan will greatly enhance him." Yayu looked at Kakashi. Kakashi thought Yayu was wondering who was the person who transplanted Sharingan to him. He explained to him, "Want to know who transplanted this eye for me?" Kakashi smiled. If it were anyone else, Kakashi would naturally not say it easily. But Yayu was the one he decided to be his disciple, so naturally he wouldn't hide anything from him. In a sense, Kakashi values Yayu more than Sasuke and Naruto. Yayu was stunned for a moment. He was just distracted just now. But since Kakashi misunderstood, he would not explain it. So he nodded, "I am indeed a little curious." Kakashi sat by the lake, patted himself next to him, and motioned for Yayu to sit next to him. After Yayu sat down, Kakashi said, "After I graduated from the ninja school, because I was too young, I couldn't get along well with the ninjas on the same team. As a result, we had to wait until the classmates we enrolled in together graduated before we successfully formed a team. In a sense, I actually didn't graduate early." Saying that, Kakashi smiled. "Yayu naturally," Kakashi said. He thought Kakashi would teach him ninjutsu directly, but he didn't expect to talk about the past. But it also shows that Kakashi trusts him, otherwise he would not tell him this. "And this eye was transplanted to me by my friend Uchiha Obito. Back then." Kakashi told Yayu what happened with Uchiha Obito and Nohara Lin. Although he had known about it for a long time, Yayu heard the specific details for the first time. "This eye is Obito's relic, and it is also of great help to me." Yayu's face was expressionless, but he was thinking in his heart that if Kakashi knew what Obito was doing now, he would probably feel embarrassed by what he just said. After Kakashi finished speaking, he looked at Yayu, "I hope you will protect your cherished friends in the future and don't be like me. Losing friends is very painful." Kakashi said this very sincerely. He really didn't want Yayu to experience the same thing as him. Yayu didn't speak, just nodded. Kakashi also stood up. "Okay, let's not talk about the sad things. Do you know why I plan to teach you Chidori? You don't have a Sharingan. This ninjutsu is obviously very dangerous." Kakashi looked at Yayu, wondering if he knew his purpose. Yayu thought for a while and said, "Do you think my dynamic vision is strong? Strong enough to rival Sharingan?" Kakashi smiled and patted Yayu on the shoulder. "Yes, when I tested you last night, I found that your dynamic vision is extremely sharp. It's even stronger than the average Sharingan." Chidori is a character that requires high-speed movement and extremely powerful dynamic vision. You can do it. Yayu nodded. However, I think this ninjutsu is difficult to master. That's right, the learning difficulty of this ninjutsu is A level. Without powerful dynamic visual coordination, the difficulty level will be S level. Before learning this ninjutsu, you need to practice body movement to a very high level. Also, this ninjutsu consumes a lot of chakra, but that's of no use to you. Your chakra volume has reached Jainin S level. With your chakra volume, you can release it about 10 times a day. I can release it 20 times a day, and your chakra amount is already half of mine. Kakashi doesn't know yet that Yayu's chakra has increased again. However, the chakra consumption of Chidori is still not as high as that of Reikari. The learning difficulty is also different. Chidori is A level and Reikari is S level. Kakashi can only release Reikari 4 times a day now. You can imagine how much chakra is consumed by Reikari. Yayu did not interrupt Kakashi's words and listened attentively. Kakashi nodded with satisfaction. He was very satisfied with Yayu's learning attitude. Although the learning requirements of Chidori are very high, but with all the conditions, dynamic vision, physical fitness, and chakra amount, you are very strong. There is absolutely no need to train in this area. I can teach you Chidori directly. I now tell the principle of Chidori. After you learn Chidori, I will teach you Reikari, the advanced version of Chidori. Kakashi has high expectations for Yayu. He didn't think it would take Yayu long to learn Chidori. So tell him directly that the ninjutsu after Chidori is Reikari. After Kakashi finished speaking, he told Yayu the principle of Chidori. Compared to regular ninjutsu, Chidori is indeed very complex. It is indeed ninjutsu developed by Kakashi. Most people really can't understand it, let alone learn it. After Kakashi spoke for more than 10 minutes, he looked at Yayu. He couldn't guarantee that Yayu could understand it in just one try. If you don't understand, I can explain it again. This ninjutsu is very complicated. It's normal if you don't understand it the first time. Yayu nodded, I understand. In case Kakashi didn't believe it, Yayu analyzed the principles of Chidori and the specific situation of ninjutsu. Yayu also figured it out very clearly. Those who didn't know, thought he had mastered this ninjutsu for a long time. Yayu really understood it after listening to it once. Now his thinking is countless times stronger than before. Especially regarding ninjutsu. After hearing this, Kakashi was stunned. If I had never taught you, I would have thought you had mastered this ninjutsu for decades. It is so proficient. Chapter 26 The Terrifying Chidori. Yayu smiled, maybe I am more interested in this kind of ninjutsu, so my understanding is better. Of course Kakashi didn't believe it. After all, Chidori is an A-level learning difficulty, and it's not just an ordinary A-level. Lightning-style ninjutsu is inherently more difficult to learn than other escape techniques, plus he was not very old when he originally developed Chidori. So many theories are very complicated. Even for him, it was not easy to understand at first. Yayu actually understood it after listening to it once. Not only did he understand it, he was also very familiar with the details of this ninjutsu. It even simplifies many steps. Kakashi feels that this ability cannot be explained by better understanding. But Kakashi is also happy. Yayu is like a bottomless treasure cave. It will always surprise him. After coming back to his senses, Kakashi said, "Let me show you how to activate this ninjutsu. Look carefully, this ninjutsu is very dangerous. If you make a wrong step, it will lead to serious consequences." Yayu nodded. Of course he knew the danger of this ninjutsu. After all, it was an A-level difficulty ninjutsu. Kakashi walked to a boulder more than 2 meters high. The boulders by the lake are very hard and not easily broken. Kakashi stood in front of the boulder. His eyes narrowed slightly and his hands turned into claws. Chakra instantly condensed in his palm. Stab. In an instant, several blue arcs appeared in Kakashi's hands. Chakra has even condensed into an entity, and the blue arc condensed more and more. In an instant, it turned into rumbling thunder and lightning like snakes. The terrifying arc of electricity turned the leaves around Kakashi into ashes. Kakashi seemed to be in the midst of thunder at this moment, and the trembling arcs of electricity were struggling like snakes that had their bodies pinched. Yayu, who was standing aside, was shocked by this scene. This is the first time he has seen such a terrifying ninjutsu since he came to this world. The horror of Chidori far exceeded his impression. The dense thunder and lightning even illuminated the surrounding area for dozens of meters. Even standing more than 10 meters away from Kakashi, he could feel his hair standing on end, almost standing on end. Looking at this horrific scene, Yayu swallowed. For the first time, he experienced the terror of elite Jonin. And all this happened in the blink of an eye. Kakashi instantly condensed lightning. It screamed like thousands of birds, even more terrifying. Lightning-style Chidori. Crack, boom, boom. As Kakashi groaned, he turned into an afterimage, and a flash of light flashed across. Kakashi appeared dozens of meters away, and the boulder in front of him had been smashed into gravel. Countless gravel flew around, the sound of explosions resounded through the canyon, and waves appeared on the calm lake surface. Yayu was stunned. He had jumped dozens of meters away. But even so, he still felt the terrifying power of ninjutsu. It's too scary. Is this the power of A-level ninjutsu? It's so scary, I can't believe it was developed by a 12-year-old boy. Yayu completely understood the value of Kakashi's genius. Developing this terrifying ninjutsu at the age of 12 is worthy of the name of genius. After releasing Chidori, Kakashi stood up and waved his hands. Looking at Yayu standing dozens of meters away, he smiled and said, "You are very fast. How about it? Do you understand? Do you want me to demonstrate again?" Kakashi is used to the power of this ninjutsu. Yayu was shocked because the power was much stronger than he had imagined. It can be said that the destructive power of Chidori will be affected within tens of meters from the center of the explosion. And that's just the power of the aftermath. You can imagine how desperate it would be to be attacked by the main body of ninjutsu. I'm afraid that if an average person is attacked, their body will be cut into pieces. After coming to his senses, Yayu jumped down from the tree. Just now he was worried about being affected, so the moment Kakashi attacked, he used the teleportation technique to move to a tree dozens of meters away. Looking at the boulder that had been broken into pieces, Yayu sighed, the power of this ninjutsu is too terrifying. So it consumes a lot of chakra. Normally, if Chunin is released once, the chakra will be exhausted. Kakashi explained. Yayu nodded. Kakashi asked, "How is it? Do you feel anything?" Yayu closed his eyes, and when he opened them, a bright light flashed across his eyes. Although this ninjutsu is complicated, but Yayu still knows how to release. He looked at Kakashi and nodded. Kakashi was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and smiled bitterly. "That's right, this ninjutsu may be difficult for others, but it may not be that difficult for you. Just practice this ninjutsu today. If you have any questions, you can ask me." Kakashi walked aside and leaned against the tree to look at Yayu. He wants to watch Yayu practice on the side. Yayu walked to another boulder. There are many such stones by the lake. Kakashi's eyes were fixed on Yayu. He wanted to know if Yayu could learn it tonight. Yayu doesn't know if she can. But he felt like he had completely grasped the gist of this ninjutsu. He even has the feeling that he has mastered this ninjutsu for decades and is very familiar with it. But Yayu wouldn't say it out loud, he thought it might be an illusion. Stand in front of the boulder. Yayu began to condense the chakra into his right hand. Just for a moment. The chakra in Yayu's body condenses on her right hand. Suddenly, there was a click sound. Stab. Dozens of arm-thick thunder and lightning suddenly condensed around Yayu, which was countless times thicker than the thunder and lightning that Kakashi had just condensed. The thunder and lightning condensed by Kakashi just now is as thick as chopsticks, while the thunder and lightning condensed around Yayu is actually as thick as an adult's arm. Moreover, the colors of thunder and lightning are completely different. The thunder and lightning condensed by Yayu are actually golden. This shocked Kakashi, who was standing not far away. What's going on? How could Yayu condense this kind of chakra? Yayu's chakra is completely different from ordinary ninjas. The chakra of an ordinary ninja is blue if it condenses into a solid body. But the chakra condensed by Yayu is actually golden. As a result, those chakras are also golden when they transform into thunder and lightning. What's even more terrifying is that the thunder and lightning condensed by Yayu only made a slight tingling sound. There is absolutely no sharp whistling sound like a normal Chidori. And what's even weirder is that the golden arcs condensed by Yayu seem to be alive, swimming around Yayu at extremely fast speeds like giant pythons. Zitsaizi. Yayu didn't notice that the Chidori he condensed was different from Kakashi. At this time, his gaze was completely focused on the boulder a few meters away. Chapter 27 Yayu's Golden Lightning. After completing the condensation of ninjutsu, Yayu's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light. Lightning-style Chidori. Crack, bang, boom. At the moment Yayu launched the attack. Like a meteorite hitting the planet, violent vibrations occurred hundreds of meters around. The dazzling light at the center of the explosion illuminated the surrounding area for thousands of meters like daylight. And countless golden lightnings connect the sky and the earth, and they are like thunder within a few hundred meters around Yayu. The terrifying energy is as terrifying as the end of the world. The terrifying thunder and lightning lasted for a full 10 seconds. And in these 10 seconds, the back mountain of Konoha seemed to be bombarded by a high-concentration tailed beast jade. The earth shook and the mountains collapsed, releasing Yayu and destroying everything within a few hundred meters around ninjutsu. Too scary. After the thunder dissipated, only a deep pit hundreds of meters wide and tens of meters deep was left. And in the center of the pit, Yayu lay in it. After more than 10 seconds, Kakashi appeared beside him, hugged him, and disappeared. If you don't leave, Yayu will go to jail later. Sure enough, after a minute, several ninjas wearing animal masks appeared around the pit. These people are naturally Anbu's ninjas. Such a big movement was no less than the explosion of the tailed beast jade back then. Several Anbu ninjas looked at the deep pit in front of them and all took a breath. Who did this? Did Nine Tails break the seal? In the minds of several Anbu ninjas, only tailed beasts could cause such horrific damage. Not even the third Hokage could cause such horrific destruction. Is there an invasion from a foreign enemy? However, this statement was quickly denied. There is no movement from the barriers. Even the most powerful ninja cannot break through. There is no movement from the barriers. It should be someone from the village, and it should be Nine Tails. Maybe the Nine Tails Jinchuriki went berserk. Several Anbu ninjas instantly targeted Naruto. After all, in Konoha, he is the only one who can achieve this level now. In other words, only the Nine Tails in his body can do this kind of destruction. Go back and report to Master Hokage first. Several Anbu ninjas disappeared next to the pit in an instant. It was already late at night, and ninjas were jumping around on the roofs of the village. The noise Yayu made was too great. It is no different from the movement caused by the Nine Tails rebellion. On the other side, after Kakashi sent Yayu home, he immediately gathered at the Hokage building. He is Konoha's elite Genin. If he were not here, he would be the first to suspect him. On the way to the Hokage building, Kakashi looked solemn. What is that power in Yayu? It's so terrifying, even more terrifying than the Nine Tails in Naruto's body. Kakashi is worried about Yayu. Yayu hasn't woken up yet. He was more worried about what the power in Yayu was. It doesn't look like a tailed beast, but the arcs Yayu releases really seem to be alive. And the power is extremely terrifying. Yayu's chakra obviously does not have that much, but it releases such a terrifying amount of chakra. Kakashi knew very well that except for the tailed beast Jade, the power Yayu released just now could not be achieved by the destructive power of ninjutsu. That is enough power to change the terrain. Kakashi still doesn't know how powerful Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are. The power of these two people has exceeded the imagination of current ninjas. Even Kakashi doesn't know the horror of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Of course, even these two people here would be very shocked when they see the power released by Yayu. You know, Yayu is only 12 years old. Moreover, Yayu releases a high concentration of natural energy. That's right, the power Yayu released just now is a high concentration of natural energy. The reason for such destructive power is that natural energy is extremely violent when it is not converted into Sage Jutsu Chakra. And it's still uncontrollable. The natural energy released by Yayu is not only highly concentrated, but also controllable. If it was really out of control, the moment Yayu was released just now, his body would be reduced to ashes by the natural energy. It was because the moment he released the thunder, the same powerful natural energy turned into a shield to protect him. And those energy shields are indeed conscious, and their consciousness is to protect Yayu from being harmed by thunder. But even with the protection of natural energy, Yayu was still in a coma because all her power was taken away. Yayu actually failed just now. He failed to control the chakra well, which caused all the natural energy in his body to be drawn out, and also caused all the natural energy in the surrounding environment to riot. The amount of chakra in Yayu's own body would never be able to cause such horrific destruction. The cause was the excessive output of natural energy in his body, which affected the surrounding natural energy. But Kakashi didn't know it clearly. He thought it was some kind of power hidden in Yayu. And he also knew that the chakra in Yayu's body was the same Sage Jutsu chakra as when Jiraiya entered Sage mode. Kakashi thought for a while and said, I am afraid that Yayu was born with Sage Jutsu chakra. The power of Sage Jutsu chakra is much greater than that of ordinary chakra. Maybe it is because his chakra is Sage Jutsu chakra, so when he outputs the same chakra, led to such a result. Kakashi found a reason. But he didn't know that even if all the chakra in Yayu's body were Sage Jutsu chakra, it would never be able to release such terrifying power. Let alone Yayu, even Jiraiya couldn't do it. Yayu actually couldn't do it himself. Soon, Kakashi arrived on the roof of the Hokage building. Dozens of ninjas are already standing here. At least they are all at the level of Special Jonin. Seeing Kakashi appear, Kai came over first. At this time, his expression was solemn, and it was obvious that the terrifying power just now made even Kai worried. That is no less powerful than a tailed beast. Kakashi, what do you think it is? Kai asked as soon as he saw him. Kakashi hesitated whether to tell third generation Yayu. Now he doesn't know whether the power in Yayu's body poses a threat to the village. Just thinking about Yayu talking to him tonight, he still chose to hide third generation. After all, he even looked at Nine Tails Jinchuriki like Naruto, and he felt that he could also look at Yayu. Not to mention that Yayu is much more stable than Naruto. It's most likely a strong man who broke into Konoha. Kai shook his head, I don't think so, because there is no movement in the barriers in the village. And why didn't the strong man who broke into the village attack the village? Chapter 28 Who did it? Kakashi looked at Kai, then what do you think? Kai said solemnly, I think it might be Nine Tails. Kai doesn't know yet that Naruto is Kakashi's student. Kakashi was silent. Of course he knew it wasn't Naruto. Kakashi, I think the Nine Tails Jinchuriki went berserk. Kakashi shook his head, I don't think so. Kai was confused, who else besides Nine Tails could cause so much damage? The explosion just now changed the terrain of Konoha's back mountain. Except for the tailed beast Jade, no one can do it. If Kai knew about Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, he would never say this. While the two were talking, the third Hokage came over. Kakashi, how is Naruto's current situation? The third Hokage also thought that Naruto might have gone berserk. This kind of thing happens often in the 5 great ninja villages. It is common for Jinchuriki to go berserk. Not every Jinchuriki can be a perfect Jinchuriki. Kakashi thought for a moment and said, Hokage-sama, I think it's not Naruto. Third generation frowned after hearing this. Third generation felt that Kakashi was shielding Naruto. He didn't blame Kakashi. He had high hopes for Naruto. You can tell from the fact that he placed Naruto in class 7. According to third generation's thinking, one of Kakashi's 7th classes must become Hokage in the future. Although Naruto is a Jinchuriki, it is obvious that the third generation values him very much. In fact, in the third generation's thinking, they already had a candidate for the next generation Hokage when he asked Kakashi to lead Naruto. Basically, choose one between Naruto and Sasuke. Because the previous generations of Hokage were basically selected this way. The reason why third generation values Sasuke, a member of the Uchiha clan, is because the Uchiha clan is gone now. Even if Sasuke becomes Hokage, he will not be affected by the Uchiha clan. So actually don't look at Sasuke and Naruto's status in Konoha at this time. But in fact, they are all candidates for the next generation of Hokage from third generation. Naturally, third generation also didn't want Naruto to do anything that would threaten the village. But only Jinchuriki could do that terrifying explosion in the back mountain of Konoha. Even if he didn't want it to be Naruto, a lot of evidence pointed to Naruto. Third generation looked at Kakashi seriously. Kakashi, I hope you can understand the seriousness of this matter. Kakashi shook his head. Hokage-sama, if it was Naruto, who stopped it? Except for you, no one in Konoha village can stop the rampaging Naruto. Not to mention releasing the terrifyingly powerful ninjutsu shows that Naruto was completely out of control at that time. Nine Tails is about to be released soon. But in fact, apart from that explosion, they disappeared. Third generation was stunned for a moment. Kakashi is indeed right. If it was really Naruto, who could stop him? And Kakashi also gave third generation a good excuse. Originally, third generation did not want people to associate this matter with Naruto. Now he could use this as an excuse to absolve Naruto of his responsibility. I will let Anbu investigate this matter clearly. The vigilance in the village will be strengthened recently. After agreeing with Kakashi's analysis, third generation said. After saying that, third generation took Jainin from Konoha village to the back mountain. When they saw the huge crater in the back mountain, even the third generation took a breath of cold air. Except for the tailed beast Jade, I'm afraid only those two can do this level of destruction. What did third generation think of? Third generation frowned. He actually agreed with Kakashi's analysis just now. Now coming here, he didn't feel Nine Tails chakra. Nine Tails is a tailed beast, and every time Nine Tails goes berserk, it will leave a strong chakra on the scene. And here there is none of that. He fully agreed with Kakashi's analysis. But if it weren't for Naruto, it would be even more terrifying. It's understandable that a tailed beast would do this kind of damage. But if a normal ninja can do this kind of thing, it can only be done by talents of the level of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. But can Konoha handle a monster of this level? Thinking of this, third generation looked extremely solemn. The huge pit in front of him also stunned Jainin, who came with third generation. They couldn't imagine how terrifying ninjutsu could be to cause such destruction. Even Kai's expression was extremely solemn. Even if I open the 7th door, I won't be able to cause this kind of damage. It's really terrible. Kakashi looked at the huge pit in front of him. Even if he looked at it for the 2nd time, he was still frightened. Yeah, you could actually survive such ninjutsu. It is conceivable that there must be some powerful power hidden in him. It's just that he doesn't know it himself. If he had known about it, Yayu would not have released it. Asuma, Yi Kurane, and others looked at the huge crater in front of them with solemn expressions and remained silent. The sight in front of me really makes people don't know what to say. Third generation shook his head. I don't know if they are people from outside the village or people from within the village. I hope it's someone from the village. With such terrifying power, if it's someone from outside the village, I'm afraid another ninja will appear in the ninja world who looks down on those two people. Although the ninja in the village caused this level of destruction, it also shows that this ninja is definitely a threat. But third generation still doesn't want such a powerful ninja to be a ninja from outside the village. If he were a ninja in the village, he would at least be able to win over him. If a ninja outside the village unleashes this level of destruction on Konoha village, it is conceivable that this person will definitely not have a good impression of Konoha. After watching for a while, third generation turned around expressionlessly and said to the Anbu ninja beside him, "During this period, the situation in the back mountain is closely monitored, and tonight's events are kept secret from the outside world. We pretend that Anbu is experimenting with a certain ninjutsu." Several Anbu ninjas standing next to third generation nodded. Third generation looked at Kakashi. "Kakashi, come with me." Kakashi nodded. Soon, the two disappeared in the mountains behind Konoha. Many villagers who were waiting for news late at night were relieved to go back to rest when they learned that Anbu was experimenting with a certain ninjutsu. They thought someone was attacking the village. It's just that such an excuse can deceive ordinary villagers and ordinary ninjas. But Danzo can't be deceived. The headquarters of Konohagakure. Danzo, who was leaning on crutches and with one eye wrapped, looked at the ninja kneeling in front of him. Did Nine Tails Jinkriki go berserk? Danzo's voice came. The root ninja in front of him said, Nine Tails chakra was not detected from the scene. But the damage caused can only be done by the tailed beast Tama. Danzo was a little surprised, not Nine Tails. Nine Tails chakra was not detected at the scene, so it shouldn't be. Danzo stood up, his expression extremely solemn. If it's not Nine Tails, then who is it? Is this person a threat to Konoha? Thinking of this, Danzo couldn't sit still. What on earth is that guy Hiruzen doing? Did you develop some secret weapon? Danzo is worried that the third generation will come up with some powerful weapons that will threaten him. Chapter 29 Genius. Danzo has always been eyeing the Hokage's location. The reason why he always felt that he had a chance to become Hokage was because he controlled the roots of Konoha. In Konoha, his power is only under the third generation. If the third generation develops any powerful weapons, his voice in Konoha will be greatly reduced. Of course, the reason why Danzo had such an idea was that the third generation was too indecisive before. In fact, with the prestige and strength of third generation, as long as he is determined to get rid of Danzo, Danzo will not have much power to resist. On the other side, third generation and Kakashi came to Naruto's house. Naruto was not awakened by the movement at night, he lay in bed and slept soundly. Looking at Naruto's appearance, third generation was absolutely sure that what happened tonight had nothing to do with Naruto. After quietly leaving Naruto's house, the third generation and Kakashi came behind the Hokage rock. Standing behind the Hokage rock, looking down at the entire Konoha, the voice of the third generation could be heard faintly. Kakashi, is that person related to you? Third generation spoke calmly, but Kakashi felt third generation's affirmation. Kakashi was shocked. Kakashi's absence made third generation even more certain. In fact, he just realized that Kakashi was a little different from his usual tonight. He was so calm. If something like this happened in the past, Kakashi would definitely not be so calm. So third generation speculated whether it was related to Kakashi. Kakashi, it seems you don't trust me. Third generation said in a low voice. Kakashi said nothing. But considering that Kakashi used to be Anbu's ninja, third generation can understand it. Kakashi did know too many things about him before. Third generation continued, Kakashi, you should know that since I have guessed it, you can't hide it for long. If it's someone who poses no threat to the village, I will definitely protect it, although I don't want infighting in the village. But that doesn't mean I will compromise without any bottom line. As long as that person poses no threat to the village and I can guarantee his safety, I will not compromise even if I face Danzo. Third generation turned and looked at Kakashi. He said in a serious tone. Kakashi still doesn't want to tell third generation. But when he thinks about third generation, he has now set his sights on himself. It was only a matter of time before Yayu's incident came to light. Kakashi sighed, you can see it. Third generation's eyes narrowed slightly, are you really from our village? Kakashi raised his head and nodded, that's right. I was worried about his safety before, but now he doesn't have the ability to protect himself. Third generation was stunned for a moment, you mean the person who released such a powerful ninjutsu doesn't have the ability to protect himself? Third generation thought they heard it wrong. You know, even he couldn't do that ninjutsu just now. Kakashi nodded seriously, yes, the ninjutsu he released just now is actually the Chidori I taught him. I just don't know what's going on, but the effect he released is so terrifying. Third generation was confused, you mean, that ninjutsu just now was Chidori? If Kakashi hadn't said it himself, third generation wouldn't have believed it. Although Chidori is an extremely lethal A-level ninjutsu, it is absolutely impossible to be that destructive. At most, it can penetrate a boulder several meters long. The ninjutsu just now was enough to shatter a mountain. That is a tailed beast jade level ninjutsu, which is not comparable to Chidori. Even though third generation didn't believe it, Kakashi nodded. It's Chidori. Third generation was silent for a long time, unable to digest such strange information. After a long time, third generation said, you mean, you are teaching that person ninjutsu? Who is it? Chidori is your exclusive secret technique. How can you teach others so easily? Currently, only Kakashi in Konoha has mastered Chidori. That was ninjutsu developed by Kakashi himself. He was unwilling to teach and could not force him. But Kakashi actually taught that person this ninjutsu, which shows how important that person is to Kakashi. More importantly, since Kakashi taught that person ninjutsu, it also means that the person is definitely not very old. Genius. The word instantly appeared in third generation's mind. Such a powerful person, but still very young, third generation knows that only geniuses can be like this. And the fact that this person can get the secret technique taught by Kakashi is enough to show that this person's character can be trusted. After all, even if Kakashi doesn't trust him, third generation recognizes Kakashi's loyalty to the village. Third generation is a little excited. Konoha is currently in a lean period. If there was someone who could take over his position, he would have left early. Originally, Kakashi was the candidate he focused on cultivating as the next Hokage. It is precisely because of this that Kakashi became the instructor of Team 7, J-Nin. Because Naruto and Sasuke are candidates for the next Hokage under third generation. The Hokage's position inheritance is basically like this, which is not a secret at all. The higher UPS basically knew that it was precisely because of this that Danzo was so hostile to Naruto and Sasuke. In addition to the fact that Naruto is a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and Sasuke is from the Uchiha clan, the thing that actually concerns him the most is that the third generation regards these two people as candidates for the Hokage. Even if they were raising two children, third generation never thought about themselves, so Danzo was naturally unhappy with Naruto and Sasuke. It's just that whether it's Kakashi, Naruto, or Sasuke, the third generation is actually not very satisfied. Kakashi is very strong and can basically compete with the average Kage level. But his deterrence is too low, far from reaching the film level. He valued Naruto and Sasuke very much, but both of them had their flaws. If Naruto still cannot control Nine Tails and becomes the perfect Jinchuriki, then he is destined to miss the position of Hokage. If Sasuke, like the other ninjas of the Uchiha clan, went crazy when he grew up, he would not be able to become a Hokage. When these two people grow up, both possibilities are very high. The power of Nine-Tails third generation is clear, and it is not so easy to control. Sasuke also has some personality problems now. If he grows up to have the same personality as Uchiha Madara, he will definitely not be suitable to be a Hokage. But these two people are already the best two in this class. Even though Naruto was the weakest person in the ninja school, third generation knew very well that only by becoming a ninja could he realize his true potential. But if there is a better person, third generation will definitely be included in the selection. Kakashi looked at the serious look of third generation, thought for a moment and said, "They are the same students." The originally serious third generation was stunned for a moment. "What did you say, the same student? Which one? Yamada Trees or Honyadako? Could it be Hondako?" The reason why third generation is so sure is that although Honyadako is not from a ninja family, her mother is a pure Senju clan member. The genes that Hondako inherited from the Senju clan are also very normal. After all, Namikaze Minato, the son of a commoner in Uzumaki Kushina, also inherited the Uzumaki clan genes from Uzumaki Kushina. Moreover, the level of ninjutsu just now requires an extremely large amount of chakra. The amount of chakra of the Senju family is also very large, which just meets the requirements. Chapter 30 He has chakra with all attributes. It's just that third generation mentioned two people and actually left out Yayu. One can imagine how inconspicuous Yayu is usually. Even people like third generation, who pay great attention to the younger generation, are not familiar with him. Kakashi shook his head, "None of them." Third generation frowned, "Isn't it Benya Tianzi? Is that the third child?" Third generation couldn't even think of Yayu's name. It can only be replaced by a third child. Kakashi nodded, "That's Yayu." "Yayu? I really have no impression of this child," third generation said helplessly. Kakashi was not surprised and said with a wry smile, "You are right that you have no impression. After all, the classmates who went to ninja school with him for 6 years are not very familiar with him." Third generation frowned. Said, "Come to the office with me." After saying that, third generation disappeared. Kakashi followed. Soon, the two people appeared in the office. Third generation took out the information of this class of students. In fact, there is no information about a few people. There are only 30 students in this class, and only 12 passed the assessment and became genin. Originally, only 9 people were supposed to pass the assessment, but Yayu's appearance allowed class 11 to pass the assessment. In other words, in the original world, without Yayu, Yamada, and Moto would not have been able to become ninjas. The reason why so few students graduate from each class of the ninja school is because many ninjas do not become ninjas through the ninja school. This is the case for many family ninjas. As long as they pass the village's assessment, they can become ninjas without spending 6 years in the ninja school. Third generation quickly found information about class 11. When Yayu's information was displayed in front of third generation thought they had seen it wrong. This information is too sparse and ordinary. Are you really talking about this child? Third generation looked at Kakashi suspiciously. Kakashi nodded, "It's him. He has been hiding his talent for 6 years in the ninja school, causing no one to notice." "Why is he hiding his talent? How could such a young child have such thoughts?" Third generation doubts. Kakashi explained, "This child has a precocious mind and a somewhat lazy personality." Shikamaru's appearance instantly appeared in third generation's mind. "Lazy?" Kakashi nodded, "This child doesn't want to be disturbed by other classmates at school. He doesn't like the feeling of being noticed. I tried it and he told the truth. I also tried it." Third generation, who were still a little skeptical at first, have now dispelled their inner doubts. Another problem child. Third generation has a bit of a headache, as talented ninjas all have various minor problems. It's really not easy for a Namikaze Minato to appear. One like this has appeared in so many years. Namikaze Minato is the most normal and talented ninja that third generation has seen so far. There is something wrong with everyone else. Where is he now? Third generation asked, looking at Kakashi. Kakashi thought for a while and said, he is at home now. After releasing that ninjutsu, he fainted. Oh? What's going on? Third generation asked. The ninjutsu released by Yayu must have been an accident, so it drained all the chakra from his body at once. He's still unconscious. Third generation was a little worried. Why didn't you take him to the hospital for a checkup? I checked. He fainted just because of excessive chakra consumption. There were no injuries on his body. Third generation frowned and asked, how can a 12-year-old child have such a huge amount of chakra? This is what third generation wants to ask. Kakashi thought for a while and said, his chakra capacity is indeed very large, but the release of ninjutsu tonight probably did not rely on his own chakra capacity. With his current amount of chakra, although it is very strong, it is only at the level of Jainin. Obviously I can't support the kind of ninjutsu tonight. I think there may be a powerful power hidden in his body, but he doesn't know it himself. And his chakra is different from ordinary chakra. His chakra is the same as when Jiraiya Senpai entered Sage mode. Third generation was stunned for a moment. Is it a natural immortal body? Third generation was a little shocked. Third generation has met Senju Hashirama and was his student. So third generation knew very well that Senju Hashirama was born with a fairy body. This is an even more terrifying physique than Sharingan. If he really has the body of a natural immortal, then we have a chance to revive Konoha. Third generation knows very well that even among the Senju clan, only Senju Hashirama has the body of a natural immortal. But Kakashi has no idea about the immortal body. Hokage-sama, what is the human body of a natural immortal? Third generation thought for a while and explained to Kakashi what a natural immortal body is. Being born with a fairy body means you are born with a fairy-like physique. Such ninja chakras are often much larger than ordinary ninjas, and their vitality is far beyond that of ordinary people. And a natural at using sage jutsu. The body is also filled with sage jutsu chakra. The first Hokage was born with the human body of an immortal. The first Hokage back then was called the God of Ninja. First Hokage's ninjutsu are also extremely destructive. Many ninjutsu can change the terrain. Back then, only the ninjas of the Uchiha clan could compare. Every time these two fight, it's as terrifying as landslides and earth-shattering, and mountains being moved to fill the sea. Kakashi was stunned. Is there really such a person? Kakashi doesn't quite believe it. After all, he has never met such a person. No, the ninjutsu Yayu released tonight has already achieved this effect. Third generation sighed. Of course, the strength of these two people made the entire ninja world breathless. If a first Hokage appears again in Konoha, we can at least maintain peace in Konoha for decades. Third generation looked at Kakashi. How long have you been in contact with him, and what do you think of his talent? To what extent? Third generation has some expectations. The reason why the third generation is not very afraid of Yayu is because Yayu is from a commoner background and does not have a sick clan like the Uchiha clan behind him. Kakashi thought for a while and said, I have only been in contact with him for a few days. He has never learned a few ninjutsu in the ninja school before, and he is no different from other graduated ninjas. Before I taught him Chidori, he only knew the 3-body jutsu and the use of ninja tools. Then Tong taught him to tread water and climb trees. He learned very quickly. He learned it after just watching it once. Tonight is my first day officially teaching him ninjutsu. If this accident hadn't happened, he would have learned it. And he has full attribute chakra. Third generation was stunned for a moment. He has chakra with all attributes. Kakashi nodded. Chapter 31 Conscious Thunder. Third generation was a little shocked. He actually has chakra with all attributes. This talent is ridiculously powerful. And you can even learn ninjutsu like Chidori in one go, so your learning ability is very strong. The amount of chakra is also very large. It seems that he may really catch up with first generation. Although Kakashi doesn't know how powerful first Hokage is, seeing that third generation actually respects it so much, it must be very powerful. It may even be much stronger than third generation. After all, third generation said that first Hokage's ninjutsu can change the terrain. In Kakashi's impression, this ability is only possessed by tailed beasts. Third generation is actually the most shocking one. The two people he is most optimistic about are Naruto and Sasuke, and it is precisely because of this that Kakashi becomes their mentor Jonin. Unexpectedly, there are still ninjas hidden in Konoha who may reach the level of the first Hokage. From the perspective of the third generation, Konoha's revival may be coming soon. Seeing the calm look on third generation's face, Kakashi was a little worried. Master Hokage, I don't think Yayu should be put in people's sight until he has the ability to protect himself. Kakashi is worried that other villages, or even people within the village, will attack Yayu. Even though the ninja world is generally at peace now, Kakashi has experienced the Third Ninja War and knows very well that other ninja villages will never be willing to let a ninja who threatens them appear in Konoha. Not to mention that in Kakashi's mind, Yayu may reach the level of 4th Hokage in the future. Back then, the 4th Hokage alone was enough to intimidate other ninja villages. If they knew about Yayu's existence, they would definitely get rid of Yayu by any means necessary. This is what Kakashi doesn't want to see. And there will be people inside the village who want to get rid of Yayu. For example, Danzo would never allow someone who might threaten the village to appear in the future. In Kakashi's opinion, Danzo just doesn't want someone in the village who can compete with him for the position of Hokage. Third generation naturally knew, so he nodded. I know your concerns, I will leave Yayu to you. I hope you can make him become the trunk that supports Konoha in the future. Also, find out what the power in Yayu is. Help him get control of that power. Third generation does not plan to teach Yayu personally. If he teaches Yayu personally, it is almost equivalent to telling others how special Yayu is. Hearing third generation's arrangement, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. He is just worried that third generation will transfer Yayu to his side. If so, Yayu's situation will be very dangerous. Even if the third generation doesn't harm him, Danzo can't make him feel better. Okay, go and see how he is doing now. I have to deal with the aftermath of this incident. After Kakashi came out of the Hokage building, he went straight to Yayu's house. After Kakashi left, third generation stood by the window, looking at the night of Konoha. Thinking of 12 years ago. I don't know whether that child will become first generation or Uchiha Madara in the future. If he becomes Uchiha Madara, there will be no first Hokage to check him in this era. Although third generation values Yayu's talent very much. But if Yayu really has the strength of Senju Hashirama in the future, no one in Konoha village can check and balance him. If Yayu becomes someone like Uchiha Madara, Konoha village will also be in great danger. It's a big gamble. Third generation looked solemn. After all, he doesn't know what Yayu's future will be like, whether it's good or bad, it's always a matter of thought. Kakashi, I hope your vision is correct. Naruto, Sasuke, will you be stronger than him in the future? Third generation has high expectations for Naruto and Sasuke. In the future, when Naruto fully controls 9 tails and becomes the perfect Jinchuriki, Sasuke activates the Manjiki Sharingan and has that godlike power, you two may be able to check and balance him. Or, when you two have problems, Yayu can check and balance you. The third generation, who were originally a little worried about Yayu's future, were no longer so worried after thinking about Naruto and Sasuke. In his opinion, both Naruto and Sasuke have great potential. In the future, Naruto and Sasuke form a powerful combination, which may not be able to check and balance Yayu's strength. Third generation is well aware of the potential of Nine Tails and Sharingan. Kakashi came to Yayu's home. Yayu was still unconscious at this time. However, vital signs were normal. Kakashi stood by the bed, looked at the sleeping Yayu, and sighed, "I told third generation about you. I hope you wake up and don't blame me. The third generation has already seen it. If I keep hiding it, he will only become more suspicious of whether your existence will threaten Konoha." Kakashi was helpless. He originally wanted to hide Yayu's affairs. Who knew what would happen tonight? Kakashi still has lingering fears when he thinks of the commotion caused by Yayu today. Looking at Yayu's slightly childish face, "I really don't know how you have such a terrifying amount of chakra at your age. Such a ninjutsu is comparable to a tailed beast jade, but Chidori cannot cause such damage." But in the end it was a lightning-style ninjutsu like Chidori. Although such lightning is far beyond the lightning in nature, it may be the energy that Sage Jutsu should possess. Kakashi thinks that the thunder caused by Yayu may be because the chakra Yayu uses is Sage Jutsu chakra. The Sage Jutsu chakra is inherently more powerful than ordinary chakra. Kakashi stood beside the bed guarding Yayu. Yayu's consciousness at this time was completely immersed in the conscious space. Yayu himself was also puzzled by the situation created tonight. Your chakra volume doubles and your speed doubles. In the consciousness space, Yayu only heard that his chakra and speed had increased. There is no explanation at all as to why the situation just occurred. Yayu thought for a while, could it be because of my chakra? I output too much chakra. After all, my chakra is different from ordinary chakra. It is pure natural energy. It is completely controllable in my body, but if it overflows from my body, it will go wild. Yayu guessed. He actually guessed it right. The reason why Yayu made the noise tonight was entirely because he output excessive chakra, which caused the natural energy in the surrounding environment to go wild. The natural energy in Yayu's body has a self-protection mechanism. When he senses danger threatening Yayu's life, he instantly absorbs the surrounding natural energy and creates an energy shield for him to protect him from lightning strikes. In addition, those thunder and lightning were all created by Yayu, who had a certain degree of consciousness. When the energy exploded, most of the energy did not bombard Yayu. It is precisely because of this that everything around Yayu is unlucky. Most of the thunder's energy was completely released towards the ground around Yayu. Chapter 32. I want to control that power. What Yayu doesn't know is that the chakra in his body is completely natural energy and has the ability to be bound to his consciousness. His chakra is conscious. But now he doesn't understand these things, so he can't control them freely. But tonight the chakra and speed doubled again, and Yayu was quite happy. Now my chakra has reached Kakashi's level. My speed is a bit behind, but I guess it won't be long before I can match it. The chakra in my body is different from the ordinary chakra. Then I have to find out what is going on with the chakra in my body. If I can't control the skyrocketing chakra, it will be useless to increase it. Yayu didn't want what happened tonight to happen again. I don't know how the village will react if I make such a big noise. Could it be that I'm in a cell in Konoha right now? Yayu thought to himself. He is still in a coma, and his consciousness is unclear about the outside world. After a long time, Yayu's consciousness also fell asleep. I slept until early the next morning. The moment he regained consciousness, he opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Kakashi leaning on the windowsill, reading a novel. Yayu sat up, looked at Kakashi and asked, "Teacher Kakashi, did the ninjas in the village find out last night?" This is what Yayu cares about most. Kakashi looked at Yayu and smiled, "Why did you wake up so quickly? I thought you would lie down for a few days." Kakashi was a little surprised. Yayu's chakra was exhausted last night. For ninjas, this situation is very dangerous. In better cases, they will lie down for a few days, and in severe cases, they may even die. Yayu rubbed his head and said, I'm a little dizzy. What happened last night? Don't you remember what happened last night? Kakashi asked confused. Yayu shook his head, I only remember that I had just condensed chakra, and when I was about to condense Chidori, the chakra became disordered, and then I lost consciousness. Kakashi frowned, don't you even remember? Last night you released a ninjutsu that was as powerful as the tailed beast Jade. Yayu was stunned, tailed beast Jade. Seeing that Yayu was stunned, Kakashi thought that Yayu didn't know what the tailed beast Jade was. Then he explained to him, the tailed beast Jade is a spherical chakra condensed by the tailed beast. The power of the tailed beast Jade is extremely powerful, and it can blow up a mountain with one shot. The ninjutsu you released last night is about as powerful as the tailed beast Jade. Fortunately, we were practicing in the back mountain yesterday. If this ninjutsu were released in the residential area of the village, you wouldn't be sitting here talking to me right now. Yayu was shocked, is it such an exaggeration? My chakra shouldn't be enough to release such a terrifying ninjutsu, right? Although Yayu knew that he had caused a shocking movement, it was not comparable to tailed beast Jade. After all, the tailed beast Jade is a real map cannon. And Yayu felt that he would never be able to release such a powerful ninjutsu with his chakra power, which was not as good as Kakashi's. Kakashi walked up to Yayu, looked at him for a while and then said, there should be a power hidden in your body that even you don't know about. The ninjutsu you released yesterday must have been the activation of the power within your body. Yayu was stunned for a moment. Is there still a power hidden within him? How come he didn't know? Maybe it's because my chakra is different from ordinary people's. This time, Kakashi was a little surprised. Do you know the difference between your chakra and other people's? He knows that Yayu's chakra is special because he has Sharingan. But how did Yayu know that his chakra was different from others? Yayu raised his head and looked at Kakashi, and said calmly, I have always known that the quality of my chakra is much stronger than that of ordinary people. It's just that I didn't know ninjutsu before, so I couldn't feel the specific difference. Kakashi sighed, I thought you didn't know. Yayu smiled, my ability to perceive chakra is also better than ordinary people. So you can feel the difference. I have used Sharingan to see the chakra in your body before. The chakra in your body should be Sage Jutsu chakra. I once saw Jiraiya-sama's chakra. When he enters Sage mode, the chakra in his body will become the same as the chakra in your body. That's the Sage Jutsu chakra. What surprises me is that you have never learned Sage Jutsu, let alone Sage mode. Yesterday I told the third Hokage about you. Master Hokage told me that your physique may be the same as that of the first Hokage, a natural immortal body. I heard that Kakashi actually told the third Hokage about himself. Yayu frowned. He looked at Kakashi with a confused look on his face. He originally thought Kakashi was a trustworthy person. I didn't expect him to be disappointed. Seeing Yayu misunderstood, Kakashi explained yesterday's situation to Yayu. In that case, if I don't tell you, you will be more dangerous. But fortunately, Master Hokage did not regard you as a threat and asked me to teach you in the future. Yayu looked solemn. But when I think about it, I don't have any ambitions in the first place. No matter what third generation does, I won't just surrender. Thinking of this, Yayu stopped worrying about this matter. Kakashi kept staring at Yayu. At first, Yayu looked solemn and showed distrust towards him. Kakashi felt ashamed. But Yayu quickly regained her composure, and Kakashi was impressed. He knew Yayu had figured it out. When he was Yayu's age, it was impossible for him to figure out such an important thing in an instant. At least in terms of Xingxing, Kakashi feels that he is inferior to Yayu. After thinking about it, Yayu looked at Kakashi and asked, Teacher Kakashi, please go back and rest first. You must not have rested yesterday. Yayu was still moved. Kakashi can keep to himself for one night. Knowing that Yayu did not blame herself, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. It's okay. For ninjas, it's not a problem to stay up all night. But Yayu still said, you should go and rest. I have no tasks today. I want to find out what is going on with the chakra on me at home. Kakashi came over and asked, the power in your body may be very powerful, but I'm afraid it's difficult to control. Yayu nodded, I can understand this. I lost control last night. I obviously condensed Chidori, but when I was about to launch an attack, chakra went berserk. But I think I can control that power. Yesterday, I just didn't control the chakra enough, which caused the chakra to go berserk. Chapter 33. What? Did Yayu do it? Although Kakashi wanted to chat with Yayu for a while longer, but thinking that Yayu needed to rest now, he said, then take a good rest. When you have rested, you can practice again. Yayu nodded. Kakashi disappeared into the room without saying another word. Yayu breathed a sigh of relief after he couldn't sense Kakashi's chakra. Looking at his hands, Yayu frowned, what is going on? Under such precise control, it can still lose control. The chakra in my body is indeed a bit weird. After a while, Yayu slowly concentrated the chakra on his hands. Soon, chakra materialized in Yayu's hands. Different from the previous blue color, Yayu's chakra is actually gold at this time. This discovery made Yayu even more surprised. My chakra is indeed different from other people's. Is this the Sage Jutsu chakra that Kakashi calls it? It's just that the Sage Jutsu chakra seems to be blue too. And this thick feeling seems to be much stronger than ordinary chakra. Yayu is a little unfamiliar with the chakra in her body. And I should have very good control over chakra. Why did I go berserk last night? Yayu really can't figure it out. My system is too mechanical. I can't even ask. It seems I can only figure it out on my own. After Kakashi came out of Yayu's house, he went to find Kimoto Tong. When Mu Bentong heard that the noise last night was caused by Yayu, he was stunned. Really, Yayu did it? Mu Bentong didn't quite believe it. Although he knew Yayu's talent was outstanding, even he couldn't make the move like yesterday. No matter how strong Yayu is, he has never created a devastation comparable to the tailed beast jade explosion. Kakashi just nodded and confirmed the matter. Mu Bentong couldn't calm down. What's going on with Yayu? This matter was indeed beyond Kimoto Tong's imagination. He thought that the movement last night was caused by Naruto's rampage. Third generation said that Anbu was experimenting with ninjutsu last night. But Jainin in Konoha village basically knows what happened last night. But almost all Jainin thought it was Nine Tails who went berserk. The third generation blocked the news just to protect Naruto. After all, Jinchuriki was already hated by the people in the village. If only the villagers knew that the noise last night was caused by Naruto's rampage. The villagers might do something bad to Naruto. This happens to every Jinchuriki. For example, Killer Bee was even assassinated by someone from his own village. Compared to Killer Bee, Naruto's treatment is actually much better. After all, no one threw eggs at Naruto, and no one tried to assassinate him. At most, it would be to alienate him. You know, during the Nine Tails rebellion, many villagers' relatives were killed by Nine Tails. And Naruto is the Jinchuriki of Nine Tails. In a sense, Naruto is Nine Tails, equal to their enemy. Even in this situation, Naruto has no shortage of friends. Shikamaru, Chiji, Shino, and Kaiba are still the kind of bad friends who can skip classes with Naruto. There was even a hand from Ichiraku Ramen Shop and Iris who didn't have any hostility towards Naruto. It can be said that compared to Killer Bee, Naruto's treatment is no different from normal people. But if the villagers knew that Naruto had gone berserk, even if third generation continued to favor Naruto, I'm afraid the villagers won't be able to accommodate Naruto. If there is a bomb that could explode at any time, who would want to get close to you? I'm afraid they will all ask third generation to lock Naruto up. At that time, it would be useless even if the villagers knew that Naruto was the son of the fourth Hokage. Namikaze Minato had only been a Hokage for a few years, and his status in the hearts of the villagers was not very high, even if he was the hero who saved the village. But no matter how heroic you are, your son is a terrifying weapon that can go berserk at any time and kill countless people if not protected. In this case, even if Naruto is the son of a hero, no one is willing to gamble with his life. Therefore, Janin and Konoha felt that the third generation deliberately blocked the news to prevent the villagers from becoming unstable if they find out. Who knew that the person who made such a big noise yesterday was his disciple? The same brain didn't react for a while. At the same time, Kimoto Tong-ai was in a panic. Who knows this news? Mu Bentung is most worried about Yayu being known by others. At that time, Yayu's treatment will definitely not be much better than Naruto's. Kakashi hesitated and said, "Only third generation and I know about this matter." Kimoto raised his head and glared at Kakashi. "Have you told third Hokage?" Kimoto Tong was angry. Third generation already knows, and Mu Bentung knows very well what will happen to Yayu. Kimoto Ichi almost took action against Kakashi. Kakashi quickly explained, "Don't worry, third Hokage didn't take him away, and third Hokage is also very optimistic about him. You don't have to be so nervous. It's just that Kimoto Tong is not so easily convinced. You know very well how unreliable third Hokage's promises are. Kimoto Tong is Anbu, and he has been exposed to a lot of Konoha's darkness." Kakashi said helplessly, "Under the circumstances like yesterday, do you think it would be good or bad for Yayu if I continued to hide it? If I hadn't said anything at that time, when third generation found out on their own, Yayu would have lived under Anbu's surveillance for the rest of her life. Now we can only let Yayu master the power in his body as soon as possible so that he can protect himself. Let the third Hokage see his worth. Only in this way can he live under the Sunday." Kakashi was also a little excited. He is usually very calm, but when it comes to Yayu's affairs, his mood changes greatly. Mu Bentung was silent. He knew Kakashi was right. Third Hokage truth check, Yayu was easily found out. At that time, Yayu will be regarded as a threat to Konoha. Even if he wasn't locked up, he would still be under Anbu's surveillance. When Yayu makes the slightest move, Anbu will take action. After a long time, Mu Bentung raised his head and asked, "What kind of power is in Yayu's body, and how can it be so terrifying?" "I saw the same news yesterday. That terrifying power is already comparable to the power of the tailed beast Jade released by Nine Tails during the Nine Tails Rebellion. Fortunately, it was in the back mountain. If it were in Konoha village, the entire main residential area of the village would probably be razed to the ground. This is no exaggeration. The center of the explosion caused by Yayu was a pit hundreds of meters deep. The impact range can reach several kilometers. Within several kilometers around the pit, many trees, flowers, grass, earth and rocks were all reduced to ashes. This kind of terrifying power can only be achieved by tailed beast Jade. It is precisely because of this that when the explosion occurred yesterday, many Jainin thought that Nine Tails went berserk and that the explosion was caused by the tailed beast Jade." Chapter 34 Did you see that explosion? Kakashi said, "The power inside Yayu should be Sage Jutsu Chakra. Jiraiya-sama also has that kind of chakra in his body when he enters Sage mode. Sage Jutsu Chakra is much more powerful than ordinary chakra. It's just that Yayu has never learned Sage Jutsu. The third Hokage said that Yayu may be born with a fairy body, and the chakra in his body is the Sage Jutsu Chakra. In addition, Yayu has a huge amount of chakra. With the blessing of Sage Jutsu Chakra, all the Sage Jutsu Chakra in Yayu's body is drained. It should be possible to create such a wide range of ninjutsu. In fact, Kakashi also thinks this is ridiculous. He had seen Jiraiya's Sage mode. Although it is indeed powerful, no ninjutsu has as much range as the one Yayu unleashed last night. Not to mention Yayu's ninjutsu directly destroys everything within several kilometers of the center of the explosion. It was obvious that the damage Yayu caused last night was far greater than Jiraiya's. But other than this explanation, Kakashi didn't know how to explain the terrifying power Yayu released last night. Kimoto Tongai had not witnessed the process of Yayu releasing ninjutsu, so he believed Kakashi's words. That kind of power is already the power of a tailed beast. If Yayu masters that power, he will have power no less than that of a tailed beast, right? Kimoto looked at Kakashi. Kakashi frowned. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Yayu can't control that power yet, and he doesn't even know much about the specifics of that power. But fortunately, although Yayu's power can go berserk, Yayu is always awake. It will not be like Jinchuriki, who will completely lose consciousness after going berserk and be completely controlled by the tailed beast. So I think the power in Yayu's body is just a huge chakra hidden in his body. As long as Yayu keeps practicing, he will definitely be able to master that chakra. It's just that I'm afraid it can't be done in a short time. I'll help him. At the end, Kakashi said seriously. Kimoto Tongai breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. As long as the power is different from the tailed beast, I'm worried that the power in his body will take over his body like the tailed beast. Kakashi shook his head. No, it's just that Yayu couldn't control the power, which caused the power to run rampant. And what I can't believe is that Yayu, who was at the center of the explosion, survived intact, not even injured at all. Even after the chakra was depleted, he fully recovered after just one night's sleep. Such a strong recovery ability, already comparable to Naruto. No, even Naruto probably doesn't have such a strong recovery ability. Kakashi sighed. He thought a lot while watching Yayu last night. These were all things he came up with last night. So I think that the power in Yayu's body may be brought about by the innate immortal body mentioned by third Hokage. The third Hokage also said that the first Hokage, who was born with the body of an immortal, has a very strong recovery ability. It is even so powerful that even if the body is pierced, it can return to normal within a short time. Listening to all this, Mu Bentung felt like he was listening to a fairy tale. This is no longer human, it sounds like a divine magic. Kakashi sighed. I was also shocked when I heard it. But the third Hokage has experienced the era of the first Hokage, and the first Hokage he described is indeed almost like a god. The first Hokage's chakra amount is also very large. During wars, he often releases ninjutsu that is comparable to the tailed beast Jade. I can't imagine how other ninjas felt in the era that first Hokage lived in. The third Hokage said that Yayu may have the same power as the first Hokage in the future. Kimoto Tongai looked solemn. Yayu has such potential, isn't the third Hokage afraid of him? This is what Mu Bentung is most concerned about. The stronger Yayu is, the greater the damage he will cause if he threatens Konoha in the future. Don't third generation have any concerns? Kakashi shook his head. I can only hope that the third Hokage will not have such thoughts, and Yayu can always be loyal to Konoha in the future. As his teachers, it is our responsibility to prevent him from taking the path of fighting against Konoha. But I think you can rest assured about this. Yayu is different from others. He is very calm and will not be easily fooled. Kimoto Tongtong smiled. That's true. It's basically impossible for others to deceive that kid. And he is very sensible and will not have a bad impression of Konoha just because he sees one or two dark things in Konoha. Ninjas in the ninja world are too emotional. Very few people look at problems calmly and rationally. Many ninjas will become suspicious of the village because they see some dark things in the village. But Yayu doesn't, he is very sensible. Even Kimoto Tongtong and Kakashi have talked about these things with Yayu. Yayu behaved very maturely. He even understood that such a thing existed. In fact, a ninja village, as the most important military organization in a country, cannot only do things in the sun, there will be many dark and dirty things. But dark and dirty things are often necessary to maintain a peaceful and stable life for most people. Kimoto said, after all, his teachers are two ninjas from Anbu. Kakashi nodded. Of course, for Naruto and the others, Kakashi will not let them come into contact with the darkness. After all, their thinking is indeed too immature. If they were informed in advance, it would be easy for them to collapse. Similarly, Kimoto Tong will not let Yamada Trees and Motoya Teiko come into contact with those. Kakashi stayed here for a while and then left. Today he was going to take Naruto and the others on a mission. Soon, the four of them gathered in front of the Hokage building. In front of the Hokage building, Kakashi arrived late. Naruto and the other two accused him, "Kakashi-sensei, you are late again." Kakashi looked at Naruto and sighed. Seeing Naruto brought him back to his senses, knowing that he was teaching 3 students who had just graduated from the ninja school. Yayu usually behaves too maturely, which makes him ignore Yayu's age and forget the age gap between himself and Yayu. Kakashi explained casually, "Oh, I'm sorry, I met an old lady crossing the road on the road." Watching Kakashi talking nonsense as usual. The corners of the 3 people's mouths twitched slightly. Naruto was speechless and said, "Kakashi-sensei, you have so many excuses." Kakashi waved his hand, "Okay, let's go take the mission anyway." The 4 of them walked towards the Hokage building. Sakura walked up to Sasuke and said with a smile, "Sasuke, did you see it last night? That explosion?" Chapter 35, Leaving the village to perform a mission, Kakashi's worries. After Sakura finished speaking, Sasuke frowned and nodded solemnly. Naruto on the other side came over with a confused look on his face and asked, What? What explosion?" Naruto slept soundly last night, and the explosion didn't wake him up at all. Sakura turned pale at him. Then he looked at Sasuke expectantly. Although Sasuke is usually very cold, he did notice the explosion yesterday. And last night's explosion was extraordinary. Sasuke had never seen such a horrific explosion, and he almost thought it was an intruder from another village. "I don't know, but even Jainin couldn't have done the explosion yesterday." Sakura was stunned for a moment. She only knew that the big explosion last night was very loud. Never thought about this at all. Jainin can't do it too? Kakashi-sensei can't do it either. Sakura looked at Kakashi. Naruto walked beside, scratching his head and head. He wanted to interrupt, but he didn't know what happened last night. Sasuke also looked at Kakashi. Kakashi didn't speak as if he didn't see it. "Kakashi-sensei, you should have known this last night, right? You shouldn't be able to do it, right?" Under the gazes of the 3 Sasukes, Kakashi shook his head, "I can't do it either, but the explosion last night was caused by the relevant departments of the village testing the new ninjutsu. There is no need for you to guess." After listening, Sasuke looked thoughtful. Just didn't say anything more. He could feel that what Kakashi said was probably not true. It's just that this is a matter for the village's senior management, and Sasuke doesn't want to ask in detail. Sakura didn't even ask when she saw Sasuke, and she didn't say anything else. Naruto remained confused. He had no idea what was going on. The 4 of them arrived at the Hokage office. Seeing that it was Kakashi's class, the 3rd Hokage looked at Kakashi. Kakashi nodded slightly. Both of them knew what it meant. As soon as Naruto arrived at the Hokage office, he ran to the 3rd generation and complained, "Old Hokage, stop giving us those troublesome and low-level tasks." The 3rd Hokage looked at Naruto and sighed, "You are still just a trainee ninja who has just graduated from the ninja school. You should slowly accumulate experience from low-level tasks. And you have just become genin, so you can only do D-level missions at most." Naruto shook his head and said, "But those D-level missions are too boring. I want to do higher-level missions." Although 3rd generation was right, Naruto really didn't want to do D-level missions, so he had no choice but to cheat. On the other side, although Sakura and Sasuke didn't speak, their inner thoughts were actually the same as Naruto's. They don't even hesitate to do low-level tasks. Kakashi thought helplessly, I knew it was time for him to cheat. At this time, he thought of Yayu. I don't know how that kid is doing now. The chakra was drained yesterday and he woke up after just one night's rest. I don't know if there are any sequelae. At this moment, Kakashi's mind was already wandering. Seeing Naruto struggling, third generation had no choice. I could only compromise. Okay, I understand, I'll give you a sea-level mission. Naruto, who was sitting on the ground with his back to the third Hokage, jumped up when he heard this. Really? What mission is it? Seeing Naruto's expectant look, third generation smiled, go and protect someone. As soon as he heard that it was a security mission, Naruto immediately said whimsically, who should I protect? The daimyo or the princess? Kakashi looked at Naruto's expectant look and was speechless. How could protecting the daimyo be just a sea-level mission? Although Sasuke and Sakura are not as whimsical as Naruto, they are also looking forward to it. They don't want to do those tasks of finding cats and catching dogs anymore. Third generation did not answer Naruto's question, but said towards the door, please come in. For a moment, the four of them looked at the door. After a while, the door was opened. An old man holding a wine bottle came in, leaning against the door and looking at the people in front of him. He also took a sip of wine and said dissatisfiedly, why are there so many brats? Especially the shortest boy, he looks so stupid. Are you really a ninja? After listening to the old man's words, Naruto still smiled and said, ha ha ha, who are you talking about? He is the shortest and looks the stupidest. As they spoke, Sakura and Sasuke silently walked behind Naruto. In comparison, the smile on Naruto's face instantly froze. A hole, who are you talking about? Who are you calling the stupidest? You stinky old man, I'm going to kill you, BD. Naruto bared his teeth and claws and was about to pounce, but was held down by Kakashi on the side. Are you going to kill the people we protect? Idiot! Ignoring Naruto's yelling, the old man said, I am the super famous person who built the bridge. It's me that Dejuna is talking about. You must protect me carefully while I finish building the bridge. Naruto didn't like Dejuna very much, so he folded his hands in frustration and turned his head away, not wanting to see him. Sakura and Sasuke were looking forward to it when they heard that it was an escort mission and a mission to leave the village. This is their official mission to become ninjas. But Kakashi frowned, do you want to leave the village? He was a little worried. He was not worried that Yayu would be in danger if he left the village to perform tasks, but that Yayu would be in danger if he was not in the village. After all, who knows if the third Hokage is really what he promised last night? What if third generation uses this mission to transfer him out of the village and then attack Yayu? Can Momototong be stopped? It's obviously impossible. Although Kimoto Tong is also a Jonin from Anbu. But his status in Konoha is far from comparable to Kakashi. Third generation still values Kakashi very much. And Kakashi is indeed the strongest Jonin in Konoha village currently. Tsunade and Jiraiya were not in the village. Kai under normal circumstances is definitely no match for Kakashi. So among the current Jonin in Konoha village, Kakashi is the only one valued by the third generation. With Kakashi protecting Yayu, third generation will abide by his words. But without Kakashi, it's hard to say whether third generation will be forced to give up Yayu by people like Danzo. Seeing Kakashi's complicated expression, third generation knew what he was thinking. Then he said, Kakashi, this mission allows Naruto and the others to take a good look outside the village and see more of the outside world. You are their teacher and this is your responsibility. Kakashi frowned. Third generation is warning him. Let him not forget his current responsibilities. But the more third generation behaves like this, the more worried he becomes. Naruto on the side heard what third generation said and said with a smile, ha ha ha, old man, I will definitely complete this mission perfectly and let you know how powerful I am." Kakashi said nothing. Just when a few people were about to leave, Kakashi couldn't help it anymore. Looking at the third generation, he said, "Master Hokage, this mission has to go out of the village. I want to take Jingwen Yayu with me to carry out this mission. Kimoto Jainin asked me to take his students with me when I go out on a mission." Chapter 36 How dare you confront the third generation? Upon hearing Kakashi's request, third generation looked slightly frozen and did not speak for a long time. The atmosphere in the entire office became extremely cold. But except Kakashi and third generation, no one knows what happened. And they dare not speak. Even Naruto felt this depressing atmosphere at this time. Sasuke looked at Kakashi thoughtfully. After a long time, third generation took a puff of cigarette and said slowly, "In this case, there will be 4 people in your group. It's just one more person," Kakashi said without giving in at all. "Kakashi, if anything happens to him, you will be responsible," third generation said in a serious tone. Kakashi did not give up. "I will be responsible." Unexpectedly, third generation, who was originally serious, smiled and said, "It seems that Yayu is very lucky." In fact, third generation just tested how good the relationship between Kakashi and Yayu is. To his surprise, Kakashi, who had always been extremely withdrawn, actually protected Yayu to this extent. "I almost had a head-on conflict with him. He didn't feel threatened, on the contrary, he was very happy. He knows Kakashi's character very well. Since Kakashi values such a person, there will definitely be no problem." Kakashi looked at third generation, who nodded. "It seems that one more person will be sharing the rewards of your mission." Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Master Hokage." Third generation nodded. "Go get him." Kakashi nodded towards third generation and left with Naruto and the other 3. After Kakashi and others left, Irika on the side dared to ask, "Sir Hokage, the Jingwen Yayu that Kakashi Jainin mentioned just now, could it be the Yayu who graduated this year?" Third generation nodded. Irika was very confused. Yayu should not have caused the tense atmosphere between the two of them just now. That kind of atmosphere was the first time Irika encountered it. And one is currently the strongest Jainin in the village, and the other is Hokage, the person with the highest status in Konoha. Kakashi used to make him feel very mature and sensible. How could you go so far against third generation? What did Yayu do to cause this kind of confrontation between Kakashi and third generation? Lord Hokage, what exactly did Yayu do? You don't seem to be satisfied with him. Third generation glanced at Irika. "I'm not dissatisfied with him." Irika said nothing, but his eyes showed disbelief. Third generation did not continue to explain. Seeing that third generation did not explain, Irika asked tentatively, "Isn't Yayu the same coach as Motoki Jainin? Why did Kakashi Jainin ask to take him with him?" Third generation replied calmly, "Irika, you don't need to delve into this matter." Looking at third generation's expression, Irika didn't dare to ask even if he wanted to. After coming out of the Hokage building, Naruto couldn't help it anymore. "Mr. Kakashi, why did you and old man Hokage almost fight just now?" Naruto's words made Sakura and Sasuke agree very much, and they both wanted to know. In the atmosphere just now, they didn't dare to ask. And Sasuke felt that Yayu might not be that simple. Kakashi looked at Naruto and didn't intend to tell him. Just said, "You are wrong." Naruto curled his lips. "Kakashi-sensei, do you think I'm stupid? In the atmosphere just now, you were about to start a fight, and you even said that I saw it wrong. And why did you take Yayu with you? You are the teacher of our class." Naruto was a little unhappy. After all, Yayu is not in the same class as them. Kakashi specially asked Yayu to come over, making it seem as if Kakashi didn't trust their abilities. Sasuke doesn't think so. He thinks Yayu shouldn't be that mediocre, and Kakashi knows the details of Yayu. The most important thing is that Kakashi may have an unusual relationship with Yayu. Otherwise, how could Kakashi fight against third generation for Yayu? It made him feel a little sore. Kakashi is their mentor Jainin after all. Just now, I actually fought against the third generation for a ninja from another class. Sasuke felt that he and others might not be as high as Yayu in Kakashi's heart. When Sasuke is not thinking about revenge, he is actually just a somewhat arrogant boy. After hearing what Naruto said, Kakashi thought for a while and said, Yayu also worships me as his teacher, he can also be regarded as my student. Hearing this, Naruto and the other three were shocked. What? Yayu becomes your disciple? The three of them couldn't believe it. Although they all disliked Kakashi, it was just words. In fact, when they were tested on the training ground, they had already recognized Kakashi's strength. And listening to Shikamaru's introduction these days, the three of them also know that Kakashi is still one of the most powerful Jainin in Konoha village. Although the three of them didn't say it, they actually felt very proud. But now Kakashi actually said that Yayu also worshipped him as his teacher. And depending on how much Kakashi values Yayu, maybe Kakashi also taught Yayu a lot of ninjutsu. When they thought of this, the three of them felt a little unbalanced. Naruto even shouted directly, "Ah, that guy Yayu is so treacherous, Mr. Kakashi, you must have taught him a lot of ninjutsu. You haven't taught us anything about ninjutsu yet, damn it." Although Sakura and Sasuke didn't speak, they both looked a little unhappy. Kakashi looked calm and said calmly, "I didn't teach him any ninjutsu. I met him much later than you." But none of the three believed it. Naruto snorted coldly, "Hey, Mr. Kakashi, you lie to us again." Kakashi didn't want to explain, but just said, "If you don't believe it, I can't help it." As they talked, they arrived at Yayu's home. This is the first time that Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke have come to Yayu's house. At this time, Yayu is studying his chakra at home. The sudden appearance of Kakashi and others made Yayu confused. Kakashi patted Yayu on the shoulder, "We have received a sea-level mission and have to leave the village. Mr. Hokage and I applied to take you with us for some experience." Yayu frowned, "Leave the village?" Kakashi nodded. Naruto came over and said with a smile, "This time we have received the task of escorting." This was the first time that Sakura took a serious look at Yayu. "I was very surprised, this guy is really just as good looking as Sasuke, why have you never paid attention to him before?" Of course, Sakura's idea was just out of admiration for good-looking boys. "It's not like I just like Yayu. After all, no one can change her feelings for Sasuke." If it weren't for the encouragement from Shikamaru and others later, Sakura wouldn't have confessed her love to Naruto. Sakura has always made it clear that she likes Sasuke. So it's basically impossible for her to fall in love with someone else. Sasuke has also been sizing up Yayu. He wanted to see what was different about Yayu. Just looking at it for a long time, he couldn't tell it at all. Apart from being as handsome as him, there is nothing special about him. Chapter 37 His strength is no less than Jainin. Before Yayu could answer, Naruto pulled Yayu out and said, "What are you thinking about? Let's go quickly. This is a sea-level mission. How long will it take you to stay in the village to take on a sea-level mission?" Although Kakashi's regard for Yayu made Naruto very sad. But he doesn't hate Yayu. After all, Yayu was one of the few people who didn't show distaste for him before. When Yayu was pulled out of the house, she turned to look at Kakashi. He wondered why Kakashi asked him to go out on a mission so suddenly. "You know, Kakashi said that he would not take him out until he has the strength of Jainin." He did not believe that Kakashi breached the contract for no reason. Yayu wanted to know what was going on, and Naruto on the road told him directly. After listening to Naruto talk about what happened in the Hokage building, Yayu also understood why Kakashi took him with him. After knowing the cause of the matter, Yayu had no doubts, and he would naturally not refuse Kakashi's kindness. Arriving at the gate of Konoha village, Dasna saw Yayu and said with a smile, "This is a ninja, nothing like this stupid boy." The boy Tatsuna was talking about was Naruto. Naruto gritted his teeth and stared at Dejuna, just thinking that Dejuna was the target of their escort. He was not the same as when he was in Hokage's office. Everyone was quiet along the way, only Naruto was chattering. Sasuke's eyes are already on Yayu, and Sakura is also very curious about Yayu. What Sasuke wants to know is how strong Yayu is. He is very aware of Kakashi's strength. Yayu, who is so valued by Kakashi, cannot be inferior to him. But just how strong it is, he wants to know. After several people walked for a long time, they passed by a forest. Seeing two puddles in front of him, Yayu looked at Kakashi. Kakashi shook his head. "Tell him not to act rashly." Yayu actually has long forgotten the plot of the Land of Waves. But he felt chakra fluctuations in these two puddles, and it was obvious that there were two ninjas hiding here. Moreover, it is a sunny day now, the sun is very hot, the surrounding ground is dry, and the water in the two puddles does not seem to have been evaporated at all. Very abrupt. Kakashi and Yayu discovered it, but they passed by the puddle calmly as if nothing happened. After walking about 10 steps away from the puddle, two ninjas suddenly jumped out of the puddle. Pull! Only the sound of chains colliding was heard, and several chain blades entangled Kakashi. When Yayu and others turned their heads to look over, Kakashi's body had been cut into pieces, countless pieces of flesh and blood fell to the ground, and the ground was dyed red with blood. This terrifying scene stunned the newcomers. Even Yayu was shocked when he saw this bloody scene. This was the first time he saw such a bloody scene. Even knowing that Kakashi used the substitute technique to escape. But seeing this horrific scene, Yayu still felt very uncomfortable. If it weren't for his strong psychological quality, I'm afraid Yayu would have vomited it out. Almost at the same time, the two ninjas thought they had succeeded. After successfully killing Kakashi, they turned around and attacked Yayu and the others. Naruto was completely frightened by the scene just now. Sasuke was very fast. The moment the two ninjas swung the chain blades over, he threw out several kunai. Ding! A kunai nailed the chain blade to the nearby tree. But this attack was a feint. The real target of the two ninjas is Tatsuna. The two are also very fast. He appeared in front of Tatsuna in an instant. After Sasuke discovered that he had been deceived, he immediately shouted, "Sakura, be careful!" He wanted to go to the rescue, but the distance was too far and it was too late. Sakura's quality is not bad either. Although she doesn't know ninjutsu yet, she was not frightened by the scene just now. He took out his kunai and stood in front of Tatsuna. Don't overestimate your own capabilities. When the two ninjas saw Sakura standing in front of Tatsuna, they disdainfully mocked Sakura for overestimating her abilities. It was obvious to both of them that Sakura's strength could never stop them. Just the moment the two appeared in front of Sakura. Suddenly, I felt my chest being bombarded by a terrifying force. Bang! Bang! Rumble! In just a moment, their bodies were shot behind them like cannonballs. The terrifying force even caused them to break 2 rows of trees before they came to a stop. Sakura held the kunai in both hands and looked at Yayu standing in front of her. Yayu looked calm at this time. Everyone was stunned. After a long time, Sakura said to Yayu with a trembling tone, Yayu, thank you." Although she couldn't see Yayu's movements clearly, it was obvious that the two ninjas were sent flying by Yayu. Standing behind Sakura, Dasna, who almost thought he was going to die, came to his senses and looked at Yayu standing in front. Even though there was only his back, I felt extremely safe. He murmured to himself, "I just said that this little brother is very reliable." Sasuke, who had always wanted to know what Yayu's strength was, looked at Yayu blankly. He was extremely shocked. Sharingan can't see his movements clearly. This guy, this guy is a monster. Suzuki was very proud, but he still couldn't see Yayu's movements clearly even if he turned on Sharingan. Even if his Sharingan only has one Megatama, he should be able to see most of the ninja's movements clearly. This guy's speed is so terrifying that even Sharingan can't see his movements clearly. Kakashi, who had been observing in secret, was also shocked. Although he knew that Yayu was very talented and had Chunin level strength. But the power Yayu showed just now was not at Chunin level. Even if Yayu just kicked twice, he only used physical skills. But Kakashi clearly felt that Yayu's physical skills had improved several times compared to when he fought against him before. Arriving in front of two ninjas who were kicked dozens of meters away. Looking at the two ninjas whose chests were already bloody, Kakashi murmured to himself, "How hard did this kid kick, to kick people like this?" The two men showed no signs of life. These two ninjas are still Chunin. Is this guy strong enough to kill two Chunin instantly? Kakashi found it incredible. His strength has improved too quickly. When Kakashi tested Yayu before, Yayu only had the strength of Chunin. Even if he is a very powerful level among Chunin, he is still just a Chunin. But the strength Yayu showed just now was enough to kill Chunin instantly. This means that Yayu already has Jonin level strength. This was even when he only used physical skills. You know, Yayu learned Chidori. Although Yayu seemed to have failed in releasing Chidori that night. But Kakashi saw clearly that Yayu had succeeded, and then his chakra went berserk, causing the power of this technique to become much stronger. Even though Yayu cannot control his chakra now, his strength is not inferior to Jonin in terms of physical skills alone. Chapter 38 Test Yayu's actual combat level. It's just that Yayu's strength improved too quickly. Even before, Kakashi felt that Yayu was very talented and had the potential to catch up with 4th Hokage in the future. I didn't expect Yayu's strength to improve so quickly. Now Yayu only has a few more lethal ninjutsu left. And his talent for learning ninjutsu is extremely high. I'm afraid it won't be long before Yayu really has the strength of a Jonin, or even an elite Jonin. Shaking his head, Kakashi formed a seal with his hands, Earth-style Tsukulyubi Jutsu. In an instant, several earth walls appeared around the two ninja corpses, and several earth walls buried the two ninja corpses inside. After finishing the matter here, Kakashi walked out of the woods. Look at the broken trees along the way. Even Kakashi was shocked. How strong does this kid have to be to break these big trees? It's just the aftermath, but it actually broke so many trees. Even a normal ninjutsu can't do it. Came to Yayu and others. Looking at Yayu standing there with a calm face. Seeing Kakashi appear, Yayu asked, "How are the two ninjas doing?" Kakashi sighed, "They are all dead." Do you know who they are? Although Yayu knew that the two were ninjas from Hidden Mist Village, he still asked. The two Chunin from Kirigakure Village, their target should be Mr. Tatsuna. Kakashi studied Tajuna. He knew that Dazna must have hidden the difficulty of this mission from them. There are ninjas and two Chunin. This is definitely not a C-level mission, but a B-level mission. Kakashi even feels that these two Chunin are not the strongest ninjas encountered in this mission. It was obvious that these two Chunin were sent to explore the way. This mission will even feature Jonin, which is an A-level mission. There is a huge gap between A-level tasks and C-level tasks. There is a huge difference in hiring costs alone. C-level tasks only cost 50,000 taels at most, while A-level tasks require a minimum of 150,000 taels. Yayu also looked at Dazna. With two pairs of eyes staring at him, Dazna was very nervous. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Although he was very nervous, Dazna still pretended to be calm and asked. Kakashi said coldly, "Mr. Dazna, those two ninjas are here for you." Dazna denied it flatly, "How is it possible? I'm obviously here for you." Kakashi frowned. Seeing that Kakashi was a little unhappy, Yayu reminded, "Mr. Dazna, if you don't explain the details of this mission clearly, we cannot guarantee that we will continue to perform the mission. There is no need for you to hide it. I think these two ninjas are definitely not the last batch. If we give up this mission, what will happen to you? Yayu felt that if he didn't force Desna to make it clear, Kakashi should give up the mission. Desna originally wanted to hide it, but after seeing Yayu's serious gaze, he sighed and told the truth. After Dejuna finished speaking, he looked at Yayu and Kakashi. We in the country of waves really need that bridge. You two know that I concealed the difficulty of this mission, but our country of waves is very poor. Even the ninjas none. I can't afford the commission for the A-level mission. Please help us in the country of waves. Please. With that said, Tatsuna knelt down. Yayu looked at Kakashi. He didn't say anything. He was waiting for Kakashi to make a decision. After all, he was the one who could decide whether to continue the mission. After Kakashi helped Desna up, he asked Yayu and others, "Do you think you should continue to carry out this mission, or give up and return to the village?" Kakashi still left the decision-making power to Yayu and others. Yayu did not comment. Sasuke kept his eyes on Yayu. He has not recovered from the shock Yayu gave him. Sakura saw that Sasuke didn't speak, and she didn't speak either. Naruto was frightened and was still standing aside blankly. No one spoke and Desna was very nervous. If Kakashi and the others were not willing to protect him, the bridge over the land of waves would not have been built. Kado hired Jainin, and only a Jainin like Kakashi could protect him. Moreover, the strength Yayu showed just now has given Desna enough trust. In his opinion, as long as Kakashi and Yayu are around, Jainin hired by Kado should not be able to kill him. Kakashi looked at Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura and shook his head. The three of them were still new to the game and were completely frightened by what had just happened. He could only turn his attention to Yayu. Yayu was also speechless. He didn't want to say anything originally. After all, he is not a member of Team 7. This mission is that of Team 7, not his. But Yayu felt that if he didn't say something, Kakashi would really lead the team back. "Mr. Kakashi, I think we should continue to carry out this mission. I want to believe what Mr. Dejuna said." Kakashi nodded. "Since you said so, let's continue with this mission. It's just Mr. Dejuna, you must tell us what ninjas have been hired by the people who want to kill you, so that we can be prepared." Kakashi is willing to continue performing this mission, and Desna is naturally very happy. He quickly told a few people about Kado's situation, and also said, Kado hired Jainin from Kirigakure village, and he seems to be a very powerful Jainin. Kakashi murmured to himself, as expected, there really is Jainin. Kakashi looked solemn. This time he came with 4 genin. It would be better if he was the only one. Yayu is not worried. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura are truly genin. When the 3 of them faced Jainin, they had no chance of survival. Kakashi looked at Yayu and said, "Yayu, Mr. Desna will be left to you. No matter what happens in the future, you must ensure his safety. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, you 3 must follow Yayu closely. If you are alone, it will be easy for the enemy to defeat you one by one." Although Sasuke was not happy, Kakashi meant that Yayu was better than them. Just thinking of the strength Yayu showed just now, Sasuke reluctantly nodded even though he was unwilling. Sakura naturally had no emotions. If it hadn't been for Yayu, she would have been killed. Yayu saved her life, and Sasuke nodded, so she naturally wouldn't refuse. And Naruto was still looking at a few people blankly. Kakashi looked at Naruto and sighed, "Naruto, what about you?" Kakashi's words brought Naruto back to his senses. I don't have any objections." At this moment, he felt the gap between himself, Yayu and Sasuke. Although Sasuke's performance just now was not as good as Yayu's, he was definitely the best among the 3 in the team. And he did nothing during the whole process, just stood there completely blank. Naruto gritted his teeth, ashamed of his cowardice just now. Next time, I will definitely stand in front of Sasuke and Yayu, and I will definitely surpass them. After saying that, Naruto took out his kunai and pierced his palm with the knife. Ah! Everyone was confused. Naruto's self-mutilation behavior surprised everyone. Soon, Kakashi nodded, although my performance just now was not ideal, it's okay to be ashamed. In fact, Kakashi was not very satisfied with Naruto's performance just now. But this was his first time out of the village on a mission, and his first time encountering a murderous scene, so it was understandable that his performance was so bad. Now that Naruto knows to reflect on himself, it is not hopeless. In fact, Yayu didn't want to take action in this crisis. Because this is the mission of Team 7, Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura are also experiencing it. If he takes action, he will not be able to achieve the purpose of training them. But when the two ninjas were about to kill Sakura, Kakashi was still hiding in the woods, so he had no choice but to take action. Yayu knew that Kakashi definitely wanted to let him take action in order to test Yayu's actual combat level. Chapter 39 Yayu's reminder to Sasuke. Naruto's move made Kakashi very happy. He walked up to him and said, "If the bleeding doesn't stop, you may die." Naruto, who was still resolute at first, panicked when he heard that he would die. "Ah, I don't want to die." Kakashi sighed and was about to bandage his wound. But when he picked up Naruto's hand, the wound on Naruto's hand was already healing. Kakashi was shocked. Is this the power of Nine Tails? The recovery ability is indeed very strong. When Kakashi was bandaging Naruto, Naruto kept asking, "Kakashi-sensei, am I really going to die?" Kakashi shook his head, "Okay." After bandaging, Kakashi came to everyone, "The next mission will be very dangerous. Sakura, Sasuke, do you want to go back to Konoha or continue this mission?" Sasuke looked at Yayu and said as if he was competing, "Of course we will continue with this mission." Although Sakura was reluctant, she was frightened by the fact that two ninjas almost killed her just now. But Sasuke said so, and no matter how scared she was, she said bravely, "Whatever happens to Sasuke, I will do the same." Naruto walked over and said firmly, "I will never be the same next time." Kakashi nodded, "Well, let's continue with this mission." A few people started on their way again. Along the way, Sasuke kept his eyes on Yayu. Yayu's performance was much better than him just now. Even though his performance in the first actual battle was already the best among the three in Class 7. But compared with Yayu, the gap is too big. This guy obviously doesn't have a Sharingan, but he's so fast. He even killed Tuchnin instantly. He's obviously the same age as me, but I'm far inferior to him. If this continues, how can I possibly kill that guy? Thinking of Uchiha Itachi, Sasuke's ambition became even stronger. It was true that Yayu had shocked him too much just now. Maybe as long as I can defeat Yayu, I can defeat that man. In Sasuke's opinion, Yayu has the same talent as his older brother. Uchiha Itachi was only 13 years old when his clan was exterminated. At the age of 13, he had the strength to annihilate the Uchiha clan. At the age of 13, he already has film-level abilities. If Yayu knew that Sasuke regarded himself as someone with the same talent as Uchiha Itachi, he certainly wouldn't think so. He has no confidence that he will be upgraded to the shadow level in a year. After all, he technically hasn't learned a single lethal ninjutsu yet. Chidori, his first release, seemed to be a success, but in Yayu's opinion, it was a complete failure. Because he didn't have control. Sakura also kept looking at Yayu. She is very curious about Yayu. When she was in ninja school, she didn't know Yayu was so powerful. In other words, she didn't even know Yayu existed when she was in ninja school. At that time, Yayu had no sense of existence. And the strength Yayu shows now also shows that he completely hid his strength when he was in the ninja school. What kind of psyche is it that can restrain the desire to show off talents in front of peers at such a young age? Sakura couldn't understand. Walking beside Yayu, Sakura asked curiously, "Yayu, why didn't I have any impression of you when I was in the ninja school?" Yayu said calmly as he walked, "Maybe I am too mediocre." Sakura rolled her eyes at Yayu, "How are you mediocre? I think your strength may be the same as Mr. Kakashi now." In Sakura's eyes, Yayu and Kakashi are almost the same. After all, Yayu's act of killing Tujinin in front of her eyes was too shocking. Yayu waved his hand, "Then you don't understand the strength of teacher Kakashi. He is the most powerful Jainin in our Konoha village now. Don't look at the way he usually seems lazy. Actually, he has a great reputation in the ninja world. He became a Jainin when he was our age. And he has already made great achievements in battle. His teacher at that time was the 4th Hokage." Sakura, who originally only wanted to get to know Yayu, was shocked when she heard Yayu's words. Although she had learned about Kakashi through Ino before. "But I only know that Kakashi is very strong." But Ino didn't say that Kakashi is the most powerful Jainin in Konoha. Sasuke also didn't expect Kakashi to be so strong. Naruto looked unbelieving. How is it possible that even though Kakashi-sensei is a Jainin, how can he be so powerful, and his teacher is actually the 4th Hokage? The 4th Hokage is the person Naruto admires the most. Although he did not know that the 4th Hokage was his father, the 4th Hokage sealed 9 tails and saved the Leaf Village. He was the hero of the Leaf Village, which Naruto admired the most. It was precisely because he often heard about the deeds of the 4th Hokage that Naruto dreamed of becoming a Hokage in the future since he was a child. Become a hero like the 4th Hokage and be accepted by the whole village. So he was shocked when he found out that Kakashi was actually a disciple of the 4th Hokage. Yayu looked at Naruto and said, "This information is not confidential. Kakashi-sensei is only 12 years old, so he was promoted to Jainin because of his military exploits at the same age as us. And he has the reputation of copy ninja in the ninja world. It has a strong ability to intimidate the ninja world. And the 4th Hokage was indeed Mr. Kakashi's teacher back then. During the Third Ninja War, Kakashi-sensei became very famous on the battlefield. And he graduated from ninja school at the age of 5 and was promoted to Chunin at the age of 6. When listening to Yayu talking about these deeds, Sasuke, Naruto and Sakura all looked at Kakashi blankly. This lazy-looking guy in front of me is actually so powerful? They couldn't believe it at all. But the three of them knew that there was no need for Yayu to lie to them. Even the protected Tashuna looked at Kakashi with a look of profit. After all, letting such a powerful ninja serve as his bodyguard, but only paying a commission for a sea-level mission, was a huge profit. And with Kakashi here, he felt that the Jainin hired by Kato would not be able to hurt him. Kakashi had a headache. "Okay, don't talk about these past events." Yayu smiled and said, "Just chatting." In fact, Yayu said this mainly for Sasuke. Sasuke has always wanted to pursue power. In order to take revenge, he was even willing to enter Orochimaru's camp and risk being possessed by him in order to gain power. Yayu said this because he wanted Sasuke to know that he could be very powerful by following Kakashi. In Yayu's view, what Sasuke needs most is not the curse seal, but the development of Sharingan. If the Sharingan is not developed well, no matter how powerful the curse seal is, its upper limit will only be shadow level at most. Although for ordinary ninjas, the shadow level is already very powerful. But the movie level was obviously not enough for the subsequent Fourth Ninja War. Chapter 40 Enemy Attack? Sasuke was indeed moved by Yayu. At this time, he looked at Kakashi, his eyes filled with desire for power. He feels that Kakashi can really make him extremely powerful. Sakura is very curious about Yayu, who actually knows so much about Kakashi. How good is Kakashi to Yayu? Teacher Kakashi, are you talking to Yayu about this? Sakura looked at Kakashi sourly. Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly. Seeing Yayu's half-smiling look, he felt helpless. That's not entirely true. He probably checked a lot of the information himself. Sakura hummed, "Humph, it must have been Kakashi who told him." Sure enough, in Teacher Kakashi's heart, Yayu is more important than all of us. Naruto also reacted and looked at Kakashi with contempt. Yes, Sakura is right. Teacher Kakashi is too biased. He only told Yayu and not us. Sasuke didn't say anything. But he also felt a little unhappy. After all, Kakashi is their teacher, so it stands to reason that they should be more important than Yayu. Unexpectedly, Kakashi actually told Yayu so much information instead of telling himself and others. Kakashi had a headache, and he knew that Yayu definitely did it on purpose. Dejuna also fanned the flames and said, "Kakashi, it seems that it is difficult to be a teacher." Kakashi could only explain, "That's because the time was too short and we didn't get to know each other well. And most of the information was checked by Yayu himself, not by me." But none of the three Sasuke believed Kakashi's excuse. Naruto shouted, "No, Mr. Kakashi, you can't be biased. You also have to teach us ninjutsu. I want to learn the ninjutsu that Yayu used to kill those two ninjas in seconds." Sakura nodded in agreement. Yes, Naruto is right. Sasuke was speechless. He knew that Yayu didn't use any ninjutsu just now. Kakashi smiled bitterly and said, "Where did Yayu use ninjutsu just now? He used taijutsu. And I haven't taught him any physical skills." But neither Naruto nor Sakura believed it. How is this possible? How could he be so strong without teacher Kakashi to teach him? Kakashi looked at Yayu, feeling helpless. Yayu said nothing. Kakashi could only say, "When I have time, I will take you to practice together." Naruto and Sakura were very happy to receive Kakashi's promise. Sasuke is also looking forward to it. After all, Kakashi's talent is almost the same as Uchiha Itachi's back then. Maybe even a little stronger than Uchiha Itachi. Walked for a long time. Finally entered the country of waves. This is a small country on the edge of the land of fire. It has a small population and doesn't even have ninjas. You can imagine how poor this country is. But the environment in this country is pretty good. There are many lakes and forest resources, making it a good place to develop tourism. And because it is close to the sea, developing fishery is also a very good way. After all, the country of waves is a small country, and tourism and fisheries can support the survival of the country of waves. Mr. Dazna, your country has good conditions. Yayu praised. Dazna was stunned for a moment, thinking that what Yayu said was ironic. The country of wave is indeed weak. There is nothing we can do about it. The country is too poor. Yayu shook his head. "I am serious. Your country is small and has a small population, but it is rich in various tourism resources. Adding fishery is enough to make the country rich. The ninja world is now generally in a period of peace. In peacetime, tourism has developed rapidly." Dazna was stunned for a moment. How could anyone come to such a remote place to travel? He didn't believe it. Yayu shook his head. "There are many people like this. All we need to do is let people in other countries know that there is such a place and do a good job of publicity. There are still many wealthy people in the world." Dazna thought for a while, although he didn't believe what Yayu said. But think about it, it does have some practicality. For all this, the bridge must be built first, otherwise no one will come, no matter how good the tourism resources are. Yayu nodded. That's true. Kakashi on the other side looked at Yayu, very satisfied. Ninjas belong to a country's military branch. Belongs to an out-of-work organization. Economic issues generally do not require them to think about it. In addition to the commission for hiring ninjas, there are also military expenditures allocated by the country. They don't need to think about money at all. Of course, if you offend a daimyo, that's a different matter, such as Tsunagakure village. Under normal circumstances, the relationship between ninja village and daimyo is mutually beneficial. The daimyo also hopes that the village of ninja will be strong so as to protect the interests of the entire country. And because Tsunagakure village has a very poor relationship with the daimyo gives very little military expenditure every year. As a result, the strength of Tsunagakure village is very weak, and the number of ninjas cannot be compared with the other 4 major ninja villages. Ordinary ninjas don't need to consider financial issues, but as a high-level executive like Hokage, they do. After all, it takes a lot of money and materials to train ninjas. Without an economy, the ninja village will only become weaker and weaker. Many Zyuren villages are unable to provide sufficient economic support because the state is too weak. Yayu can consider economic issues and has good insights. This is where Kakashi is very happy. But obviously except for Yayu and Kakashi, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura have little interest in this topic. They still pay more attention to ninjutsu, ninja things. Naruto was nervous all the way. It's not because he's afraid, it's because he performed too poorly before. So along the way, he hoped to find a ninja, and then defeat the ninja himself, so as to avenge his previous shame. Just as a few people were passing by a lake, Naruto noticed a noise in the trees nearby. As if he had discovered a treasure, Naruto threw a few kunai toward the bushes with excitement. With a few blasts of wind, the target in the bush seemed to be hit. Naruto was so happy that he rushed into the bushes regardless of Kakashi's stop. Ha ha ha, I hit! Naruto, who rushed to the bushes, was about to show off to a few people that he had hit the enemy. But he was embarrassed when he saw several kunai stabbed into a rabbit, which was bleeding profusely. Sakura came over and saw this scene and became angry. Punched Naruto on the head. Idiot Naruto, what have you done? Obviously, for a girl like Sakura, the scene of the kunai stabbing the rabbit to bloody pulp was too shocking. Naruto was also embarrassed. I'm sorry, I didn't know, I thought they were enemies. Sasuke. Yayu and Kakashi did not go over, the 3 of them stood beside Dasuna. Naruto's actions made Kakashi hold his forehead helplessly. This kid really hasn't changed much. Sasuke curled his lips. Idiot. Yayu just smiled, he was not surprised at all by Naruto's behavior. After all, it wouldn't be Naruto if he didn't do this. Chapter 41 Sharingan. Just as Sakura was scolding Naruto, a big knife flew over from a distance. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The broadsword came through the wind at an extremely fast speed. Sensing the sword flying towards this direction, Kakashi immediately shouted, "Everyone get down!" Although everyone has not figured out what it is for. But they all fell down. The machete passed over everyone's heads and struck a big tree. The next moment, a ninja wearing a kirigakure forehead protector stood on top of a broadsword, with his back to several people. Everyone looked at the ninja who suddenly appeared on the sword with confusion and panic on his face. Kakashi stood in front of everyone and looked at the ninja in the tree. His face was a little solemn. It turns out to be Mamakai Zabuza, the rebel ninja of Kirigakure village. It looks like it's going to be very troublesome next time. When Naruto, who was standing behind Kakashi, saw Zabuza, he pulled out his kunai and rushed towards Zabuza, shouting, "Finally, I won't lose to Sasuke and Yayu this time." Naruto was very dissatisfied with his performance before. Now that he saw Zabuza, he felt that it was his chance to show off. Then he shouted and rushed towards Zabuza. But Kakashi stopped him and said in a serious tone, "Don't get in the way, he is not a ninja you can deal with." Naruto frowned and said dissatisfied, "Kakashi-sensei, I will never be the same this time as before." Kakashi frowned. Zabuza is an elite Jonin, not just 2 ordinary Chunin. Even he has to deal with it carefully, he may die if he is not careful. When Zabuza on the tree saw Kakashi, his expression froze. It's actually Sharingan Hatake Kakashi. No wonder those 2 brothers didn't make it. When he heard Zabuza's words, Sasuke on the side was stunned. Sharingan. Does Kakashi own Sharingan? You know, since the Uchiha clan was wiped out, Sasuke thought he was the only Uchiha clan member left in Konoha. Sakura doesn't know what a Sharingan is, because Sasuke has never shown it in front of her. Sharingan, what is Sharingan? Naruto also asked Kakashi, Kakashi-sensei, what is Sharingan? Kakashi didn't speak, and Sasuke on the side explained, Sharingan is a kind of eye technique that can see through ninjutsu, genjutsu, and taijutsu. Zabuza on the tree glanced at Sasuke and added, yes, Sharingan has such eyes, and Sharingan can also copy the opponent's ninjutsu. Hitaki Kakashi, when I was still in Kirigakure village, the ninja handbook I distributed contained your information. Copy ninja Kakashi, a dangerous person who can copy thousands of ninjas. Sakura and Naruto were shocked when they heard Zabuza's words. Although Yayu said before that Kakashi was very strong, they still had no intuitive concept. Now Zabuza will let them know how powerful Kakashi is. Sakura was stunned. Kakashi-sensei is really so strong. Naruto also looked at Kakashi with disbelief on his face. It turns out that Kakashi-sensei is really so powerful, with thousands of ninjutsu, it's so scary. And Sasuke kept his eyes fixed on Kakashi. What he cares about is not that Kakashi knows thousands of ninjutsu, but that Kakashi actually has Sharingan. These are eyes unique to the Uchiha clan. But Kakashi hasn't revealed the Sharingan yet, and Sasuke still doesn't believe it. Kakashi looked at Zabuza with a solemn expression. It seems like this is going to be a tough battle. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura formed a protective formation to protect Mr. Tajuna. Yayu, today is the first time that you and I have joined forces. Yayu, who was standing aside, slowly walked to Kakashi's side. At this time he had already pulled out a kunai. Although the three Sasukes are reluctant, they also know that their strength is not as good as Yayu. They can only form a protective formation to surround Dazna in the middle. Zabuza looked at Yayu. He couldn't see anything special about Yayu. It seems that you trust this kid very much. Is he your disciple? Kakashi said nothing and slowly raised his forehead protector. Sasuke, who had been watching Kakashi, was now staring closely at Kakashi's movements. When Kakashi raised his forehead protector, his left eye, which had been covered, was revealed. When a three-magatama Sharingan appeared, Sasuke was stunned. Is it really a Sharingan, or a three-magatama Sharingan? Even in the Uchiha clan, only a few people can open their eyes. Is Kakashi a member of the Uchiha clan? Sasuke thought Kakashi was from the Uchiha clan. After all, the only people who have Sharingan in Konoha are the Uchiha clan in Sasuke's opinion. Sakura and Naruto were also surprised when they saw Kakashi's Sharingan. This was the first time they saw such strange eyes. What kind of eyes are these, and why is the aura it emits so terrifying? Naruto and Sakura felt the murderous aura emanating from Kakashi at this time. And Naruto felt inexplicably uncomfortable with Sharingan. Kakashi didn't answer Zabuza. Zabuza said to himself, I know the information about you in the ninja manual very well, so do you think I will fight you on a battlefield that is beneficial to you? As he spoke, mist suddenly rose around him. The strange scene startled the three Sasukes. The three of them took out their kunai and stood ready. Yayu looked calm. Even though the surroundings are gradually covered by fog, visibility is very low. But Yayu could feel Zabuza's chakra. This is one of the functions of chakra in his body. Kakashi frowned. Will you block my sight with the water mist technique? As expected of Zabuza Momokai, if he is not careful, he will really die here. Kakashi was a little worried about Yayu. Yayu, don't leave my side. This is the Kirigakure Jutsu of Kirigakure village. This ninjutsu is the silent killing technique. Be careful of what's going on around you. Ignoring Kakashi, Yayu kept looking at Zabuza who was lurking towards them at this time. Although there was mist all around, Zabuza's whereabouts were completely under his perception. But Yayu didn't speak, and Kakashi thought something bad happened to Yayu. Kakashi anxiously exploded the chakra in his body. Boom! The terrifying chakra instantly dispersed the surrounding fog. Yayu's figure was revealed. Seeing that Yayu was fine, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. Why didn't you reply? Yayu looked at Kakashi and smiled. I thought Teacher Kakashi could feel my presence. Kakashi shook his head, speechless. Take good care of it, the opponent is an elite Jonin, don't relax. When Kakashi broke out chakra, the three Sasukes looked at Kakashi's back with fear on their faces. Is this the murderous aura emanating from the duel between Jonin? It's better to die in such an environment. The momentum duel between Kakashi and Zabuza subdued Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. The terrifying murderous intent affected the three people's consciousness. Even Sasuke had already lifted the kunai and was about to stab him in the abdomen. His mind was affected by the murderous intent of Kakashi and Zabuza. Even Naruto showed fear at this time and completely lost his will to live. Chapter 42 1-2. Just when Sasuke was about to stab himself, Yayu's eyes narrowed slightly. The chakra within the body exploded. Boom! A golden chakra bursts out from Yayu. The terrifying power instantly blasted away the murderous intent of Zabuza and Kakashi. The three Sasukes who had looked scared just now seemed to have encountered the warm sunshine in the cold winter, and the chilly atmosphere instantly became warmer. Sasuke stopped what he was doing while holding the kunai. After coming back to his senses, he looked at Yayu, who looked calm at this time. This is Yayu's chakra, his chakra is so strong. Before, Yayu only showed physical skills. But now the chakra released by Yayu was so terrifying that Sasuke's face was shocked. Both Naruto and Sakura recovered, but they didn't know that the person who drove away the murderous aura was Yayu. At this time, inside Naruto's body, in a dark cage, a huge red fox slowly opened its eyes. Is this familiar yet unfamiliar chakra that annoying guy? This fox is the 9 tails sealed within Naruto. The moment Yayu released chakra just now, he felt a familiar chakra. But something is different. It is a bit solemn at this time as it is very sensitive to chakra. If it's really that man, what does he want to do? Thinking of the time when he was sealed by Senju Hashirama, 9 tails looked solemn. Yayu's chakra feels too much like Senju Hashirama to 9 tails. Although there are some differences, they are all full of rich vitality. This chakra is extremely rare. Only seen in Senju Hashirama and the Sage of Six Paths and his 2 sons. 9 tails is still bitter about the first Hokage's decision to seal it. However, 9 tails looked at the seal that was sealing it, shook his head, closed his eyes and continued to sleep. The chakra that Yayu broke out just now stunned Zabuza, who was hiding in the dark. At that moment of chakra, Zabuza felt very heavy pressure. This was the first time he encountered this kind of chakra. The most important thing is that Yayu's chakra is so terrifying that it can instantly dispel his and Kakashi's murderous intent. The murderous aura of both of them was condensed by chakra. Blasting away the chakra of 2 elite Jonin at the same time, Yayu's chakra is so powerful. This kid is really not simple. Kakashi seems to have recognized his strength by letting him participate in the battle. And Kakashi glanced at Yayu. Know why Yayu breaks out chakra? His confrontation with Zabuza's chakra has already put a lot of pressure on Sasuke and the others. If it weren't for Yayu, I'm afraid Sasuke would really stab himself. But Kakashi didn't expect that Yayu's chakra would become much stronger. This guy is really a monster. Is it because of what happened that night? Kakashi thought that maybe Yayu's chakra was strengthened because of the outburst that night. It's just that the speed of this growth has far exceeded Kakashi's expectations. Yayu looked at Zabuza, who was hiding in the fog in the distance, and said, Teacher Kakashi, you are the main attacker, and I will assist you on the side. Kakashi turned and glanced at Yayu. Can you see where he is? Yayu nodded. I can sense his chakra. Kakashi was stunned. Perception. Sensing Zabuza's chakra is the ability of a perceptive ninja. Yayu actually has the ability to sense, and can accurately sense Zabuza's position. This shows that Yayu's perception ability is very powerful. Zabuza didn't know that Yayu had discovered his location. But now that he no longer had any worries, Kakashi naturally let go and went to war. He's on the lake. Yayu said lightly. Kakashi condensed his chakra and used Sharingan to look towards the lake. In an instant, he saw Zabuza standing on the lake. At this time, Zabuza didn't know that he had been discovered and had a water body. But Kakashi didn't see it. Just when Kakashi was about to launch an attack on Zabuza on the lake, Zabuza suddenly appeared in front of Tajuna. Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura didn't react for a moment. Just as Zabuza slashed at Tatsuna with his decapitating sword, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura wanted to stop them, but their bodies couldn't move and it was too late. Zabuza Janin's murderous aura is too strong. The three of them were completely stunned. Bang! Puff! Under the lightning, Zabuza stopped moving. Tatsuna was also pushed away by a force, and Zabuza's hand holding the decapitating sword stopped in the air. Everyone took a closer look and Yayu appeared in front of Zabuza. And the kunai in his hand had pierced Zabuza's chest. However, there was no joy on Yayu's face to kill Zabuza with one click, and his expression was calm. After a while, a lot of water dripped from Zabuza's chest. Not a drop of blood. Yayu looked at Zabuza and was not surprised at all. Because this is Zabuza's water body. The next moment, Zabuza's water body turned into a puddle of clear water. The three Sasukes sitting on the ground stared blankly at the scene in front of them. Kakashi, who rushed to the lake, saw Yayu's actions in his eyes. The corner of his mouth raised slightly. Well done, Yayu. Although it was Zabuza's water clone that attacked Tajuna, if they hadn't ignored it, Sasuke and the other three would never have been able to defeat this water clone. If left alone, the water avatar would have really killed Tajuna. Tatsuna, who fell to the ground, also breathed a sigh of relief. When Zabuza swung his sword just now, he thought he was dead. Looking at Yayu who put away the kunai with a calm expression, Sasuke's face was solemn. How come the gap between me and him is so big? If I can't even surpass Yayu, how can I possibly kill that BD? I have to become stronger, I have to become stronger. Naruto looked shocked. He couldn't believe that the gap between him and Yayu was so big. Yayu obviously had no sense of presence when he was in the ninja school. They all just graduated. But how could the gap widen so wide all of a sudden? Naruto couldn't accept it in his heart. Same age, also just graduated from ninja school. Why is Yayu so much better than him? Sakura felt extremely safe and secure. Zabuza on the lake killed his water clone instantly when he saw Yayu. Some people didn't expect it. How can that kid be so powerful? He should be just a genin, right? The combat experience and speed he showed just now are already at Janin's level. Who is that guy? Is he a genius cultivated by Konoha? Zabuza was shocked by Yayu's power. Originally he only had to face Kakashi and 3 genin. But now he has to face Kakashi, an elite genin, and Yayu, a ninja who definitely possesses Janin's strength. It's like he's 1 against 2. Chapter 43 The First Ninjutsu, Water-Style Water Dragon Bullet Jutsu. After getting rid of Zabuza's water clone, Yayu shouted to Kakashi, "Teacher Kakashi, you concentrate on dealing with that guy's body, don't worry here." Kakashi raised his lips slightly. It was a wise choice to bring you out. He was very pleased with the strength Yayu showed just now. From killing Tujnin in an instant to defeating Zabuza's water body now, Yayu has never used ninjutsu, but the strength he has shown has already reached the level of Janin. And he could feel that Yayu's physical skills were obviously much better than when he tested him before. If Yayu's physical skills were what they are now that night when he tested Yayu, he wouldn't be able to defeat Yayu so easily. And this is under the premise that Yayu has never formally learned physical skills. From before to now, Yayu basically relied on physical instincts to fight without knowing any physical skills at all. One can imagine how powerful he would be if he formally learned physical skills. Zabuza looked at Yayu with a solemn expression. This annoying brat is really difficult to deal with. Zabuza knew that if he didn't deal with Yayu, there was no way he could kill Tatsuna. One-on-one with Kakashi, there's not a lot of pressure on him. Despite Kakashi's reputation. But Zabuza himself is also an elite Genin, and one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. He felt that there was no difference between himself and Kakashi. But with the addition of Yayu, it will be difficult for him to kill Dazna. After all, the purpose of this mission is not to compare with Kakashi, but to kill Tajuna. When Kakashi attacked Zabuza, Zabuza waved the decapitating sword gloomily. Ding, ding, ding. For a moment, 2 people were on the lake, one wielding a beheading sword and the other wielding a kunao, gold and iron intertwined, sparks flying. 2 elite Genin battle with pure taijutsu. The speed and power shocked Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, who saw Genin fighting for the first time. For the first time, Sasuke felt insignificant. Is this Genin? Yayu is right, Kakashi is really strong. Naruto clenched his fists. Damn it, why am I so weak? I can't help at all. Sakura on the side carefully guarded Tajuna. She is the weakest here, even Sasuke and Naruto cannot participate in the battle between Zabuza and Kakashi. Naturally, she is even less likely to get involved. But she looked at Yayu. Yayu shocked her too much. He saved her by instantly killing 2 Genin before, and now he killed a water clone of Genin and saved the 4 of them. Yayu's strength has surpassed them by far. It was obvious that he had no sense of presence when he was in the ninja school. Yayu's attention was completely on the battle between Zabuza and Kakashi. This battle improved him a lot. After all, it is a battle between 2 elite Genin, even if it is just a purely physical contest. It can also give Yayu a lot of inspiration. Even watching this battle, Yayu also learned some physical skills. Before, he didn't know any physical skills at all and relied purely on physical fitness to fight. Zabuza watched Kakashi attack more and more fiercely, knowing that if he continued like this, no matter he won or lost, he would not be able to kill Tajuna. So he swung the decapitating sword heavily, and the terrifying force knocked Kakashi flying. Zabuza jumped back. He quickly formed seals with his hands in the air, and a ninjutsu seal was completed in the blink of an eye. Water-style water dragon bullet technique. Ho! A dragon roar came from the water. Several water columns shot out from the surface of the lake, and these water columns instantly condensed into a water dragon of more than 10 meters in the air. The water dragon roared towards Yayu. Very fast. Kakashi was shocked when he reacted after being knocked away. Oops, Yayu doesn't know ninjutsu yet. It's just that the water dragon was too fast and flew in front of Yayu and others in the blink of an eye. After releasing the ninjutsu, Zabuza raised his lips slightly. No matter how strong your taijutsu is, it will be difficult to block this ninjutsu, ha ha ha. Ho! The water dragon roars, terrifying and extremely fast. Seeing that the water dragon was about to swallow Yayu and others, Kakashi wanted to rescue, but it was too late. Yayu frowned as he looked at the roaring water dragon rushing towards him. What a powerful ninjutsu! In an instant, Yayu moved his hands quickly. Water-style water dragon bullet technique. Ho! Just when the water dragon released by Zabuza was about to bombard Yayu and others, Yayu quickly formed seals with his hands. In an instant, drops of water condensed around Yayu. These water droplets are spinning rapidly around Yayu. In the blink of an eye, a giant water dragon tens of meters long formed. It was larger than the water dragon condensed by Zabuza. The huge water dragon jumped out from Yayu's head. The terrifying giant dragon that seemed to fly out of the sea roared and rushed towards the water dragon released by Zabuza. Rumble. The two water dragons collided instantly. The collision caused a strong earthquake, and countless spider web-like cracks opened in the ground within tens of meters. The moment the two water dragons collided, the giant water dragon released by Yayu blasted Zabuza's water dragon into splashes. The giant water dragon condensed by Yayu was not damaged at all. The giant dragon roared towards Zabuza as if it were alive. In an instant, the dragon head several meters wide opened its mouth and swallowed Zabuza. Zabuza was stunned. No way, how could he have this ninjutsu? It's impossible for him to have so much chakra at his age. And his water dragon bullet technique was actually made out of nothing, without any help from the water of the lake. How can this kid have such a terrifying amount of chakra? Why is my water dragon bullet technique not as good as that of a kid? Why is his water dragon bullet technique so much stronger than mine? Is this guy human? In just a short moment, countless thoughts popped up in Zabuza's mind. But he saw the giant water dragon opening its huge mouth towards him. He had no choice but to use the teleportation technique to avoid it. Rumble. The giant water dragon did not hit Zabuza, but instead plunged into the lake where Zabuza was standing just now. Roar. Zabuza was dozens of meters away in an instant. Seeing the water dragon causing waves several meters high in the lake, even he who came from the blood mist still felt lingering fear. What a terrifying water dragon bomb! This terrifying power is much more powerful than mine. This guy is a monster. If he gets hit, I'm afraid the body will turn into pieces. At this time, Kakashi, who came to Sasuke and Naruto, also looked at Yayu in disbelief. Kakashi murmured to himself, could he learn this water dragon bullet technique from watching Zabuza? The moment this idea appeared in Kakashi's mind, he got chills. This kind of learning ability is too terrifying. And the most terrifying thing is that after Yayu learned it, the ninjutsu he released was actually much more powerful than Zabuza's. Even he was not sure to unleash the water dragon bullet technique of Yayu's level just now. Chapter 44. What is 1/10 of chakra? The water dragon released by Yayu plunged into the lake. Within a few seconds, the dragon's entire body was actually more than 100 meters long. The terrifying dragon roar echoed within a few hundred meters. It's as if a real dragon appears here. The originally calm lake surface was churned by the water dragon. Waves several meters high were rolled up and spread hundreds of meters. The shores of the lake were flooded by the overflowing water. It even caused the ground to shake within hundreds of meters around it. This shows how powerful this ninjutsu is. After releasing the ninjutsu, Yayu only felt that 1/10 of the chakra in his body had been taken away. When Yayu put down his hands, he sighed, it is indeed a B-level ninjutsu. The consumption of chakra is really huge. Neither Kakashi nor Zabuza heard this. If you hear it, you will be so angry that you will vomit blood. The water dragon bullet technique Yayu released just now did not rely on the convenience of the lake at all, but relied entirely on the water created by chakra out of thin air. And that terrifying amount of water, the chakra consumed can probably drain the chakra of an ordinary Jonin. When the second Hokage and the third Hokage fought, Anbu's Jonin was amazed when a water barrier formed on the roof. The water dragon bullet technique that Yayu just released is higher than second Hokage in terms of difficulty, scale, and power, and it is also completely based on water condensed by chakra. The reason why second Hokage relied on chakra to condense water was because there was no water in his environment. But there is a lake in front of Yayu. The reason why he relies entirely on chakra is because it is his first time to release this ninjutsu and he has no experience. Even so, the water dragon bullet technique released by Yayu is far more powerful than Zabuza's. If it weren't for the fact that the chakra in Yayu's body is all natural energy, and the amount required is much less than using ordinary chakra, it would consume more than 1/10 of Yayu's chakra. But even so, Yayu actually felt that this ninjutsu consumed chakra. In fact, people are more irritating than others. When Yayu murmured to herself, Sakura next to her was stunned. Yayu, your ninjutsu is much stronger than that Zabuza's. When Yayu released ninjutsu just now, there was a wall of water around Sakura and Dejuna. Those walls of water are the bodies of water dragons. So when Yayu released ninjutsu, Sakura watched the whole process. The water dragon bullet technique released by Zabuza Elite Jainin actually failed to defeat the water dragon bullet technique released by Yayu. Sakura didn't even know what to say. If just now Sakura felt that Yayu was much stronger than them in only physical skills. Now Yayu is much stronger than them in terms of physical skills, ninjutsu, and chakra. Even if Sakura doesn't know the water dragon bullet jutsu, the pressure of Yayu's water dragon bullet jutsu just now shows that it requires a lot of chakra. That was a giant water dragon of more than 100 meters. Moreover, the water dragon released by Yayu seems to be alive, which is completely different from Zabuza's. Yayu made her more and more curious. How could Yayu be so powerful and unknown in the ninja school? Forget about being unknown, before graduating. She didn't realize that there was a classmate named Jingwen Yayu in her class. Yayu shook his head. It's just because it's my first time to use this ninjutsu and I didn't grasp it clearly. Sakura was stunned. This answer confused Sakura. Is this your first time using this ninjutsu? Yayu nodded. How is that possible? I just saw you forming seals so quickly and so skillfully. How could it be your first time using this ninjutsu? Yayu said nothing more. There was no need for him to explain to Sakura. Sakura couldn't understand it yet. Seeing that Yayu didn't explain, Sakura became more and more shocked. Because she realized that it was impossible for Yayu to lie to her. After all, given Yayu's character, there is no need for him to lie. After all, he was so low-key when he was in the ninja school, so it was impossible for him to suddenly be high-profile now. But the more this happened, the more surprised Sakura became. It was so powerful the first time it was used. And Yayu actually said that he didn't master it clearly, and he could use it so skillfully even if he didn't master it clearly. What would it be like if he mastered it clearly? Can it be activated without sealing? The more I think about it, the scarier it becomes. He was obviously the same age as her, but she couldn't even see Yayu's back. The gap between the two is actually so big. Kakashi came to Yayu and sighed, the control is much stronger, at least the power is not so huge, and it is not so uncontrollable. It seems you are making rapid progress. Yayu nodded, maybe it's because this ninjutsu is less difficult and the control doesn't need to be that high. Yayu knew what Kakashi meant. Although the water dragon bullet technique released by Yayu just now was very powerful, it shocked Kakashi. But definitely not as shocked as that night when Yayu released Chidori. If Yayu had used the Chidori released by Yayu that day, no one here except Yayu would have survived. That was the power to instantly swallow up everything within hundreds of meters around it. That night, if Kakashi hadn't run fast when he saw the situation was bad, he would have been seriously injured even if he didn't die. Although the power of the water dragon bullet technique released by Yayu just now is still very powerful, it is completely controllable. It has high practical value. It's just that Yayu actually said that water-style water dragon bullet technique is not difficult. That's a B-level ninjutsu, usually only Jainin can master it. If an ordinary Chunin is released once, the chakra will probably be drained. During the battle, only Jainin dared to use it a few times with the help of geographical advantages. After all, you have to ensure that there is enough chakra in your body to continue fighting. And the water dragon bullet technique consumes too much chakra. But the water dragon bullet technique released by Yayu is not only extremely powerful, much stronger than the ordinary water dragon bullet technique, but it also relies entirely on its own chakra to condense into water. Even Kakashi can only use this water dragon bullet technique 2 or 3 times. Kakashi's chakra amount is very large, but it is always consumed by his Sharingan. Without the consumption of Sharingan, Kakashi's chakra is definitely at the level of Kage. We've known it since the 4th Ninja War. Without the burden of Sharingan, He can use various large-scale ninjutsu without any effort. And the water dragon bullet technique is not simple at all. Level B difficulty is also very difficult for Chnin. But Yayu actually learned it on the spot and became very proficient in using it for the first time. But when I think about Yayu learning A-level ninjutsu like Chidori, he learned it the first time. If Yayu's chakra hadn't gone berserk that night, he would have learned it. Kakashi looked at Yayu and smiled. Chakra consumes a lot of money. Yayu nodded seriously. It does consume a lot of chakra. It took out 1/10 of my chakra in one go. Kakashi was stunned for a moment. Only 1/10. Yayu wondered, isn't 1/10 too much? This answer left Kakashi speechless. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly and he said, I thought I had to remove at least 1/3 of your chakra. If that were the case, it would be terrible. Yayu couldn't understand it. He felt that taking out 1/10 of the chakra at once would be a lot. Kakashi actually said that he thought it would be 1/3. After all, it's just a B-level ninjutsu. He would be able to accept it if an A-level or S-level ninjutsu drained so much chakra. Chapter 45 Zabuza ran away. Kakashi looked at Yayu's confused look and was speechless. But when he thought that Yayu's chakra was Sage Jutsu chakra, he figured it out. Sage Jutsu chakra is indeed of higher quality than ordinary chakra, and he can also understand that ninjutsu consumes less Sage Jutsu chakra. You are now learning the Water Dragon Bullet technique, right? Kakashi asked. Yayu nodded. When I saw him forming seals, I could feel his chakra flow. In addition, this ninjutsu is not difficult, so I gave it a try, but I didn't expect it to be successful. Hearing Yayu say this, Kakashi didn't know what to say for a moment. The difficulty of this ninjutsu is not low. B-level ninjutsu is a ninjutsu that can only be mastered by J-nin. Although Kakashi said this, Yayu didn't care. He didn't think it was very difficult to replicate the Water Dragon Bullet technique on the spot. In other words, the Water Dragon Bullet technique is not difficult for him. He could clearly feel the flow of chakra in Zabuza's body. In a sense, Yayu is actually not much different from having Sharingan or Bun. Zabuza from a distance looked at Yayu with unusual solemnity. This kid is really difficult to deal with. If he and Kakashi join forces, it will be difficult to complete this mission. If he wants to kill Dazna, he must deal with Yayu. Even if he can defeat Yayu, Kakashi next to him cannot let go. Thinking of this, Zabuza gave up the assassination decisively. Kid, I will kill you next time we meet. Before leaving, Zabuza said a harsh word to Yayu. After saying that, he disappeared on the lake. Yayu looked at the lake where Zabuza disappeared and murmured to himself, maybe you won't kill me next time we meet. Yayu doesn't like people threatening him the most. And through this battle, he already knew Zabuza's approximate strength. He does have the strength of an elite J-nin. If Yayu and him fought alone, Yayu might be the last person to die. But with the presence of Kakashi, in a 2-on-1 situation, Yayu was sure that Zabuza would be the one who died. After Zabuza left, Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the students he brought, except for Sakura, were all people who absolutely couldn't make any mistakes in Konoha. Needless to say, Naruto is the son of the 4th generation, Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Sasuke is the last survivor of the Uchiha clan. The 3rd generation is also optimistic about him and wants him to grow up in the future and develop the Sharingan so that he can control the 9 tails in Naruto's body in the future. Yayu is the person whom Kakashi values the most and regards him as his direct disciple. However, if he doesn't leave without cutting, I'm afraid he won't be able to successfully kill Dejuna. Although Yayu may not be as strong as Zabuza, with him around, Zabuza's strength will never be able to defeat the combined strength of Yayu and Kakashi. Sasuke and Naruto walked over. The two men looked at Yayu completely differently from before. In this battle, Yayu showed much greater strength than them. They are not even on the same level anymore. Kakashi-sensei, have you taught Yayu a lot of ninjutsu? He is already much better than us. Naruto pouted. Naruto felt that Yayu's strength was due to Kakashi secretly giving Yayu tutoring lessons. Sasuke didn't think so. He could feel that Yayu's fighting style was completely different from Kakashi's. Moreover, he estimated that Kakashi would not be able to unleash the Water Dragon Bullet technique just now. As a member of the Uchiha clan, he knew very well that the ninjutsu released by Yayu just now had exceeded the power of the Water Dragon Bullet jutsu itself. Yayu, like him and Naruto, must have something special. Kakashi looked at Naruto's unhappy look and explained, "I never taught him this ninjutsu." Of course Naruto didn't believe it. It's impossible. The ninjutsu just now was very complicated just to form seals. Was it developed by Yayu himself? Kakashi patted Naruto on the shoulder, looked at him and said seriously, "Is it possible that he imitated Zabuza and released it?" "Kakashi-sensei, do you think I'm a fool? How is that possible? If I could learn it just by looking at it, wouldn't I know a lot of ninjutsu now?" Naruto really didn't learn anything in ninja school. If it weren't for third generation's care, he would have been expelled from the ninja school based on his grades. "I often received 0 marks in various subjects, and even when I graduated, I didn't even learn the art of cloning. This is the most basic ninjutsu, and every ninja in the ninja school can learn it. The students who can be selected into the ninja school are all very outstanding. There is only one ninja school in Konoha, and only a few dozen people are selected to enter the school every year. Judging from the Fourth Ninja War, there are at least 10,000 ninjas in Konoha. It's obviously impossible for them all to come out of ninja school. Most of the ninjas in the ninja world do not come from ninja schools, but are selected through selection. Just like the Chunin exam, Chunin do not have to take the Chunin exam to be promoted to Chunin. Most Chunin are recognized by the village. As long as the village feels that your ability reaches the level of Chunin, you will be promoted to Chunin. Those who can take the Chunin exam are basically the elites of each village. The Chunin exam is not an ordinary exam, but a competition for each village to showcase its outstanding juniors. The same is true for ninja schools. Ordinary people are not qualified to enter ninja schools. But Naruto not only entered the ninja school, but his grades were extremely poor, and he was still able to stay in the ninja school. You can imagine how much backdoor third generation opened for him. It's just that Naruto obviously doesn't know these things. He really didn't learn much in ninja school. Let alone ninjutsu, I don't even know the most basic theoretical knowledge. On the contrary, in the ninja school, Sakura is the real genius. In terms of ninja theoretical knowledge, even Sasuke is inferior to her. During the Chunin exam, there were many questions that Sasuke was no different from Naruto in that he couldn't do them at all. But Sakura can do them all. Of course, that exam tested the ninja's ability to collect intelligence. Sakura passed by relying on her excellent theoretical knowledge. So Naruto thought it was impossible to learn ninjutsu just by looking at it. It's too far-fetched. Sasuke knew it very well, he had even seen it before. That person is his brother, the person he always wanted to kill, Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Itachi watched his father demonstrate once that he could release the same ninjutsu. And he still needs to practice for a long time before he can release it. Sasuke looked at Yayu as if he saw the original Uchiha Itachi. Is Yayu's talent the same as that man? No, maybe Yayu's talent is stronger than that man. After all, Yayu learned a B-level ninjutsu in battle, and the power it unleashed is already stronger than the person he learned it from. As long as I can defeat Yayu, I can definitely defeat that man. Sasuke balled up his fists. He was originally a little jealous of Yayu. Now he has regarded Yayu as his goal to surpass. Chapter 46. Are you sure you can defeat Zabuza? Seeing that Naruto didn't believe it at all, Kakashi stopped explaining. After all, Yayu's situation is indeed special. Turning their heads, Kakashi and Tajuna said, "Mr. Tajuna, how many Jonin does Kado employ? Except for Zabuza." Tajuna thought for a while and said, I don't know much about this. I only heard that Cardo hired Jainin before, but I don't even know which Jainin he hired. Kakashi was silent for a while. He wondered whether the mission should continue. Zabuza alone is enough of a headache. If there is another Jainin, it will be very difficult. Kakashi looked at Yayu. I want to ask his opinion. Yayu nodded. It has reached this point, so we can only continue to implement it. I will work hard during this period to at least be able to hold down one Jainin. I think with Kakashi-sensei's strength, as long as I hold down one Jainin, you should be able to defeat Zabuza. If they only have one Jainin, Zabuza, and we join forces, Zabuza has no chance at all. Kakashi thought for a while and said, okay, in that case, let's continue with this mission. While I'm protecting Mr. Dejuna, I'll hurry up and teach you some ninjutsu. You now have the strength of Jainin, and you have good practical combat experience. Adding a few more lethal ninjutsu will make you a Jainin worthy of the name. Kakashi has no exaggeration about Yayu's strength. I will. Yayu also agreed with Kakashi's suggestion. Naruto came over and said, Teacher Kakashi, don't forget us, we are your students too. Kakashi looked at Naruto and said, of course I know, but it's not suitable for you to learn ninjutsu directly now. You have to lay a good foundation first. Naruto looked confused, what basis? Kakashi-sensei, don't you want to teach us? Naruto felt that Kakashi must be making excuses because he didn't want to teach them. Kakashi was a little helpless. You must lay the foundation first. You haven't even learned how to control chakra, let alone learn ninjutsu. Yayu has already controlled chakra very well before, so he does not need to continue learning how to control chakra. Naruto still felt that Kakashi was partial. Sasuke mused. Unlike Naruto, he agrees with Kakashi's ideas. And Sakura looked at Yayu with admiration. Yayu is so strong, yet he behaves so calmly. Watching Naruto turn his head away, curling his lips and huffing. Kakashi was very helpless. He really has no bias. Although he values Yayu more, after all, Naruto is the son of the fourth Hokage, and he is the person whom the third generation personally entrusted to him for training. Kakashi is not biased in any way. It's just that Naruto's current foundation is almost non-existent. What can he teach him? It is estimated that even if he taught it, Naruto would not be able to learn it. After all, Naruto was very poor at learning the cloning technique. If it weren't for the fact that the shadow clone technique fits his physique very well, he might not even learn. Third generation took great pains to let Naruto learn the shadow clone technique. Even important ninjutsu scrolls like the sealed book can be easily stolen by him. A large number of ninjas were mobilized to search for him, but they could not find him. One can imagine how much effort third generation put into it. Those ninjas sent out to look for Naruto were probably worried that they would be punished if they accidentally caught Naruto. Kakashi was helpless, but even Naruto didn't believe it. I simply won't explain it. The group continued on their way. Finally, several people arrived at Dazna's home. There are 3 people in Dazna's family, his daughter Jinbo and grandson Inari. Inari looked at Kakashi and Yayu with doubts in their eyes. During the meal, Dazna, Jinbo, and Inari talked about what happened along the way. Inari, who was originally suspicious of Kakashi and the others, looked at Kakashi and Yayu with sparkling eyes. Can you really defeat Cardo's ninjas? Inari couldn't help but ask Kakashi. Kakashi scratched his head and said, it should be okay. Inari saw that Kakashi didn't look confident, and the confidence that originally arose was shattered again. Is it really impossible? Those ninjas are so powerful, how can we defeat them? Hearing this, Naruto was unhappy. Don't be so depressed. I want to become a Hokage ninja. No matter how powerful Buza is, I will definitely defeat him. Inari was not interested in Naruto's passionate speech. He also mocked, even your teacher doesn't look confident, how can you do it? Naruto clenched his fists and said seriously, if it's just Buza, I can defeat him. Sakura and Sasuke, who were sitting nearby, looked at Naruto's excitement and were speechless. In the previous battle, Naruto was not as heroic as he appeared now. Inari didn't believe it at all and said with disdain, Kado is far more powerful than you think. Anyone who goes against him will surely die. Inari roared emotionally as if he remembered something painful. Naruto was stunned for a moment by Inari's roar. He didn't know why he still had this attitude when he and others were here to help Inari. Inari ran out after finishing speaking. Dejuna sighed. Kakashi asked, this child must have experienced something sad, and it is also related to Cardo. Dazna said, his father was killed by Cardo when he resisted. Ever since seeing his father killed by Cardo, Inari has never believed that anyone can defeat Cardo. I think being a hero is stupid. In fact, Inari has always regarded his father as a pride. It just hit him hard. After hearing what Tajuna said, Naruto, who originally wanted to ask Inari for a theory, fell silent. Zenbo sat next to Dazna and sighed, that kid also hopes that someone can stand up and defeat Cardo, but it's a pity that no one has done it for so many years. In fact, not only Inari, but the entire country of Wave hopes that someone can defeat Cardo. Naruto looked at Dejuna and said seriously, I will definitely defeat Cardo and make Inari change his mind. But after Naruto finished speaking, Dejuna didn't look at him, but looked at Kakashi and Yayu. Kakashi, Yayu, are you really sure of defeating that Zabuza? Naruto was furious. But he also knew that in the previous battles, Kakashi and Yayu did show great strength. He really wasn't doing very well. Yayu said nothing. He felt it was not his turn to speak. Kakashi thought for a while and said, if there is only one Zabuza, I will be sure to defeat him. What's more, Yayu is here. As long as there is really only Zabuza, he is no match for me and Yayu. But if Cardo hires another Jainin, the outcome will be hard to say. After listening to Kakashi's words, Dejuna was a little worried. It is possible to hire Kakashi and Yayu, just for the reward of a sea-level mission, which is already extremely rare. He couldn't ask for anything more. Chapter 47 Let Bai deal with Yayu. After chatting with Dazna for a while, Kakashi summoned Yayu, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura for a meeting. In the room, Kakashi sat in front of the four people and said, I have to make arrangements for this escort mission. Because we need to protect Mr. Dejuna while also taking care of his training. So I plan to divide you into two groups, and the two groups will take turns protecting Mr. Dejuna. While one group is protecting Mr. Dejuna, the other group is practicing with me. After hearing Kakashi's arrangement, Naruto immediately raised his hand and said, Teacher Kakashi, I request to be in a group with Sakura. Sakura's mouth twitched slightly, and she said in disgust, I don't want it. Naruto was devastated by Sakura's blunt refusal. Sakura, let's go in groups of two. Naruto said. Although Sakura made it clear every time that she didn't like Naruto and liked Sasuke, Naruto still didn't give up. At this time, Sakura is the goddess in Naruto's heart. Naruto's performance even had the potential to be a bit of a liquor. It's just that the more intimate Naruto behaves, the less Sakura likes it. So she still said in disgust, I don't want it. Sakura quickly said, I want to team up with Sasuke. Sasuke didn't say anything. It didn't matter which group he was in. The same is true for Yayu. Kakashi looked at Naruto and Sakura with a headache. Okay, Sasuke will be paired with Naruto, Yayu will be paired with Sakura, that's it. Naruto jumped up in anger when he heard this plan. Why, I don't want to be in the same group as Sasuke. Naruto's face was full of anger, the person he hated the most was Sasuke. Sakura was also stunned for a moment, but she didn't dislike Yayu. It's just that she wants to be with Sasuke more. So she was also a little dissatisfied. But she looked at Yayu's calm expression and didn't say anything. Sasuke saw Naruto pointing at him with a look of disgust on his face. He also said unhappily, "Who do you think wants to be in the same group as the one at the end of the crane?" Naruto clenched his fists, looked at Sasuke and said angrily, Sasuke, we are not in a ninja school now, do you think you can be better than me?" Although Sasuke wanted to refute, he thought about Naruto's character and finally shut up. It wasn't that he was afraid of Naruto, but that he was annoyed by continuing to struggle with Naruto. Seeing that Sasuke didn't speak anymore, Naruto pointed the finger at Kakashi. "Teacher Kakashi, you are too biased. Why did you let Yayu and Sakura be paired together? Sakura is not in the same team as Yayu." Yayu's face was calm. He didn't care at all which group he was assigned to. He even preferred to be in a group by himself. Kakashi looked at Naruto and explained, "The reason for this division is because Yayu is strong enough to protect Sakura, and although you and Sasuke are not strong enough, they can protect themselves together." Naruto was stunned for a moment. Glanced at Sasuke. "I'm not joining forces with Sasuke." But he was still very happy. After all, Kakashi recognized his strength. Sasuke nodded, agreeing with the grouping. Sakura was a little helpless. "Kakashi-sensei, you mean I am the weakest?" Although this is true, in the previous battle with Zabuza, although Naruto did not perform very well. But it's better than Sakura. Sakura knew this very well. In terms of combat, she is the weakest in the squad. Even at this time, Sakura actually has no fighting ability. "I only know the 3 body techniques and some ninjutsu applications." His fighting ability is much lower than Naruto's. Kakashi didn't answer Sakura's question, which was regarded as acquiescence. After being divided into groups, a few people went to rest. On the other side, after Zabuza ran away. "Return to your forest abode." In the room, after Zabuza put down the beheading sword, he sat in the room and meditated. After a long time, the room door opened. A beautiful-looking man walked in from outside. When Zabuza saw this man, he said, "You have to take action next time. You should have seen the whole battle." The man nodded and looked calm. "And this person is Zabuza's assistant, Shiro. She is very beautiful, and she looks like a beautiful woman. But in fact Bai is a boy. A ninja from the Snow clan of Kirigakure village. Possessing the blood inheritance limit of Ice Escape. His strength is definitely on Janin's level. If it weren't for his personality, his strength would even be considered strong among Janin." Bai walked in, stood next to Zabuza and said, "I see, that person is very strong and will definitely not be weaker than me." Zabuza looked solemn. "Yes, his strength is not inferior to yours. To complete this mission, I must hold that kid back. As long as I hold down that kid, I will be sure to kill Kakashi and complete this mission." Bai thought of Yayu's various performances in the battle before and said, "It seems to be his first actual combat. Although he showed great strength, he obviously doesn't have much experience." Zabuza nodded, "That boy should be Kakashi's student, and he is also Genin who just graduated from the ninja school. If that kid is allowed to live, a powerful ninja will appear in Konoha. But this has nothing to do with us. In order to complete this mission, that kid must die." Bai was silent. He didn't want to kill anyone. Especially since Yayu has no grudge against him. Zabuza looked at Shiro. He knew Shiro's character. "Bai, you have to know that unless that kid dies, we won't be able to complete the mission. We must complete this mission. Your kindness should not be used on him." Bai didn't speak. Even so, he was still unwilling to kill anyone. But he also knew very well, just like Zabuza said, they had to complete this mission. Because they have been chased by Anbu from Kirigakure village, it is difficult to receive tasks stably in one place. If you want to survive, you must complete Kato's mission. Bai knew that there would be nothing he could do in the end. Just as Shiro and Zabuza were talking, the door was kicked open. 2 samurai armed with long swords appeared at the door. Zabuza frowned. He was unhappy when the door was kicked open. The 2 warriors felt Zabuza's cold gaze and trembled. The 2 of them knew how powerful Zabuza was. He quickly stepped aside, and Kato walked out behind him. He wasn't afraid of Zabuza at all. As soon as he came in, he shouted angrily, "Zabuza, why didn't you kill that old guy Tajuna? Aren't you the Jainin of Kirigakure village? I paid you such a high salary, why didn't you complete the task?" Zabuza glanced at Kato coldly. The icy chill made Kato take a step back. But the identity of the employer made him stop and glared back, "I hired you because I heard that you are very powerful. You disappoint me so much," Kato said coldly. Just when Kato was about to say something, he suddenly felt a blood streak appear on his neck. Looking at the beheading knife on his neck, Kato panicked. He said tremblingly, What do you want to do? Do you still want to kill your employer? If you dare to kill me, your credibility will be ruined. You will no longer be able to receive missions from others in the ninja world." Zabuza said coldly, "If you dare to chirp again, I will make your head fall off right now." Feeling Zabuza's strong killing intent, Kato swallowed. He was really scared. He felt like Zabuza would really kill him. Chapter 48 Kakashi's Aggressive Method. He doesn't want to die here. Shiro on the side stopped Zabuza, and he saw the killing intent in Zabuza's eyes. If Kato keeps talking nonsense, he will really take action. Zabuza-sama, after all, he is the employer. Zabuza glanced at Shiro and said nothing more. "Put down the decapitating sword in your hand." It was just the biting coldness on his body that made Kato truly realize the terror of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Kato took a few steps back and said, "If you didn't kill that Dazna before he built the bridge, you wouldn't want the rest of the reward." After saying harsh words, Kato quickly ran out of Zabuza's residence. Although Kato is also a great villain, he is much worse than a ruthless person like Zabuza who killed all his classmates just after graduating from the ninja school. After Kato ran out, Zabuza looked at Shiro, "Why did you stop me from killing that guy?" Haku walked up to Zabuza and explained, "Killing him will definitely cause a riot, and then he will be hunted down by Anbu from Kirigakure village." Zabuza said nothing more. At this time, in the forest on the mountain behind Dazna's house, Kakashi stood in front of Yayu, Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura, looked at the 4 of them and said, "You will start training next. A better way to train for chakra is to climb trees." After Kakashi finished speaking, Naruto smiled and said, "Teacher Kakashi, who can't climb trees? Is this considered training?" Kakashi ignored Naruto, walked to the foot of a big tree and stepped on it. Slowly, the other foot also stepped on the tree trunk. At this time Kakashi is perpendicular to the trunk of the tree. It's like Kakashi standing on a tree trunk. This scene shocked Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura. Kakashi-sensei actually stuck to the big tree. Naruto said in disbelief. Sasuke mused. Kakashi slowly walked to the top of the tree one step at a time. He even hung upside down under a tree trunk. This scene shocked the 3 Narutos. Kakashi explained to the 3 people backwards, "You condense the chakra under your feet. You must control the amount of chakra. If it is too little or too much, it will fall off. As long as you do the same as me, your control of chakra will also increase to a higher level." After saying that, Kakashi walked down from the tree. "You all go and try it." Kakashi looked at Sasuke and the others and said. Naruto couldn't wait any longer. He yelled and ran towards a big tree. Sasuke also walked towards a big tree. Sakura picked a big tree between the 2 of them. Yayu stood still and didn't move. He already knows it. Kakashi didn't say anything. He had only taught Sasuke and the other 3 this method, and he naturally knew that Yayu had already mastered it. Naruto fell out of the tree just after his first kick. His head fell into a big bag. "It hurts," It hurts so much. Naruto covered his head and twisted around on the ground. Sasuke went up successfully in the first few steps, but when he got to the middle, he couldn't control chakra well and fell from the tree. But not as embarrassed as Naruto. Surprisingly, Sakura succeeded in the first attempt. At this time, she was sitting on the tree trunk, greeting several people below. "Teacher Kakashi, I'm coming up." Naruto, who was lying on the ground and writhing around, looked at Sakura sitting on the tree with a look of envy on his face. But he still shouted, "Sakura is so amazing, she is indeed the woman I like." But he still felt a little unhappy inside. Even though Sakura was the girl he liked, he was still jealous. Sasuke looked at Sakura and frowned. He was not jealous of Sakura, he had known before that Sakura had good chakra control. Now he just wanted to ask Sakura what the secret was, but he was embarrassed to ask. After all, Sasuke was usually very cold. He was the best in the ninja school. Now he had to ask Sakura for the secret, which still made him feel embarrassed. Kakashi looked at Naruto and Sasuke and said with a smile, "I didn't expect that it was a girl like Sakura who did it first." Sure enough, Sakura is still the most powerful in terms of chakra control. Didn't someone always say that he wanted to become a Hokage? It seems like that's all. He looked at Sasuke again. It seems like the Uchiha clan isn't that good either. Kakashi immediately clicked on Naruto and Sasuke. Of course, he didn't really want to harm the two of them, but wanted to provoke the general. Both Naruto and Sasuke have strong self-esteem. This approach works best for them. Sure enough, after hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto was the first to get excited. "Teacher Kakashi, I just made a mistake. I will definitely be able to do it next time." Sasuke said nothing and walked silently to the tree, ready to try again. When Naruto walked under the big tree, he noticed Yayu, who had been standing beside Kakashi without moving. He said doubtfully, "Yayu, don't you practice?" Yayu didn't say anything, so Kakashi answered for him, "Yayu has already mastered it. And it was successful the first time." Naruto's mouth twitched slightly. He shouldn't have asked. Knowing that Yayu is much stronger than them, this kind of thing must have been practiced for a long time. Sasuke said nothing and continued climbing the tree. Sakura was sitting on the tree, looking at the two people below. She also noticed Yayu. Yayu should have known it a long time ago, for sure. After all, he is so strong. What a weirdo. Although he is so good, I didn't have any impression of him in the ninja school. Recalling the memories of Yayu appearing in front of her twice and saving her, Xiaoying had a good impression of Yayu. Of course, it's a good impression between friends. After all, Yayu is almost her savior. She is curious about Yayu now. Although she has been a classmate of Yayu for 6 years, she doesn't know Yayu at all. When Sasuke, Naruto, and Sakura were training, Kakashi looked at Yayu and said, "They practice theirs, and I will teach you how to practice." Yayu nodded. The two of them did not practice here, but came to a lake a few hundred meters away. Standing next to the lake, Kakashi sighed, "I remembered that night, we were also next to the lake. If your chakra hadn't suddenly gone berserk at that time, you would have succeeded." Yayu nodded, "It's surprising, but I think I should be able to master it now." "Oh? Have you mastered it?" Yayu looked at Kakashi and smiled, "Shall I give it a try?" Kakashi took a few steps back. "If your chakra goes berserk again, the impact will be too great." Yayu shook his head, "No, I'm sure I can succeed this time." Kakashi hesitated for a while, nodded and said, "You give it a try, I'll keep an eye on you." After saying that, Kakashi stepped back dozens of meters. Yayu's rampage that night spread too far. Kakashi didn't dare to get too close to Yayu. Chapter 49 Chidori Sharp Spear and Chidori Senbon. Kakashi retreated about 100 meters. Yayu walked to the lake. "If Yayu goes berserk again here, the force of the explosion can be reduced with the help of water in the lake. Standing on the lake, Yayu began to gather the chakra in his body. Chakra begins to condense on your hands. Instantly, a large amount of chakra condensed in Yayu's palm. These chakras instantly transformed into thunder and lightning. Stab! Zitsizi! Countless golden arcs immediately appeared in Yayu's hands. These arcs of electricity wrapped around Yayu's hands. Countless thunder and lightning also occurred within a dozen meters around Yayu. These thunder and lightning are like thunder snakes swimming in the air. The center of these thunder snakes is Yayu. Even though it was daytime, the countless thunders triggered by Yayu made his position emit a fierce golden light, like the blazing sun. Kakashi, who was standing 100 meters away, swallowed his saliva when he saw this scene. Even if this is not the first time I have seen this dazzling scene, it is still shocking. This is still Chidori. Both the form of lightning and the energy of chakra are far beyond ordinary Chidori. I don't know how powerful it is. Kakashi has even revealed the Sharingan. Yayu's Chidori is obviously completely different from his Chidori. Too powerful. Although the movement was so loud, the sound was not loud. The piercing thunder only spread for tens of meters before stopping. After all, Chidori is a surprise ninjutsu. If there is too much movement, this ninjutsu's biggest advantage will be lost. Yayu watched as the thunder and lightning arcs around him condensed towards the palm of his hand. The thunder snakes that were originally swimming around him all merged into the palm of his hand. Gradually, all the thunder and lightning condensed in Yayu's palm. Golden thunder and lightning shook violently. At this time, the surrounding golden light had disappeared, revealing Yayu's figure. All the thunder and lightning were concentrated in the palm of his hand. Kakashi was stunned. Did you condense all the escaped chakra into your hands? Even I can't do this terrible chakra control. This kid can really surprise me at any time. Don't look at the thunder and lightning condensed in Yayu's hands at this time, which is much smaller than at the beginning. But the thunder and lightning in Yayu's hands at this time had condensed the thunder and lightning that contained terrifying energy just now. At this time, the power of Chidori in Yayu's hand will only be stronger than before, never weaker. Yayu looked at the thunder condensed in his hands. He turned to look at Kakashi in the distance. Seeing Yayu looking at him, Kakashi was stunned for a moment. What does this kid want to do? Kakashi had no idea what Yayu was looking at. Soon, he knew. Yayu raised the corners of his mouth slightly and exerted force on his feet. His whole body quickly jumped up towards the sky. Like a cannonball, it instantly appeared on the lake at a height of tens of meters. The ground where Yayu had just taken off had collapsed, and a spider web-like crack appeared that spread for more than 10 meters. Yayu, who jumped dozens of meters above the lake, blasted the Chidori in his hand towards the lake. Lightning-style Chidori. With Yayu roaring. In an instant, Yayu's figure turned into a golden lightning and shot towards the lake. Click. Stab. Rumble. In an instant, the ground within hundreds of meters shook. A violent explosion occurred in the lake hundreds of meters wide. The water in the lake was instantly evaporated into the air by the terrifying thunder and turned into water vapor. A flash of light flashed, and a hole hundreds of meters wide appeared in the center of the lake hundreds of meters wide. All the water in the pit was blown away. It took more than 10 seconds for the lake water that was blasted to the side to slowly flow into the large hole that was created in the center of the lake. And Yayu had already jumped to the lake. There was still a subtle golden arc on his hand. Watch the lake water gather towards the center. Yayu smiled. Teacher Kakashi, how are you? Is the power okay? At this time Kakashi has come to Yayu. Look at his right hand that flashes arcs of electricity from time to time. Then he looked at the water flowing towards the center of the lake. Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly. Is this the Chidori I taught you? Kakashi looked at Yayu with suspicion. Yayu smiled. Of course, this power should be okay, right? Kakashi looked at Yayu. the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. More than that, even if I use Reikari, I can't achieve this kind of power. And your attack speed is faster than mine. The lethality of this ninjutsu is definitely S level. Yayu was stunned for a moment. Is there an S level? He really didn't know much about it. Although he knew that the Chidori he released was very powerful, its lethality was S level, which was the cage level standard. Kakashi nodded seriously. There is definitely an S level. My Reikari is very lethal. There are also S levels, but they are not as lethal as your ninjutsu. Yayu thought for a while and said, actually, when I released Chidori just now, I was thinking that this ninjutsu can be used as a long-range ninjutsu with a slight modification. Kakashi was stunned for a moment. Remote ninjutsu. Yayu nodded. I have an idea, but I don't know if it can work. Tell me something. Kakashi didn't think Yayu was whimsical. He knew that Yayu had a strong understanding of ninjutsu. Yayu quickly mentioned Sasuke's Chidori Sharp Spear and Chidori Senbon to Kakashi. Kakashi nodded. Yes, this idea is completely feasible, but in this case, Chidori's power will be weakened. Kakashi is indeed Kakashi. As soon as he heard Yayu's thoughts, he knew the problem of these two techniques. Yayu smiled and said, it's worth sacrificing power to increase the range. Kakashi nodded. These two improvements are not of much benefit to me, but they are of great benefit to you. Well, because I have a larger amount of chakra, and the power of ninjutsu is also high, I sacrifice the power, but the power is still very strong. Yayu added. After the two communicated for a while, Yayu decided to try his own improvements. In fact, he didn't know what Sasuke did in the first place. But Yayu already has his own improvement method based on Chidori. He also didn't care if his improvements were the same as Sasuke's. This time Kakashi did not stay away from Yayu. Judging from the control Yayu released Chidori just now, Yayu has already mastered the power in his body. Although Yayu's control speed was faster than he expected. But Kakashi is not unacceptable. Since Yayu can control the power within his body, he naturally does not need to stay away from Yayu. Standing by the lake, Yayu raised his right hand. In an instant, countless electric arcs condensed in his hands. This was the first time for Kakashi to see the thunder and lightning condensed by Yayu up close. The power emitted by the golden thunder and lightning made even elite Jonin like Kakashi feel a little scared. Seeing Yayu's serious look, Kakashi was extremely pleased. Yayu is growing up very fast, but I don't have much to teach him. After all, Yayu has learned Kakashi's strongest ninjutsu. The only thing Kakashi still has is a Sharingan. There's no way he could detain Sharingan and give it to Yayu. So he felt that he had nothing left to teach Yayu. At least that's the case on ninjutsu. But with ninja experience, he knew that Yayu still had a lot to learn. Chapter 50 already surpassed your teacher. Yayu didn't notice Kakashi's look of relief. After he condensed the chakra, he concentrated the chakra at one point and launched it out as he had imagined. Lightning-style Chidori sharp gun. Stab. Pft. Rumble. A golden light shot out of Yayu's hand instantly. In an instant, golden lightning penetrated the forest hundreds of meters away, creating a gap of tens of meters in the forest opposite the lake. The trees in the gap were all severed by lightning. Dozens of big trees fell to the ground, and the cuts were as smooth as mirrors. Kakashi was stunned. This ninjutsu is surprisingly powerful. Kakashi really didn't expect this ninjutsu to be so powerful. Not to mention the long range, the power at the end can actually create a vacuum zone of tens of meters in the forest. Originally, Kakashi thought it would be good if the Chidori sharp gun had a range of 10 meters. But Yayu actually shot a range of hundreds of meters, and the terminal speed still had S-level lethality. And the speed is so fast that it can even be compared with lightning in nature. The speed of thunder and lightning condensed by ninjas using chakra cannot be compared with that in nature. But the thunder and lightning released by Yayu just now can definitely match the speed of nature. It can be said that in terms of lethality, the Chidori sharp gun improved by Yayu is already at the level of an S-class ninjutsu. And it's also an extremely practical S-class ninjutsu. The attack range is too far. A distance of several hundred meters, and it's instantaneous. Judging from Yayu's appearance, she didn't seem to have consumed much chakra. Yayu actually didn't expect this ninjutsu to be so strong. He even felt that this ninjutsu was far more practical than Chidori. After all, who wants to fight in close combat when you can attack from a distance? The power is indeed beyond my expectation. Yayu said with a frown. Kakashi smiled and said, "You don't seem to be happy." Yayu shook his head. "I am happy, but it feels unreal. My control over my power is still too poor. I still don't know how powerful the ninjutsu I release is. In battle, such shortcomings are fatal." Kakashi was stunned for a moment. Seeing Yayu's distressed look, he didn't know what to say. If other ninjas had such powerful power, their tails would be raised to the sky. But it doesn't matter if Yayu is not proud, he actually knows where his weakness is right away. No wonder you were so silent during your 6 years in ninja school. Control cannot be achieved in a day or two. You still have a lot of time, so don't be so anxious. Yayu nodded. He also knew that he was too far-sighted. How could he control all the power at once? Is there any more chakra? The next ninjutsu will also consume a lot of chakra. Kakashi asked worriedly. Yayu has released 2 ninjutsu with S-level power one after another. And it was so powerful that if it were him, just one blow would have consumed all the chakra in his body. But Yayu didn't seem tired at all. Kakashi also had to marvel at the horror of Yayu chakra. Now your chakra capacity is probably comparable to Naruto's. Kakashi sighed. Yayu replied while condensing chakra, "That's not the case. After all, Naruto has the 9 tails demon fox sealed in his body." Only a few people in the village knew that Naruto was the son of the 4th generation. But basically everyone in the village knows that he is 9 tails Jinchuriki. This was also the reason why Naruto was ostracized. Basically every Jinchuriki in the village will have this experience. Until Jinchuriki fully controls the tailed beast within him, no villager can get close to him. After all, Jinchuriki will go berserk if they are not careful, and if they go berserk, they will cause destruction to all living beings. A Jinchuriki who doesn't fully master the tailed beast is like a bomb that can explode at any time. No one is willing to gamble with their life. I heard that Yayu actually counted the 9 tails in Naruto as his chakra. He was a little helpless. Naruto has 9 tails in his body, who has more chakra than it does? Not in the entire ninja world. Kakashi didn't know how much chakra the first Hokage had. But he doesn't think first Hokage has as much chakra as 9 tails. In fact, first Hokage has more chakra than 9 tails. As soon as Yayu finished speaking, thunder and lightning condensed in his hands. Lightning style Chidori Senbon. Stab. Click. Puff, puff, puff. The thunder and lightning in Yayu's hand instantly condensed into hundreds of thunder and lightning golden needles in front of him. Under Yayu's urging, these golden needles shot out instantly. Hundreds of lightning golden needles instantly penetrated hundreds of meters and disappeared into the forest on the other side of the lake like raindrops. Chidori Senbon's main damage is not through explosion, but through penetration. Yayu said, "How about going to the opposite side and taking a look?" With that said, he ran across the lake. Kakashi also followed closely behind. He also wanted to see the difference between this ninjutsu and the previous Chidori sharp gun. The two came to the forest across the lake and looked at the big tree with several small black holes punched in the trunk. Yayu looked at the condition of the holes and was very satisfied. The penetrating power is very good. It can penetrate such a thick tree trunk across hundreds of meters. If it were a human body, it would be no different than this big tree. Because he had seen the power of Chidori's sharp spear before, Kakashi was not so surprised at the damage caused by Chidori Senbon. After looking at more than a dozen big trees in succession, Yayu knew what the limit of Chidori Senbon's power was. It can penetrate about 15 trees. The penetration power is pretty good. Yayu nodded with satisfaction. Kakashi smiled bitterly and said, "It's not bad at all. You have to know that this is a thunder and lightning Senbon flying hundreds of meters, and it can actually penetrate more than a dozen big trees. The power is simply extremely terrifying. As long as you can flexibly use these two ninjutsu in actual combat, Elite Jonin will not be your opponent." 12-year-old Elite Jonin, it's amazing to think about. I was right what I said before. Your talent is much better than mine. Now your strength has definitely surpassed Kimoto Tong. Yayu shook his head, this is just ninjutsu. I don't think my practical experience is comparable to that of the same teacher. Although he has mastered 3 ninjutsu with S-level lethality, Yayu is very conscious, and Kimoto Tong is Anbu Jonin. His actual combat experience is much stronger than his own. Kakashi looked at Yayu's calm look and was speechless. Your biggest problem is that you are too cautious. With your current strength, even if your actual combat experience is not as good as the same, your hard power is much stronger than him. The gap in hard power between you and him is so big that even your actual combat experience cannot make up for it. I'm afraid it won't be long before you even surpass me. Kakashi sighed. But he is not jealous of Yayu. I even feel very happy. After all, Kakashi trained Yayu as his direct disciple. The expectation for him is that he can become as powerful and great a ninja as the 4th Hokage. He also believes that with Yayu's character, he can definitely do it.